Okay, let everybody know we're being recorded, so let you know that. I'll stop the transcripts. Don't need that. And so off we go. Now we're going to be working in our more so in this new data set that you got yesterday. Um, although again, there's some overlap. And this is going to be the primary file that we are going to be working inside of is going to be um, this little office building construction project. But what we're also going to be looking at is we get to folders here. Bear with me just one moment. The Okay, so we've got a series of folders that are in our data sets that we downloaded yet the other day called examples 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these don't, there's no corresponding real exercises to go through, but I wanted to show you what's in some of this stuff. This is really more for your own, a little slower paced discovery. We've been looking at this getting started was where we were yesterday and looking, and that's be where we go back to get our stuff. I've got some PDF files that are going to look, um, like here's, for example, a detail sheet that we might, use to help us do our modeling. Here's our site plans, grading plans. So we've got these, and these are from real projects that I did, and got permission, from the clients to work on these. Um, so those are going to be our source files, and we see some of those are in these different examples, but we have I'm going to find so some different, here's examples of some different layouts. There's this kind of reports for our estimating after it's all done. Um, we bring this guy up. This is the actual report done for this site. And there's, you can see the building, the retirement facility, and contour map for the design there. And here you can see as we're developing, there's the grading coming in from, this is the actual existing conditions. And then as we start to do the grading and how that, these are the fill areas over top of after that base grading. And then the, various volume reports, you've seen some of those already, and just different format on different things with amount of cut and fill, depth zones, and you'd see materials if we had defined materials on those types on that particular one. And I think there was, this is that. So this is that facility that we were just looking at, some of those sample drawings. And it shows you, and this is, one of these, hatched areas that part of the site plan indicates areas where we've got, asphalt paving versus the concrete paving, um, and then the garage areas. So this is when we see these types of things, and these are the types of drawings that or the types of figures that we're going to be building in our drawings, is we want some of these to be closed polyline features so that it can calculate areas, and it does the material depths and thicknesses and such within that, but it has to be bounded by a closed polyline that contains that. And here's the way this works, just to illustrate a point. If you know anything at all about the way a CAD system does hatching and what they call island detection, when you, let's say if there's no shading on a drawing like this, and we come in here and click a spot within inside of some enclosed boundary, it will fill up that. It's sort of like, think about it as if you had walked into a room of that shape and you let off a spray can of spray paint, and it just paints all the walls. So all the way around itself, it paints everything up in that colors. Now, what we call this island detection is if we started, um, let's say even out here on these areas in the outside, like for topsoil areas or whatever, it would, take that spray can and start to spray around itself and get all the way out to the outside edges. But as soon as it hits an edge on the inside, then that inside edge, so like this little concrete area here around our building, that would interrupt the flow of that hatching, the flow of that cross hatching. In fact, you can see it a little better illustrated right here in this corner. So inside of this parking area, this area had been found as another closed area, so it kept that from being part of this. Same thing as the garage area here, whereas this overall asphalt, the outline might go from, along this edge, all around this outside, and then even it could have come down here and included that and come out here and then gone out to um, these other edges. And then if we clicked in here, if this garage were not here, then this purple shading could have gone through here and filled in this area here, but it found that as an enclosed space inside. In other words, it's an island. It's on the inside of that particular figure. Um, I think that'll be a little clearer when we get to our design example. It's not really an ideal example to illustrate that with, but that's basically how that process works, is through that process of island detection, and it goes through and finds those particular areas. And so even though our the overall area might be large, but if it's, let's say, consider a simple example of the site, the building site, the lot that a building might be sitting on. And it's got an outside boundary. And so we may say, okay, with that site, that is all, um, you know, wouldn't be, well, let's just say it's all paved. We say that's all asphalt. And we don't have to go around and try to, figure out the edges where the asphalt goes to on the inside, because we also have inside of that another closed polyline that represents the building footprint. Well, the building has its own properties, and if the building is sitting within the enclosed region that we said was all asphalt, then it interrupts the asphalt, and it takes precedent in that regard. And then the building might have within its outline, say, a skylight atria or something, where it's no longer building, but it's, a little open planting area. And so that could interrupt the building, which has already interrupted the asphalt. So you see how those nested areas sort of, govern what we define as our site. Okay, now we've got, here's one other example that I did again with these volume reports, and all of these are in those files, the drawing files. And here's an example that's a little storage facility, and these parts of these and these report pages, these are just that 3D viewer, and I did the capture out of those viewers to save those drawings. So I've got a main road along here. There's Rob. Good morning, Rob. And so as we've been looking at those 3D viewers, that's how all these were generated. And then here's an example of that. Here's maybe a better illustration of those hashed areas and how these work. We've got the overall site itself is bounded by our property line here. And then within this particular area, we've got some topsoil stripping, maybe. Let's see, what did we call? Yeah, topsoil replacement. The stripping was across the entire disturbed area. And then we've got these areas for the replacement. And then here's the actual, you see the site is, it comes in off the main road and comes around to these buildings. So there's our entrance road down below here coming into our buildings. And as you can see, our buildings have, you know, uh, sort of it's hard to see that necessarily, but a thickness component to it. And then as we drive around our storage building, then we can climb up here to an upper elevated parking lot. So these are all part of, there you can see them all shaded in different aspects. So this is part of building that set of reports and the calculations that are going to go into um, those those client reports. And so that's what these examples have in them. Um, see, these are all basically just the subcomponents there. And I've got within there, like I said, I've got all of these individual files that were used to put these things together, the original drawing set, and same as that. So use these areas to just sort of get, a sense of what we had, what our process may have been. So these are just these individuals. Um, Again, there's your different components: stone, asphalt base course, wearing course, concrete, slab area. Um, and this one was, again, that's the existing grade. There was a building here, an elevated parking lot in the back, and a little, I think that was maybe an underground storage facility anyway, as part of that. And then this was its replacement building design. I'm sure this is the one. There's one I wanted to, yeah, here it is. Yeah, this is the existing. This is what we had before. And so we defined this one. There's our topsoil stripping zones. So the actual bounded area where we've identified as our stripping zones, this marks the disturbed area on the site. And as we disturb that, of course, we're stripping the topsoil there. Then we had next a replacement. So after we're finished with their proposed hard surfaces, and then this goes back into being replanted, that's going to be that area there. And those zones in terms of topsoil stripping are going to impact our existing um, model and then our final model. It takes away the thicknesses of those models from their total height. And then here's actually how that worked. And you can see the building, if you look at it here, the building is in two levels. Here's the road out here on the left edge, and then here the road's actually in the front, so it's been spun around. But there's also, on this edge, there's a retaining wall. And you see the curbed areas in the parking, and then even these little depressed areas here. Again, that figured into our topsoil replacement for those landscaped areas. I've got another little retaining wall on this side over here for a lower entrance loading dock. And I mean, it even went to the point of, see here, we're looking at it from the back side as we come around. If I can get, there we go. There's our little loading area. Um, so we can even, a little, I forget what this was, a little dumpster enclosure here by this, again, elevated entrance and loading dock. The building itself, of course, was up into the air, but this is um, the foundation and material thicknesses of the building that go into part of our finished design. There it is indicated by color. You can see these landscape the areas with our topsoil replacement. You can see our um, paving, and you can see how it's this height on these curbs, for instance, look uh, much higher than a curb line would be around a parking lot, and that's because this is the um, I think the final surface with subgrades and materials, indicated by these colors and removed from the models. So here's another view of that sidewalk across the front. So, there's a lot of things that you can really very quickly model. And I think this particular project, I think start to finish, I think, let's see, the biggest part of the biggest effort in the project was to take the existing PDF drawings and get them converted in, and there wasn't a whole lot of effort with that. So we're going to get some practice with those. Um, and then, so I'm going to say maybe a day and a half total. And it came up with some really precise quantities and bid amounts. Now, the company wound up not getting the job anyway, but they got their estimate done pretty quickly. Now, that's not to say that, once we finish today, then tomorrow you're going to start doing, your estimates that take you a week, you're going to do in a day. Um, because some drawings, like this drawing set, was very well done and prepared. I'm working on a project now with a client on a solar energy farm where they have just acres and acres and acres of these solar panels and access roads that wind in and out. And the engineers that did the drawings, the drawings are self-contradictory. They've got, contours that aren't, that don't work on the drawings. They either cross or they don't tie into the right places. We've got some that don't even have contours indicated. So there's all kinds of problems with that I know you guys are all familiar with, that you run into all the time. So, um, but I say that I bring up that particular aspect of it and the frustration of it and the difficulty that you face with some of this stuff, because Rob and I talked about this a little bit on Monday. Um, what I don't want to happen is I don't want any of you to become discouraged when you look at some of this stuff and it sort of looks overwhelming, because there's so many things that you can do, and you really just want to know, well, what should I do? What do I need to do? There's so many things there, and it will come. That's the encouragement I want to give you, for you to hang on to, that all of this stuff will settle in, it will gel, and it will be one of those aha moments. You'll be working along and you just realize that, hey, I'm not even thinking about this anymore. I know what's going on. So please don't be too discouraged about it. I recognize it's going to be, um, that it is a tough learning curve. And it's not anything that's anywhere close to automatic or easy, or there's no easy button. We still have to get in there and dig into this stuff and make sure we have things modeled the way we want to model them. We do that primarily with those 3D viewers and just run our numbers and see if it passes the sniff test. Okay, so that's something to take a look at with all of those types of files that are in your um, sample set. And there's also a little folder here. We're going to again be working this getting started, all of these examples. There's another folder in here called what not to do that has a drawing in it that has a lot of problems in it. And so we might get a chance to pop that open and take a look at it and see some of the problems that you might get into. It's not, I don't know if there's a whole lot of value there, but because I'm sure you've seen some of that kind of um, thing that you're trying to work through. And then, of course, let's see, we've got those are our, that's for their guardian storage that came out of this examples here. So we're going to be looking next then at in our getting started folder. That'll be where we do most of our work here. And we're going to sort of dive into this particular tutorial and see some of these tools. And again, this is going to be more workflow based than it is, we're not going to step down through, this command is that command is that. We're going to go through it as to what you would typically encounter in a workflow. So we're going to open up this drawing called Demo 1. So I'm going to come here, run the software. Once this comes up and gets settled down, I'm going to choose get my mouse to. There we go. All right, so I'm looking for my demo 1. And again, if you see these files and you're listening with that start with a period and an underscore, now they're normally hidden, but if you have hidden files visibility turned on in Windows, you'll see those. You can safely ignore those or even delete them. They're just part of the process of working on a Mac that came when I put these sets together. So we're going to look at demo 1. And you might get this when it comes up. It says the drawing does not have Carlson drawing units configured. The current units have been applied, which are US survey feet. And if you need to change that, it tells you can run drawing setup. Now, if you get this particular one, it's just checking these units. That was one of those things in the config that we looked at the first day. It says compare Carlson units upon open. And this is typically done so that you can be aware, like if you open up a file that might be, created in meters maybe, or in feet and inches, like an architect's plan, it just gives you a little reminder, and you can go and run your drawing setup. If I do that, that's the same as if I pulled down settings and chose drawing setup, and it just takes you to that command. Once it finishes loading here, it takes you to that command where you can change to various different options here, metric units or international feet, that sort of stuff. So again, it's just a little reminder. It's not a given error um, at all. So
Again, I'm having a fairly remedial issue with
okay,
when I go to that open files window, there
This
is
start
not
this start page
nothing.
here.
Yeah,
This
there's
one.
nothing shown in that data set folder that I downloaded from you yesterday. When I go to my desktop, I see it. When I click the file extension and paste it in, it shows. But when I navigate to it and I open the datasets folder, there
Mhm.
is nothing reflected. All those folders that are in the dataset window are
Uh-huh.
not shown.
So if you choose this open file, I'm going to get rid of all of these so that they come out. So I'm in this getting started folder. Yeah, so here's my data set.
So when I when I open the folder that's containing the day two files,
Uh-huh.
it's not shown, except it is when I open it on my desktop.
Wonder if you're looking at a zip file. Do me a favor and share your screen. Let me take a look.
Yeah, everyone coming over trying to talk to me and tell me, give me a second, guys.
Okay.
I got the Carlson guy helping me. Um, so when I copy and paste, this is the folder on my desktop. When I copy and paste this into the open, it well, it showed it a minute ago. Huh, yeah. And it's
Oh,
shown as present when I view it here.
okay. Let's see. You're
This
on the
is what I
desktop.
downloaded yesterday. Oh, you know what? I think that's what it is. I think these are, I'm sorry, I just did a software update this morning or yesterday, and these might still be zipped. That's probably what it is.
Well, it's although they're not really.
I think they just changed the icon with zipped and I missed this. That's what it is. I'll unzip them. That's my problem. Sorry, guys.
Okay, make sure that that shows up because that can, be it can be an issue. Uh, so, all right, yeah, make sure those show up because that's usually what happens. Because Windows, oddly enough, and on the one hand, it's good that they give you the convenience of letting you look inside a zip file as if it's already expanded. But if you haven't expanded it, then other software that doesn't do that is not going to see those things. And so I don't see the files that you downloaded, though, should not have been in zip format to begin with, unless there's something about your download process that converts it because of its file size. Uh,
It sure seems like that might have been the case. Like I said, I just did a software update that seems to have changed the way my computer looks and processes things. So
mhm,
I might have just
mhm.
missed that.
Okay. All right. Well, keep an eye on it. If there's a problem, let us know and we'll try to dig into it a little bit, maybe if we need to on a break or something. So, all right. So,
Interesting that it didn't have an issue yesterday.
yeah, yeah, that is. That's usually what happens. Break or updates break sometimes more than they fix. So, all right. So you should all now then see, and do you see this now? Now that you have got figured out, can you see your data set here?
I'm up unzipping as we speak. So
Oh, okay. All right. That'll give you a minute or two to catch that thing up. And now I'm gonna just point out a couple of items here about this particular file. This is sadly typical of some of the stuff that we sometimes get from people. And I'll point out a couple of things that we're going to have to deal with either by simply accepting that and going on or trying to figure out how things work. And a lot of them are things that you can see here, like the contours are broken where they would get really, really tight. That's fine to do that, but they're sort of broken out. And if you were to see, I've got these as, uh, these parts are, they're all, we're going to connect all those up. And those would be individual. And you can see they're like 805, 810, 815, 820. And we've got an indication that there are four intermediates between those index contours. That's very typical, except if you go over here and start to count the ones that tie in, somewhere along the line, somebody's dropped one. Okay. Then you get an area here where one edge comes up here and it's supposed to be tying into another edge here. And if I look at that particular contour, I look over and it's a line. And if I look in its properties, I see it's got an elevation here of 821. This one has an elevation of 820. This has an elevation of 820. This one has an elevation of 819. And then we go down here to 815. So, all right, there's my two index. So there's my 815. Or here's 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. Here's 815. So they're starting to get really out of whack because this side of it thinks that right here should be 816 and a quarter or 816 and a third. And it's telling you, nope, it's supposed to be 815 when you're on this side of that magic line. So you've got, some issues with that. And there's also a couple of other things. If I spin this thing up and look at it in 3D, all right, everything looks okay there, but you look at that, you've got some things that are, and there's a case of this island, this landscape island there, sort of floating in the air. I'm going to go with a straight on edge on view, so I should be looking right straight at zero. But I've got a few things here. These things here are those text labels. You can see how they're sort of not at zero. Again, there's some more text labels you can see. Let me uh, get that out. So there's some things that are sort of whacked out about this drawing, but they're very common. Sometimes when you spin this stuff up, you'll see drawings that, you'll see these lines that they're all tied down here, and then they shoot up to the elevated part of the model. Or even sometimes you'll see where these aren't even elevated at all. Okay, so um, those are some of the things that you can't really see in plan view, but we're going to learn to take a look at things, and we're going to do some conditioning, if you will, of this information before we can get things built. All right. So here's also the process. Now I've switched over to my construction module, and I can tell that because after points, I've got this elevate, surface, and takeoff menu. So that tells me I'm in construction. Now, this is sort of the main part of the workflow is on this takeoff menu. We use these other tools like under the elevate menu where we turn 2Ds into 3Ds and we put things a certain elevation. We've got some surface tools where we might do like that design pad that we did yesterday, and um, some triangulation file utilities, work on individual files. These are sort of what I call data prep tools that sort of get our data ready to run it through the main takeoff workflow. And again, takeoff is more for, I'm not going to say more for, it's not that it's poorly suited to do the modeling, but it's really geared toward at least the initial stages of running these models up very quickly and getting a quick estimate of materials and therefore costs to do the project. So that's basically why they call that the takeoff menu, because you're taking off your quantities. Okay. And then the rest of these things are, again, more like some data um, detailing. And these models, like on the roads menu, and this has all of the functionality you need to get into those road design, like we looked at yesterday on our access road. And then the survey side. This is to if we got survey crews out there, either staking things out or bringing things in from the field, and we run through draw field to finish. So this is sort of, its own little self-contained survey module. Many of you will also have the Civil Suite module along with construction, in which case you're certainly free to switch into those. There's a bit more robustness in those. There's more survey tools in survey than there is on this survey menu. There's more roadway tools in civil than there is on this roads menu. But these are sort of, filling that gap, sort of bridging that gap or filling that void if you only had the takeoff software, the construction software. So these are sort of, little subsystems that are going to help us get a little more detailing on things. And again, it all feeds back to this takeoff way of thinking, of preparing what we have with two things in mind. We're going to build an existing ground surface. You'll see that command right down here. And to build a design surface. That's our main goals in life. All of these other things are to support that. The annotate menu helps you do certain things like, label with bearings and distances. And as it says, annotate things. You can label latitude and longitude, coordinate values, all kinds of different things that basically help. There's a north arrow and a legend. Grid. This is more for drawing preparation than it is for us receiving it from somebody already prepared. So you may not get a lot going on there. And then we have the display tools. And this is where we can turn on and off the visibility of things about. Again, there's our two-stage um, sort of thought process. We've got existing and we've got design. And then what's left, sorry, then what's left over after existing and design is other. All right. So how do we go between those two? And we typically, in the excavating world, we deal with cut and fill. There's our cut and fill labels and contours and heat map and that sort of stuff. So between takeoff and display, those two things are going to drive a lot of our iteration through this process. These others, elevate, surface, roads survey, are going to be things that sort of help us fine tune the details. Okay? And so and it could be entirely possible not to even use anything on those processes at all. Like we spent a lot of time learning how to build a surface and what makes a surface, what causes problems with a surface. You may not necessarily ever go back to the surface menu and run triangulate and contour and worry about having to draw your contour maps. Your main goal with what you're doing, depending on your job function, might be to take these drawings from somebody else and extract that information. It might already be there for you and you don't need to do anything with it, or you've just starting with the little bit of information they give you and you're trying to then put that together into a model that you can use to construct the site. And that's why we use our 3D views and our reports and all these different things to help us to evaluate that information. And so those are our two, or our biggest workflow process is going to come off of this takeoff, and it's pretty much, sort of down the line from top down. We've got a project checklist. If I run that, you can see these are the things you need to do. You have to define your layer targets materials, and it says it's missing. You have to set a boundary polyline. Now, it says that it's done, so somebody's already done that. But we may be getting this, we might be a new employee at this company. We didn't know about that. So we could still go back and change that. But if you notice a little white line around the edges, that's what somebody has already set as their bounding polyline. But then it says the next two steps, you got to make existing, you got to make design, then you calculate your volumes. All three of those are missing. And this is just a little thing you can periodically run that tells you if you need to do something about that. But there's enough other areas that will nag you as you go through it that you don't necessarily need to do that. And then you can see it starts us off with drawing cleanup, and then we start to define our layers, and we edit a layer, then we set the layers and all of these things, and then we can set up these little bounding areas of interest and boundary polylines. And once all that setup's done, then we make the existing ground, make the design ground, and then we come down here and calculate the volumes and do our material quantities. Okay, that's the essential workflow right there on that, as far as that process goes. Now, to make this easier, Carlson has, for the most part, given a lot of tools to different toolbars for us. And the particular two sets of two toolbars that particularly were done for this takeoff process are more so than some of the others, I think, are really logically laid out. Maybe the lot net in the survey side where you're doing subdivision design is also equally well done, but they've really done a good job on those toolbars. And I would suggest if you do this type of work with your drawings, maybe consider having those toolbars out. And I'm going to bring them out and float them in the drawing so you can see them and know where they are. So I'm going to go up here to my blank area of my screen and right click it. And I'm going to come down here where it says show toolbar. And I'm going to go over where it says Carlson. And then I'm going to come down toward the bottom and it's alphabetical. And you see then there's a SiteNet display and SiteNet general right in here. That's if I were running this in Civil and did not have the construction module. SiteNet is basically the little version of the construction module. But I'm going to come down here now and I see further I've got takeoff in general, takeoff reports, and then the display. All right, so I want to run the general, so takeoff general, and it's going to be a toolbar that looks like this. You're going to see the little PDF on a piece of paper, the little whisk broom that says they're drawing cleanup, so you're going to see those. Now I'm going to go back to my gray area on the screen, right click again, another show toolbar, pull right to Carlson. I'll come down here to the bottom, and this one, it doesn't scroll with the wheel, but I have to put the mouse tip over that little down arrow. And I'm going to choose this takeoff reports. That's not necessarily the one that I get a lot of use out of, but this is where we do all of our material quantities and all and such like that. So I'm going to also float that one out as well. I'm just going to put these sort of side by side here at the top. And I'm going to go back one more trip to the gray area, right click, show toolbar, Carlson, come down here, hover over that down arrow, and I'm going to choose the takeoff SiteNet display toolbar, and I'm going to get this one up and put it right up here to the right of there. Okay, so now I have three toolbars out. I've got takeoff general, and that's our workflow. Our takeoff reports, these are what we this is the output from our work. That's what we're going to use to look at those calculations. This toolbar is going to control the display of what we have set things up to represent. Okay. Now, real quick review. Let me go back on the settings menu, Carlson configure. You don't need to do this. You can just follow this along. I'm just pointing this out. But if I go to configure, and choose this bottommost button on the left-hand side of the column, the takeoff/sitenet settings. These are going to be used to govern how things behave. In particular, over on the right-hand side, there is a set of check boxes and buttons that are going to govern how things look to us display-wise on the screen. And if you have these checked on, then this will happen, that you can assign colors by target, meaning whatever you define, whatever layers that you define, and you say everything on these layers are existing and everything on these layers over here are a design. And then you say, well, if that's the case, I want you to take things on those layers that we've said were existing and make them, in our case, green. So we set that to be a green color. And for design, we might say that it's blue. I'm going to actually change my blue up to be a little lighter so you can see it better on the screen. And let me make it a little brighter still. So that's a brighter blue. We'll take a look to make sure that shows up for us. And then everything else, if we haven't defined it, goes into a category called other. And we're saying other is going to be this sort of palest gray. You can see that. Now, what that's going to do for us is, and once we've, the automatic update is just whether it changes for us automatically. Otherwise, we'd have to run a command to have it update. The other checkbox, assign them by target, is if I do not have this on, even though I've told it these colors, it won't, it'll ignore it. It'll leave things the colors they are. Now, when I say the colors they are, most everything in a DWG drawing file, as you've seen the properties, we select something, look at its properties. And one of the properties that an object has, that all objects have, is a color. And they can be either a specific color for that given object, or it can have a special color called by layer, which means it assumes the color that you have defined in your layer control as being for any given particular layer. So if you switch layer, let's say you've got a line representing a pipe, and if it's a water line, it might be on a layer called water that you've got, or UTIL-water. So it's a utility system and it's a water line. And you may have told your computer that in your layer manager that, hey, I want everything on those layers to be blue. And then you got another layer that says UTIL-gas, and maybe that's going to all be yellow. And so you can simply choose one of those lines that represents the pipe, go to the properties and switch it from being on the water layer to being on the gas layer, and you would see the color of that thing change to match the color of the layer, as long as the color of, the color characteristics of that particular object is set to that special color called by layer. If it is not, excuse me, if it is set to any given specific color for that any specific individual element, then that's going to always have that color regardless of which layer it's on. Okay, that's the way the color system in CAD works. Now, the prevailing say habit, really, it's just a habit because it's really just a preference. But the prevailing way that almost all AutoCAD drawings are created is that everything usually is assigned the color by layer. So what this color subsystem is going to do by changing things to green and blue or whatever we tell it is it's going to, still thinking about this blue color. I think I may just be still just a little bit. It's going to be washed out looking. Okay, so we'll look at that. So what this system is going to do is and the way it does it is it takes those items on the layers that we say are existing and it selects them and it goes over to the properties box and it changes their color from by layer to be green if it's on an existing layer or blue if it's on a design layer. Okay. And so we might get a drawing that has these nice, pretty colors. We got purple buildings, green parking lots, yellow planted areas, brown contours. And we let it run its course on these color definitions. Well, then everything changes colors. And so the reason I'm telling you this and the fact that almost everything is done as a by layer is that once we've used the colors to help us keep track of existing and design, if we want to see those colors go back to the way they were originally, then we need to manually select those things and change their color to be by layer. Okay. So that lets us put things back, or at least to the assumption that everything was done by layer. If something had been given a specific color, not a by layer color, and then we let it get changed to be either existing or design or other, then it gets changed to that particular color. So putting the color of that entity back to by layer won't really do much for us. We won't be able to get back the original color. And again, it doesn't really matter much. It's just a color. It's just what shows up visibly, okay, to help us keep track of things. But, we can see that, when you're looking at this drawing, you see that landscaped area ringed in yellow and the building is outlined in magenta, and you see those different types of things, and your eyes are drawn to those particular features based on that similarity of color. And it's just sort of a nearly subconscious way of categorizing your drawing and keeping track of it. All right. Just like what you're going to see now when we define existing and design, the same thing happens. We're going to start to see, oh, okay, I know based on that color that that's all existing or that's all design. Now we have one final color control, and that is if we want to assign colors by elevation. And the only choice that makes, or the only characteristic, is if it has no elevation, if it is at zero elevation, we want it to show up red. So if we see anything red in the drawing, we know it needs to be put at an elevation. And now that only applies to things on the existing set and the design set. If it's in other, it doesn't care. It can stay at zero and it won't change it. Okay. So that's really what we're going to be focused on here in terms of these settings. And if you want to use that color subsystem, and I find it to be very useful as I'm going through a bunch of stuff, particularly if I have to elevate a bunch of contours, for instance, with this red, I know whether something has been elevated at a glance. I don't have to look at it, everything in 3D. I can tell it by that color. Okay. So I'm going to say okay and exit. And let's, where it was in settings, or not drawing set, but Carlson configure settings, Carlson configure. And down at the bottom where it says take off SiteNet settings, and it's in the right hand part. This over here. Okay. You bet. Now you may notice the system's actually already running here for me. Everything turned gray, and it says, hey, you're missing a design surface. Make design surface. Okay. Tells me I haven't done it yet. So it's keeping track of things. Now, it is, it's all the colors have changed. You see, they're now gray. And if I select these things here and then look in the properties, I see the color has been specifically set to that color. That's because it is in the leftover category of other, because it hasn't been defined as existing or design. So if I wanted to see that back to the way it was, what I would do is simply select all, and you can do that with a window, or you type that select command and type all, go over to the properties, and where it says color, you would pull that down and choose by layer, and it resets things back to those, what we look at as, oh, those are the original colors. But see, that building is not really colored magenta, it's colored by layer, and the layer called pad is magenta. In fact, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to take my pad, give it some elevation there. You can see that a little better. All right. So now going through the process, again, I told you it's sort of this top down, but likewise on the toolbars, it's sort of left right as to what we're going to do. And right here says to import a PDF file. Well, we don't need to do that. I've got a drawing file here. So, okay, well, what's the next? There's that drawing cleanup. Okay. And if I choose drawing cleanup, it's going to run from the toolbar, but that is also from, if I can't remember where, I'm going to go to my command search, and I'm going to just type cleanup. Man, I love that, Bruce. Appreciate it. So I see drawing cleanup tells me, oh, it's on the file menu. There's no sub menu, so it's right on the file menu. Look for drawing cleanup, all modules, or I could type the command, etc. All right. Go ahead and run it from there. Now, if you can see some of the things that drawing cleanup can do, and we use this in other areas besides just takeoff as well. We do it in survey and do it in civil and mining. So there's a lot of things that it will do. Now, there's a couple of buttons at the bottom to be aware of how they work. One of which is the defaults button. So if I hit the defaults button, this is what is considered the default things to run. I want you to be careful of that though. And if you say defaults, one of these options down here, this set elevations outside of a range to 0, it holds these minimum and maximum values from the last time you've run the software. And you might inadvertently get something that is in a valid range and you would run it. So just be aware of that. But one of the things I like to do is there's the other button here called clear. That'll clear everything out. And then you can look at these individually and see if you actually want to run those. Now, in our example, in our textbook tutorial here, that we're going to choose drawing clean up, and it says typically these drawings have, some drafting fixes you got to do them to get them cleaned up. And here's some of the things that they would suggest. Removing layers with no entities. That's the CAD term for that, is to do a purge. We're going to get rid of empty layers. Now, join line work with the same endpoints. If you remember, I selected parts of those contour lines, and they were individual line segments. So this is going to basically go through the whole drawing and start stitching together those individual line segments. You can also remove polyline vertices. I'm going to say that's not as necessary these days as it used to be because of memory availability. But it's basically going to examine the straightness, if you will, or the collinearity of the segments in a polyline. And if they are within a certain tolerance of being, say, all lined up in the same direction, then it's going to get rid of those extra little bend points that don't change direction very much. So that's what it's going to do. Now, the effect of doing that is when it models the surfaces, all of those little bend points that are in a polyline will become the corner of a triangle. And if you get too many, you can overwhelm the the calculation speed. But honestly, I'm thinking the only time I've ever seen that done as way too many, I've seen it twice. I've seen it once on a big, well, it was a nuclear power plant down in outside of Richmond, Virginia, the James River, and that was about 5,000 acres, and they just had a tremendous amount of triangles in that surface because a lot of that work was curbs and curb islands, and they've got all these modeled arc segments around these curves, and it just became more than the controller on the excavators could load at a given time. The other case was the guy out in Wyoming was trying to model a bunch of strip mine areas, and he had, I think, over 60,000 acres that he was trying to, build an existing ground model. It was just too large an area for it to, and would still do it, but it was just took too much time. So that's one that we don't really need to worry about reducing polyline vertices all that much anymore. So unless we're really getting some huge problems. All right. The biggie though is that one that says set elevation outside range to 0. And I'll show you, and it tells you the next step down. It says for this site, the elevations are around 800. You can see right here. So they suggest making it, 500 and 1,000, but I'll show you how you can actually find that. You do need to sort of know what those are, but then we'll take a look at, the next things. And so they're suggesting doing this. Now, this book was written way back before this. This is now expanded, but that's sort of the ones that they're suggesting we take a look at. So let's look at some of this. Right now, it says set the user coordinate system to world coordinates. That's always a good one to do. And even though, and I'm gonna look down here and I see my little XY icon in the lower left corner, and it's got that little white square around the center part. That basically tells me that I'm already in my world coordinate system. I don't need to change it. This will have no effect. It won't have any ill effects to have the switch on, but it's just going to basically, because sometimes you'll get a drawing that will have a coordinate system. If I go ahead and leave your box up here, but I'm going to cancel this and show you. Look at the coordinates down here on my status line. You see those coordinates are in the hundreds, thousands, and the millions. So, and they are at state plane elevation or state plane coordinate system. However, if I'm, a typical case here is an architect might do something like this. They would set a user coordinate system and then set that to be based on an entity and set it to be, um, say, with that building. Let's do, and then do something like this. So an architect may say, all right, I want to call this, um, this is my great masterpiece. This is my building. So this is where my world starts coordinates wise. So if you look at the coordinates now on the bottom of the screen, You can see right up in here, you see I'm getting close to 0. So that's the origin of my world at 0, 0, 0. And over here is, 5 comma 10. Looks like 4.89 and 9.5. So, they're used to doing that, and they do a lot of drawing by typing in those coordinates. All right. So if I get this drawing here, I'm not in world coordinates. I've got my little XY showing without the square. And sometimes you'll get a drawing that doesn't have any XY axis showing. That's called the UCS icon, or the user coordinate system icon. And if you, let's see, it's probably a setting. And it would typically be, no, maybe they put it on, well, they don't really, I'm sure it's there. Oh, you know what? Let's try my new buddy here. UCS. UCS origin, XYZ, on and off. Let's say, so it is an icon on the view menu, icon, submenu. All right, so if I look at view, I don't see an icon. Oh, they left out one. It's on the view menu on the UCS menu. And then this is where you can turn the icon on or off. Okay, so if you turn it on, then it goes back to showing up in the drawing down in the corner. But notice it says, Y, the Y coordinate, or north, is straight up, and X, or east, is to the right, and it's been rotated to match my screen. But I'm not in the world coordinates, so I would not be able to line up any state plane imagery or any of that kind of stuff with it. So if I want to change that, I need to either run that UCS command again, user coordinate system, and then one of my options is to come down here and choose uh, W for world. And what world means is that it's going to match what's out there in the quote real world. Um, so it's the actual ground thing. We haven't artificially said, 0, 0 is at this corner, and we're going to rotate it so that their building is now square to the page. We have other ways of rotating the drawing so the building is square to the page, but we're still in the user coordinate system, or the world coordinate system. For instance, if I did that now, UCS W for world. Now, look at my crosshairs and look at my icon. They're showing, north is sort of pointing to the northeast, what we would think of northeast if north were straight up on our page. And so now we're back in, and look at our coordinate values down here in our status bar. So we're back in our state plane. We happen to be rotated on the screen, but we are in world coordinates. So my little white box has shown up here. That was one of the changes that I really thought Autodesk should not have made. Years ago, they used to have a world, if you're in the world coordinate system, the XY indicator was, uh, it was pretty wide, and it had a W in the blade of the arrow. Whereas they decided to get rid of the double-sided, big, heavy-looking arrows, and they just put a little square around it. So if you didn't know about the square, you couldn't figure it out. But anyway, this is telling me that now I'm back in my world coordinate system, and you see my little icon up here in the upper right is also, um, rotated around. And if I choose, here I'm a W, and I could choose a new user coordinate system, or if I hit the top, or if I want to look at it from one of these particular corner perspectives, or maybe from the edge. Um, and if I go back to top now, you see that's rotated me back now to where my world coordinate system is straight up. Doesn't have to be, but those are some of the things that you might get. So if I have a user coordinate system, I'm going to go back to previous, and then I'm going to type plan. So that would be a typical way that I would get something, say, from an architect. It's been rotated to match a building corner, and it's not what I need. I need it to be in the world coordinate system. So as I run my drawing cleanup, I might want to have that one on. Okay. You can also have, if you get a drawing from an architect as a floor plan, it's often 12 times too big to fit your site drawing. That's because, for whatever reason, when Autodesk was first developed and they first started catering to architects, they managed to convince the programmers to create a unit system that was in feet and inches, for ease of entry for these architects, because they think in terms of, a 32-inch building bay or something, or a 30-foot building bay rather, and a 36-inch door. Uh, so everything they defined was defined as architectural units, but we deal in terms of, in fact, in our particular branch of engineering, we just deal with what's called decimal units. It's whatever it is. In our case, we told it it's going to be US survey feet, and we just use them as decimals. Now, some of your uh, like structural engineers might do a drawing, and they'll do it in their own. They've got another unit type called engineering, which is feet and inches, but not fractional inches like architects use. An architect might say, 6. Let me let this person in. There we go. An architect might have something and they'll show it as being uh, 12 feet 9 inches, or 12 feet 9 dash 1/2 inches, like 12 feet 9.5 inches. Whereas an engineer, like a structural engineer, might have it as 12 feet 9.5 inches. That's typically what you will see from structural engineers, is you'll see a mix of those same units. However, an engineering unit, it's not 12 times larger like an architect's is. So it's just a weird system. It's just something to deal with. So it's a good thing for drawing cleanup to have that available. Convert architectural inches to decimal format. So if it's not in those mixed units, it won't do the conversion. There's nothing to do, so it leaves it alone. Now, the rest of these are going to be things you want to sort of think about or be aware of. The import XREFs to the current drawing, yes or no? And so sometimes an XREF, for those of you new to AutoCAD, XREFs are a means of externally referencing a drawing. It's sort of like having a drawing uh, off on the side, but if you're thinking about it on a drafting table, you've put that drawing over top of your drawing and you can see through it and it's there, and you can, pick it up and set it aside and then put it back down so you can turn it on and off. And it's, in other words, it's not part of the drawing, it's its own separate drawing, but it's visible in the drawing if we decide to load it up and use it. So a lot of the commands, though, that we need to run, we might need to have access to the geometry in those other drawings. And unlike MicroStation, which can do it, AutoCAD cannot um, let you drill down into that other drawing if it is externally referenced and have access to the individual pieces. It treats it as a single whole unit. So in that case, we would have to import that XREF into the current drawing. So make it part of this drawing itself. Now, be careful with that because if there are a lot of XREFs, it's just going to go out and grab all of them and bring them in. So you want to sort of look at your drawing structure first before you necessarily do that. Okay. The next one is remove layers with no entities. That's often good to do. If you're not relying on those layer definitions, because you're not continuing the design, you don't have to worry about line styles and colors necessarily. You're just trying to build the model. So you can get rid of all those extra definitions. You're probably not going to use them. Okay, designers would typically keep those layers in there because they might need to put something on a layer that currently is empty so that it shows up a particular way. And you can uh, also remove any unused blocks, line types, and text styles. So if they're defined in the drawing, they're taking up a bunch of space, you can strip those out. So I'm going to turn on a couple of things here. Any unused registered applications. I don't think there's any in here, but these are like if you get something, again, maybe from an architect. He's been running a program called Architectural Desktop, and it takes out references to those other pieces of software so that it um, doesn't have to constantly be checking to see if there's something that needs to be updated or you visualize in a certain way with an object enabler. Okay, now, removing duplicate line work. So if I've got a line drawn right on top of itself and even maybe it's on a different layer, but I don't need to have multiple outlines of things in my drawing. So I might want to remove those duplicate line work. And notice I've got a tolerance value. So I'm going to say, and that's even, I'm going to tighten that up a little bit to just 0.01. So if it is within a hundredth of a foot of being the same, in the same position or the same length, then I want you to get rid of one of them. Now, here's the only caveat to stuff like this is that I don't have any control over which one it keeps. Okay? And I don't know, is it always going to keep the last one drawn originally, or does it have some other way uh, of choosing which one to keep? Maybe it looks at the list of layers alphabetically and it choose, I just don't know whichever way it works. Now, the good thing about all that is it doesn't really matter. All I need is the geometry. I don't care which particular layer it might have come from. So I might turn that on. Duplicate text. Again, sometimes you'll get a piece of text that's copied and duplicated right over top of itself, and it's just taking up space and sometimes getting in the way for me selecting things. So you want to remove a lot of these duplicates. Same with duplicate points. And again, I might leave that. I'm going to say maybe make that 0.005. So it's about half of a hundredth. I'm going to say if it's close to that, call it the same. Now, the rest of these, I've got overlapping polyline loops. Now, what this means, and without getting rid of this and drawing you something here, it looks like, but a polyline goes vertex to vertex to vertex to vertex as it defines its shape. And sometimes you'll get a polyline that goes along, well, actually, no, keep your little box up here. I'm going to draw you one, so it's just going to be easier to show you. If I draw a polyline, I'm going to go vertex to vertex. Um, Yep, try it again here. Let's see, draw. Oh, there we go. All right, so if I've got a polyline that's going vertex to vertex to vertex to vertex, something like this. Now, if, and you see that started here and came around in that direction, sort of clockwise. If I've got a situation where I've got a similar looking thing, and then instead of coming over to here and then down, maybe I go back up to here. Um, Endpoint. Yeah, so maybe I'm going to go back to there. Whoops. And then back to here, and then like this. Okay, so looking at this one, if I look at my properties, I'm going to click down here, my vertex box. Now there's number one. Now watch the little red marker. I click the little arrow in my box here, and it goes vertex number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Sequential in order, it doesn't overlap itself. But look at this one. If I select this one, do the same thing. Now it's a polyline. It looks like two polylines, but it's actually a polyline. So I'm going to go from there. I'm sitting on the first one. I'm going to click my arrows. Now watch the marker. It's going to go 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8. So there's the overlap. So 8 is the same as 6. 9 is the same as 5, 10 is the same as 4, and then it jumps off and goes to 11 and 12. Okay, so I'm going to leave these in the drawing here. So when we actually do make this happen, you can see how it handles that. All right, so I'm going to go back to set that, set these, remove the layers, unused, unused, duplicate, 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 overlapping loops. That's what that means. That's an overlapping loop where it doubles back on itself. And now all of these contours that were those individual pieces, if I turn this on, it's going to stitch them together into a continuous line. Now that's also potentially dangerous because you could have something that's the end point of one segment that should join to another, line. It might actually lie closer to a segment from another line that it shouldn't be part of. And so it could accidentally grab the wrong thing, and you'd have to, sort of find that area and fix it. But generally, almost always, it does not happen. Now, here's one. Let's see, right here. This convert lines, arcs, circles, ellipses, and 3D faces and solids into polylines. So again, Carlson likes to work with polylines. And that's what I said, from the first day, is that I have very rarely drawn a line in AutoCAD since I've been using Carlson. I almost always draw a polyline, even if it's just a single segment, just because I'm used to the fact that Carlson really likes to have polylines. And so I would maybe consider converting everything into my drawing into polylines. Now, we'll also convert circles into polylines, which is okay. It's still circular by definition. It's just no longer a circle entity. It's a polyline with two semicircular arcs end to end. All right, so it's probably not a bad idea to do. Any kind of reasons, let's say splines and regions, multi-lines, we don't generally have a problem with those. Um, right here, this one, and this is one I don't know how to tell you what it does, but I have had drawings that have had what they call entities with extrusion. I'm not exactly sure. I know what extrusion means, and it's typically done in terms of like solid modeling. But it says convert entities with extrusion to world coordinates. Well, I don't know what they're telling me there, and I can't find out anything in the help system as to what that means. I will tell you, though, that I've had drawings that have had extruded entities that have caused problems. They won't model correctly, and you'll generally be told that. Or if you get a drawing that doesn't behave in terms of modeling surfaces correctly, sometimes running drawing cleanup and doing that one particular feature might clear something up. And maybe it's, an entity that is left um, orphaned, and you can't see it, but it's weird. So I don't really know how to tell you what it is, but sometimes it's important to do that. It's not going to hurt anything to always do that. Any invisible entities, hard to define. How do you make an entity invisible? There's no real characteristic or property about an entity that makes it invisible, except maybe certain entities like attributes in blocks. So you might want to turn those all on so you can see them and get rid of them later if you want to. Here's a big one. It's always impossible to find text in the drawing that basically are blanks. So instead of having, the word spelled out with letters, you might have four spaces, and that's considered a blank text entity. Or you might have one that's, you draw the text, you edit the text, and you delete the letters in it, but it still leaves the empty text behind. So it's just some good housekeeping, hence the term drawing cleanup. This guy right here, hatch entities, you'll get that a lot with PDF files, and it's really good. And if you get a DWG file that's got a hatch in it, um, you can have it go ahead and grab all those hatches and just get rid of them. We don't need the hatches. Uh, they're just there to sort of guide our visual grouping of certain things. We don't really need it. We need the geometry. We don't need the hatching. All right. Now, zero length and fragmentary line work. You might say to yourself, well, what's a zero length line? And does that even exist? And the answer is yes. And it used to be years ago, coming from MicroStation. MicroStation did not have a point entity like AutoCAD does. You can have an AutoCAD point. You could not have a MicroStation point. You didn't need one. It was simply a line, but it had zero length. Well, if you think about it, that's the classical definition of a point. And so if you take a line and shrink its length down to zero, you're left with a point. So that's the way it defined it. So you could get those in your drawing and they're, with zero lengths. Now there's also fragmentary lengths. So again, you could have somebody might have edited your drawing and left you a little snippet of something they've trimmed off, and they didn't get rid of the little remainder part, and it's just causing problems in your drawing. So it'll go through and clean this out based on a given tolerance value. Now we can remove arcs from polylines. I don't generally like to do that unless I need to do it, because the software will do it for you if you need to do it. And that means is if you convert that arc into an actual three-dimensional line, you take a 2D to a 3D, and if the 2D has an arc in it, once it becomes 3D, it's going to remove the arcs and replace it with those little line segments that we talked about day one. So that happens automatically, but if it is an arc and it's in a polyline that is at zero elevation, or if it's at any elevation, as long as it's a constant elevation, I'm going to go ahead and leave it as an arc so that I can have access to things like the radius value of that arc. So I need the actual arc geometry. And again, this reduce polyline vertices. We talked about that, how it could take, if it's, say, this contour line that you see in your drawing here, maybe it's composed of, several thousand points, and they're real close together, and they're real close to being on the same line. So we could do that to help us get rid of the complexity. And again, it's set with a particular tolerance value. And so I'm going to say if it's within, and I've changed my number now to read 0.01. So I'm going to say if it's within a hundredth of a foot of lying on the same line as it would be if that point were not there, then get rid of the point. So you can think of it as when it sits on, when the software goes to evaluate this, it looks at these polylines. And it comes down here and it will sit on a point. Let's say this line was created in a clockwise direction. So it comes up here and it sits on each point. And as it sits on a point, it looks 2 points ahead. It looks one up here and then to number two. And it checks that second point. And if it's within 0.01 of lying on the same line that 1 to 3 would do, it gets rid of number two. And then it looks the next pair up because what used to be 3 is now 2. The next one up is 3. If that's close to the same, it gets rid of it. And it keeps doing that until it fails that particular text. And then it moves up to that point that was remaining that did not get taken out. And it does the same thing. Looks 2 points ahead, checks, deletes if it needs to, or moves up when it doesn't. And it does that for the whole drawing very quickly. All right. Now, here's something that I've never run into. Not to say it doesn't happen, but it's a set negative polyline thickness to 0. So it's not going to have any problem if you turn it on. But I've never seen a polyline have a negative thickness. And that's sort of like your line weight. But line weight is a characteristic or a property that really only governs how a line looks, whereas a thickness of a polyline is an actual measurable uh, characteristic of that polyline that has defined, that basically defines its width. Okay. I'll show you an example of that in just a minute here. It's an interesting concept. But there is a difference between line weight and thickness. Now, here is the jewel in the crown, I like to think. This one that says set elevations outside a range to 0. And if you turn that on, then it's going to do that. And it's going to retain the numbers right here from the last time it was run. So what they give you is a little sort of pre-scan button over here to the right of this is scan the drawing. So I'm going to tell it I want to do that. So if I've got something that are like, you remember that little floating island and those little floaty pieces of text and stuff that were not quite 0, I'm going to say if it's not within my expected range, I'm going to scan the drawing. When I scan the drawing, what do I see? It tells me, okay, you've got a couple things I found in your drawing that are at -4 feet. I say, well, that's probably incorrect. Those are probably supposed to be at 0, but they're not. So I want to put them at 0. And so that tells me that. You might also see something sometimes where this, maybe instead of something right around 0, you might see something and say, -50,000, or you'll see some number that for some reason somebody has, when they made the drawing, made an error, and you'll get that, and it will blow up your surface modeling, which we don't want. So now we know that our site is around 800. So I'm going to, now that I've scanned the drawing and verified, I'm going to say, well, I'm going to assume anything below, say, 500 or above 1,000 probably is at the wrong elevation. And so instead of deleting it, I'm just going to have you go through and set those entities to be 0. And then finally, is this going to work on the whole drawing or just on a selection set that you may have already selected, or it will prompt you to select? And we're going to let it work on the whole drawing. So I'm going to say, okay, off it's going to run. You'll see some progress bars. You'll see here's a warning for a more complete conversion of custom objects, saving the drawing first. Well, I'm just going to say continue and let it run. But it's looking for uh, it's looking for these custom objects, maybe from another software application. So generally, you should probably save the drawing first and let it update, but there was nothing there that we needed to worry about. So now a little report comes up and tells you what it did. It converted 184 entities with extrusion into world coordinates. And again, I have no idea what that means. So I can't really get it discovered either. But I do know that they will cause problems in your 3D modeling sometimes. And it converted almost 3,000 lines, arcs, circles, etc., into polylines. Had no surface and points in Civil 3D or Land Development Desktop to convert, and it joined up 2,500-ish line work entities. So all of those contour line segments are now stitched together into individual lines or individual polylines. All right, so there were no invisible entities, no hatches, no blank text, but I did have 2 empty layers to get rid of. And then it gives you, the fact that it did remove some unused block styles and line types. Let's see, what else did we get? You can see there. Now it says removed one overlapping polyline loop, and that will be in here that you're going to see. And almost 200 total vertices were stripped out of those that were unnecessary, removed 12 zero or length or fragmentary line work entities. So you see these things actually are part of what you'll get sometimes. And then we had 196 items outside of that range that were set down to 0. So there were quite a few apparently outside of the range we needed, and it now resolved where they're supposed to be. And I'm going to say exit. So it's just,
So, Ken,
go
I'm,
ahead.
I'm
Yes.
curious about something. Having not done anything other than follow your check boxes,
Mhm.
my system ended up with slightly different quantities and numbers on that cleanup than yours did.
Okay. It could be due to a couple of things. First of all, you run in 2024 or 25?
25.
Okay, so that probably is not an issue there. What probably is the issue maybe is if you were your tolerance values the same?
I think so.
Because I've got, let's see, 0.001.
Let me go back in there.
That one I actually meant to be 0.01 instead of
Oh,
0.01.
that might have been different.
Yeah, so that's probably what that was different from. Um, anyway, it really shouldn't matter. Now you see that everything is now changed color again. Um, but if I select theirs, you see here's a long skinny pieces. Those were what were originally, contour lines that should have been joined across together. Same thing here. But you see, they're individual pieces, so we'd have to sort of go through and stitch those things up as we needed as well. But these ones that were originally, again, all these individual pieces are now joined into a single entity. And that's probably, that's an elevation of, let's say, 814. This one is also 814. Yeah, so that's probably, where maybe a label used to be. And it's really sort of off our site, so we don't really care much about it. But notice, I've now, I'm back in my world coordinate system, although I'm rotated on the screen. So if I want to go back to just where my north is straight up, I'm going to come over here and just hit this top button, or I'm going to type the word plan, PLAN, and hit enter, and that does a world coordinates and then does a zoom extents. Now, when you do that, this will sometimes happen. We talked about this on the first day as well. And you'll see what we should be seeing. Everything in our little world is probably right up there in that little clustered group of things, and it's so tiny. And there's something else, though, somewhere that is showing up. It is probably going to be a point. It's just going to be a straight point, and I'm going to just draw a crossing window down and to the left. And if I can find it, well, I did not find it there. Let's see. If I now, so maybe it's in, wow, look at all these things that used to be there. I've got 11 polylines. Hmm. So if I look at, they're all at 0. Let me make these. All right, so I've made them red. I've made them, give them some line weight. Make sure it's a continuous line, but I don't see anything as, if I zoom in tight, I'm going to guess that, yeah, see right there, that's just a little line, a little teeny tiny piece. And that was on a layer called index contour. So something happened. There's that little snippet of a contour line. So as you can see, something happened in the process of cleaning up that drawing. We've got all these little things, and they're probably, all similar to that. So we don't know what those things are or were necessarily. They're too small to worry about. And I wonder if I run drawing cleanup one more time, now that it's done that, I'm going to hit clear. And I'm just going to remove fragmentary lines. So I'm going to remove zero length and fragment line work. Well, let's keep it as 100th. And I'll say okay, and let's see if those go away. Nope, not that. Let's try it one more time. And instead of 100th, let's make it say a 10th. Yeah, so got rid of 40. Hmm. Don't know. So that's on the curb. All right, so maybe as part of this conversion process, yeah, there you see those corners. So that could have come out of, my guess is those elements with extrusion. But anyway, here's what we would typically do to get rid of that. If you do a zoom extents and it's all scrunched down in a corner, and or you can't find out on any of that stuff as to what it might be, go ahead and you can sort of zoom in and see, well, I know I'm supposed to probably be up here. So you get around to, oh, yeah, okay, so there's my site area. Now, how do I get rid of everything else outside of this area? As you can tell it that you want to erase everything, but before you pull the trigger, you can remove these items, or let's just go to erase which is on our edit menu. I'm going to go erase, and let's erase outside. So this is like, if you remember yesterday, we cleaned out those contours by we saying erase inside a closed polyline that we already had drawn, or erase by closed polyline. Excuse me. Erase outside is similar to that, except it's only on the outside, and you don't have to have a polyline drawn. It's just going to prompt you for the lower left and upper right corners. So you're going to say erase outside, and it says pick the first corner of a window to erase outside of. So I'm going to be down here. I'm going to go up to here. Everything outside that window now has been erased. And so now if I hit my little icon that says top, it's going to go into that view. Now remember this that I drew earlier to illustrate that overlapping loop. So when it said to remove polyline loops, remember it went 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to 10 and doubled back on itself. Well, now that's a polyline by itself. That's a separate polyline. So you see, they still do overlap portions, but let me move that just ever so slightly. Okay. So you see, it still kept the overlapping portions, but it split it into two different polylines. So I could, if I needed to get rid of that additional, then I could remove my polyline segment, and I'll remove that, and then I would just put that back and snap endpoint to endpoint, and now that would be two features. So what it's done is it's kept that one, what used to be a single polyline, it's kept it from having overlapping pieces of itself, which, it's a perfectly legal thing to have as a polyline, but Carlson has a hard time sometimes stepping through the vertex count to use that to come up with the model. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and take our break here. We'll come back at 11 o'clock. Um, but let's go ahead and save what you've done so far. Now, you might see, like mine is, it's all gray, okay, and that's because of those colors, and that's perfectly fine. So go ahead and save that. And if anybody have any questions before we go, we'll come back, like I said, at straight at 11 o'clock, and we'll pick back up. Okay. So that was our first big step, was to do that drawing cleanup. Now that process really only takes about 15 seconds, when you're preparing these drawings. So it's not going to take, an hour each time you do this. And you may notice one other thing. See those labels, that piece of text? That one's still brown. That one's red. So remember, we had we told it to take these colors and make them gray if it's other and all that. It doesn't work on text, whereas these labels here, no, that's a piece of text, but it was already that color. See, it still has a color called by layer, and this one is still by layer, but this contour line has a color of 254. So the text won't change. It's still going to keep its characteristic color. In case, like, here's one that looks like, but that's a color by layer. That's a color. And I'm looking right up here in my properties. I see its color is by layer. So text won't change, but so it's not a mistake. It just doesn't color the text. It's the geometry that it's going to change colors on. Okay. All right, so let's come back. In fact, I've dragged on, flat my gums. Let's make it 11:05 when we come back, so you get at least enough time to get some new coffee. All right, we will pick things back up. I'll go ahead and stop sharing. You'll see it when we come back in. See you in a bit. And I'll turn off the transcription. Okay, now, so we've gone our first step with our process here with our drawing cleanup. Now, the next bit is that it wants us to do in terms of these stepwise approaches is we need to define layer for different surfaces, materials, and subgrades. So I'm going to choose that button or go to my takeoff menu and choose define layer surface material subgrade. And when you do that, it starts out by having these three tabs. Nothing, no layers are defined as existing, no layers are defined as design, and everything by default, therefore, is other. Okay. There is also one uh, sort of a special uh, layer that you can give it a particular, these are called user-defined surfaces, but we could have one other category for over-excavation areas, and you might indicate those with this type of separation, but we don't usually do it here. We usually do that in our boundary part of our work. All right, so here's where you can go to these tabs and you can say, for existing, you can then just type a list of layers, or you can come here to other, and let's see, these contours are all going to be existing. So if I select index, index depressed, index label, index, if I take all of these, and I'll select those, and those are going to be my existing features. So now I'm going to come down here, and this is where I'm going to move the ones I've selected from other into either existing or design. So I'll choose move. So now if I look here, they're here, and the rest of these are still in other. Now, that's one place to do that in here. And I'm going to say save. And when I exit, you're going to see the colors are going to change. All right, and it tells me as part of my process, I haven't made this surface yet. So these showed up as green because they're now identified as existing. So that was by define layer surface material, but there's another thing that we can do besides simply defining them from that list. We can go ahead and set, and that's over here on our third toolbar, this set layer for existing design and other. And it's on the menu by, this was that first one we just ran define, but now these set is where you can choose to simply pick. If I choose that icon, I'm going to set the layer for design right there. Click that icon, and it now prompts me to select entity. So I'm going to set the final layer for, or select the entities for the design surface. So I know that my building and this little outline landscape area, and maybe that landscape area, which is part of the curb, which I'll grab there. All right, so that's all design. Now I don't have to pick everything. I just pick the ones that are there. In fact, I may also want to pick one of these spot elevation indicators and call it design. So when I do that, I get that same little warning. I haven't run my surface yet. I can just close it off. So now it shows up as red, but remember we said that we wanted design to be blue, didn't we? But under our settings, Carlson configure, takeoff setup, we said green for existing, blue for design, but we also said, however, if it has no elevation, make it red. Okay. So that's why those are red. So how would you set the elevation of this building and this pad? I mean, it's sort of staring us in the face there, right? It tells us what that pad elevation is supposed to be, and this one as well. So how do you set the elevation? Let's do this first one, this landscape area first. It says 17.56. Now notice this particular drawing, I got a building up here. It says it is at 818.70. All these other little labels, the 800s have been stripped. So somewhere in the general notes, it'll probably say that. And I see my contours are at the 800 type um, elevation layer level. But I see, um, a couple of ways I can set this. So this is supposed to be 817.56. So I could simply select that and go over here to its properties and type 817.56. And that's going to set it at that elevation. Now, when I do that, it now has elevation. Why didn't the red go away? And the answer is this, because I put this at elevation using a non-Carlson method. I did it by changing the properties, and you're certainly allowed to do that. If you do a couple of things like that and you haven't updated your drawing colors yet, just go back to takeoff, and there's a command right here, the last command in the upper or the second most block of commands says update colors for set elevations. And when I do that, you see it's changed to indicate that it's design, but it now has elevation. Now,
Sorry, how did you get that to go to blue again?
when I, let me undo this. All right, so when I changed the elevation of this entity, I gave it a non-zero elevation by selecting it, and I went to my properties and I set the elevation right here. Okay, so now it has a non-zero elevation, and the color should have changed. It should have become the color that we set for our design elements. It didn't yet, and the reason is because we used a non-Carlson command. We used just a plain old CAD command to change that elevation. And so if I want to now update my screens, because it didn't automatically do it. If I use the Carlson command, it will automatically do it, and you'll see that next. But to get that to update, I will back to my takeoff menu, and I take this last command right here in this second block. It says update colors for cell elevations, and that's going to go through, read the drawing, find anything that is now has an elevation that before did not, and it was drawn at 0, then put it, based on its category. That now is in. Remember, we picked these things and said they were design when we did this button here where we said set layer for design. Now, doing that, if we go back to this define the layer, surface, material, and subgrade command, remember we went over here to other and we got the contours and we moved them to existing. See these pad elevation, PR, PC curb, and PRLCST. None of the, we didn't take those from here and move them with this command. We did that when we picked them from the drawing. And that's exactly the same as saying, if you're in here, you could type this screen pick button and it would ask you to go out and pick things to be part of these particular categories. Okay.
I got a
Now,
question.
Yes.
My pad changed color, but not to the color that I had. Like I had matched your settings, and the existing never turned to green, but the no elevation turned to red, and my pad just turned to an altogether different color. How do I confirm that I had it's under the
That's on
settings Carlson?
correct.
Where was that? Settings Carlson configure, and then is it the takeoff/sitenet settings?
That is correct. Right there when I
S-
click that,
So
these
yeah,
colors.
mine matches yours, but the green for existing did not come through, and I have automatic update colors selected,
All right. Okay.
and the design entity color is set to be blue, but when I just did that to the pad, it turned to yellow.
Um, all right. Go back to settings, cross and configure,
Yep,
take off sitenet settings.
yep, I'm there.
All right. Make sure you've got
My,
automatic update is on.
yep. Oh, I don't have the
Assign.
assigned colors
There
by
you go.
target. There we go. That's
Yeah.
it.
So if you didn't want to see all that happening, you could just come here and take this off, and then we could do like select all. Let's see, all, and I could set those to be by layer, and I could leave it, back to its original colors, and that's what you were seeing, that yellow. That's that original color. So I could leave it like that until I'm ready to start seeing those by colors, and then I would just go back to settings, cross and configure, take off sitenet settings, and I need to make sure right here I say assign colors by target. And when I
What is
do
the
that, oh, go
difference?
ahead.
Like, why have the two separate automatic color
Why these?
update versus, yeah, when would
Yeah,
you have one checked and not the other?
because the automatic color update means as soon as you give something an elevation, change it from, if you've turned on red for no elevation. As soon as you give an elevation, it will automatically switch to this color.
So it's an effort to
Okay.
reduce processing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the way I work with this stuff is that I always have that on, so I don't need the switch. But there's times if you don't want to do it, you just want to make all your changes, and you don't want to see everything change until you go and manually choose that command, update colors for set elevation. So it's sort of a preferential thing. But and this other one though, assign colors by target, that's on and off. So because you might want to keep the original colors for a while until you're through working and identifying stuff in the drawing. But then once you're ready to start really kind of producing these surfaces, you want to turn that on. And then when you say okay and exit, it's going to automatically do those. Now, when we did this one by properties, it did not automatically update. But let's do this building by a different method. Let's update it with one of our Carlson commands. And where do we find those commands? To set elevations. What menu might we look at? Elevate. So these are all kinds of different ways to give elevations. You can say change elevations. That would let us do that. We could set a polyline to a specific elevation. Again, that would do it. You could come down here, but here's one that's particularly useful for, let's say we've got a whole subdivision, a bunch of building pads, and they all have finished floor elevation labels in them. If we choose pad polyline by interior text, okay, so I'm going to say, all right, I'm going to run this command, and I'm going to go back to it again, elevate, and it's pad polyline. So that's my enclosed polyline by text written on the inside of that polyline. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to, I can change the layer if I elevate that maybe, if I wanted to keep one at 0 and one elevated, but I don't. I'm just going to leave that alone. If you say keep original polylines, you'll make a duplicate of the previous one, keep it at whatever its original elevation was, etc. You can have it trim any elevated polylines inside the pad. So let's say we had a subdivision plan with a bunch of contour lines drawn, and they all went through all the building pads, but we might want to use those sort of like that exclusion polylines. So we could have that automatically trim out the contour lines that cross through those pad boundaries, for instance. Okay, but we don't need to do that in this case. Now you can offset the elevated polyline, either no offsets or to the interior, to the exterior, or both. Now, if we do that, what is going to happen is something like this. If we say, go to the exterior and we set it, let's say 5 or not 0.5, but say 5 feet offset. And then if we run it and we choose this, it's going to put that at that elevation, and it's going to also offset it 5 feet to the outside. Now, the reason you might want to do that, and I'm not going to do it, but the reason you might is if you got a building that you know has a basement, like an 8-foot deep basement, and you can define that in another place, which is where we usually do that. And so it creates the outside line at the ground elevation or whatever the finished floor elevation is, but it keeps the inside line down at that basement floor elevation. So that's one thing you could do. Now, notice down here, there's also this ability to add a certain elevation to the text value. So if I were doing this landscape pad, which just said 17.56, I could add that 800 feet to it, and it would make that at 817.56. But in this case, my full number is inside this building, so I'm going to set that back to 0 in this particular instance. Then I'll say OK, and it says select a layer sample. Now, when it says that, a layer sample, when you pick one item, it's going to take everything on that layer and look for text inside everything. So again, think of a subdivision with all kinds of house pads on it with finished floor elevations labeled in it. You can set every one of those building pads to those elevations by simply picking one that says, all right, look at this layer. So there I select my layer of elevation text. Same thing, now a layer sample of the boundary work, of the boundary line work. So I select that one. And now it says you can select another layer, so you can get more than one layer, but if you're through, and I am, I'll hit enter to continue. I'll hit enter. And now that you've told it the layers to consider, you need to select the text and the line work you want to process. And so this is where, again, you would just go out and grab everything, or you could pick them individually. But I've grabbed these other things, and they're not going to do anything because they are at on those different layers. So now when I finish my selection by pressing enter, it's going to automatically, and it tells me set elevation for one polyline. Okay. Now it should have, although it did not, update that color for set elevation. It should have turned it to that color. I don't know why it didn't there. It should have done that. Because when you use a Carlson command to do it, it's generally would put that to its correct designation. And so if it doesn't, just go back and run that command, update colors for set elevation. So now I see I've got some design elements. I've got some other design elements here that haven't been elevated. Okay, so we need to elevate them. Now, there's something else you want to do here too. Let's say we're working along here and we're getting, all of this interference from these contour lines. And now, does your alls look like, do you have these big gaps in yours? You may or may not have gotten that. That was part of that drawing cleanup that had a problem with those. I think those are those things that were way out here on the side that got stripped out, and I don't know exactly what those were. Now you could look at these and sort of automatically draw these together and connect them up together, which we'll do in a minute. But let's say for now, we're looking at all of this stuff and it's sort of in our way. We don't really want to see that. So I'm going to go over here on my display toolbar or on takeoff. I would choose, let's see if it's a separate menu here or a separate command here. No, it's not on takeoff. It would be on display. That's where I control what I want to see. And that's also on my display toolbar. And so right now, these are where I can pick from the drawing the layers, but these three buttons are to display existing, display design, and display other. So if I turn off my existing, it's just a toggle. And it keeps giving me that little nag. And if I want to now see the existing, but maybe turn off my design. See, now that for whatever reason did not go into design. I'll now choose it, set layer for design. I'll pick that as well. And now, see if I can turn that off. No switch there. I think it's just going to be a nagging reminder that it's there. So this is going to govern what I see. And so if I turn off my existing and I turn off other, and if I turn other back on, so this is what's other. Everything else is either existing or design. Now this was that boundary that somebody else has already previously drawn. I've got some labels in here. I see there's some contour labels. I'll set those to be existing as well. So I'm going to come up here and choose from my toolbar here, set layer for existing. So I'll select those, which is the contour label. I've got a couple of things down here and they're just, showing me what these areas are: asphalt, asphalt, asphalt. I've got something down here. I don't know what it is. If I select that, it's on a layer called PR gutter. So proposed gutter. So that should probably go on my design. And I don't know why it's on that, but we did that now. So now other is just the remainder stuff. I'll turn other off. And let's turn our design back on, if I can get it. Oh, I'm not doing the display. I'm hitting this set. So if I turn on my design, and that sort of cleans up my screen. And that's why I have, these controls so that I can turn those on and off. You see, there should be a setting that controls that. So use binary, densify 3D. None. Yeah, there's nothing, no setting there that does it. That may just be something that they've built in. It normally, and you won't see that in the SiteNet part of Civil. but it's part of this where we do this project checklist. It tells us these things are still missing, and it just keeps reminding me to do that. Okay, so, but there's no switch apparently to turn that off until we're ready and we start to build it. And then it only comes up and reminds us when we need to have those built. Once they're built, and if nothing's changed, it no longer reminds us of that. All right, so now we've got our design turned on. So how do we elevate this? We didn't have any contour lines, but we know we've got some labels, right? So we're going to raise this polyline by applying these elevations all the way around this polyline. Now, which elevation are we going to use? Is this going to be our top of curb, or is this going to be our face of curb? And they've only drawn the one line. Okay, if I turn everything on, again, turn the other back on, you'll see that outside line, but I don't see any other line here. There's just the one. So what does this represent? I've got TC, which stands for top of curb. I've got FS. I'm not sure what FS means by label, but I see over here I've got some things that say FL. I would assume that means flow line, and you can look at the differences. That's a half a foot higher for my top of curb, and my flow line is down half a foot below. Okay, so we need to decide, is this, what are we going to set the elevation here to be? And I would suggest that we use these bottommost, these FS and FL labels, and that's going to set basically the bottom face of the curb, right up where the asphalt meets the curb. That's going to set that elevation. When we set the other line to be the top of the curb, and we'll create that line, and we'll step it back just a little bit to be the top of the curb, and then we'll use these TC elevations to set that particular polyline. Okay, so let's do that first, and we're going to use a standard offset. Now I'm going to leave this unelevated, so it now has an elevation of 0. I'm going to leave it there so I can do my offsets first. These are all going to be the flow line or the face of curb as we go around our features. We define this edge of pavement. So the so what we're going to do is, once we have this at an elevation, to build this curb structure, we're going to need to build a top of curb, which is generally a half a foot higher. You can see by this label right here at that spot. Okay. So to do that, we would have to, let's say in real life, we would take that particular line and we would bring a copy of it up half a foot higher. Whatever the elevations are along here, we would raise it up half a foot higher, and then we would step it. We need to step it back just a little bit because we cannot have truly vertical lines. They can't be one right on top of the other when we're building our surfaces, when we're modeling the surfaces. And that has to do with the way that triangulation works mathematically. So we are going to have to bring it up and lean it back just a little bit. And you lean it back, you lean it away from the low side of the line. So for this particular outline here, the low side is down here in the pavement, the high side is back here. So we need to lean it back just a little bit. And so we'll do that by, let's lean these things back, just a tenth. Okay, so I'm going to just do a standard offset. That's on my edit menu, my offset,
What the fuck is edit?
the edit menu.
Ooh, sorry.
That's all right. Good question. If you don't see it, that's what you need. Yeah, so always make sure. And by the way, I was telling
I
you
didn't
earlier.
realize my microphone was on.
Oh, no, that's okay. But what I want to do is, I told you earlier about don't get discouraged about this because I know it's a lot of stuff to try to get a hold of. But when something like that happens, if you don't see it, and even if you might think it's a simple question, please speak up because we can just, it doesn't take but a second to do that, and that's going to help you learn it. So we go to the edit menu at the top. We choose this offset, and we're going to do a standard offset. And the reason we can do a standard offset is that we have not given differing elevations to that line yet. If we did, AutoCAD by itself or IntelliCAD cannot offset an elevated 3D polyline. You have to use a different command, which would be down here under 3D, where you can offset a 3D polyline. It uses some Carlson I'm going to say tricks, but it uses some Carlson routines to be able to do that. But we're not going to do that yet. We're going to keep this all um, at 0. We're just going to offset what we need to use. So I'm going to go back to edit offset and use a standard offset. Okay. Now it comes through and it's asking me to specify a distance or type T for through. So we pick a through point and all that. So I'm going to specify my distance. I want to set this back at 0.1, just a tenth of a foot. I'll say enter. Okay. And now I'm going to select the curved line and I'm going to go to the high side, which is back here. It says side for the parallel copy. So I'm going to go and click on this side of the line. And now when you zoom in, you see there's actually two lines there, one set back just a little bit. I'm going to go around and do that for all of my line work. Here's this island, this landscape island. So I'm going to pick this. Now, which side? I'm going to go to the high side, which is on the inside of that. I'm going to grab this line, which is the other side of the parking lot, and I'm going to go back here to the high side away from the pavement. And now I've got a line set there too. Okay. And now I'll look all the way around my drawing, make sure I've got everything offset. I think I've got one more right in here, another island. So I'll take this guy and go to the high side. Now I've built the top of the face of the curb, which is essentially vertical, but not exactly. It's just a tenth of a foot back. Now, keeping that same thought process going, if I were building this structure of this curb in 3 dimensions, I now would have the bottom of it, the face of the curb. I would have the top of it. Now, there's also a back to the top of the curb. It's usually a half a foot for that curb width. Well, I've already used my tenth of a foot for my lean back. So if I offset this new line 0.4, that would give me a total offset from the face of the curb to the back top of curb as that 0.5. That's my typical standard curb. So I'm going to repeat that command. I'm going to go back to edit and choose offset and choose standard offset. And this time, instead of 0.1, I'm going to say 0.4 and hit enter. And then I would select this new line that I did and come further back. Let's see, back here. So that would be the top of the curve. Now, I'm going to select that line and erase it. I'm going to talk about the philosophy of what we're doing here. I happen to know about this particular site. There are some curb depressions. So if I look around here at Let's see, there's not one there. It's 0.5. Yeah, right in here, for instance, I've got this 1641 down at the flow line, but it's only 1643 at the top edge. Okay. So that's basically where the top of the curb comes down and meets the pavement here. And so that generally would be, um, indicate a depressed curb. Now, if this were my curb ramp right in here, that elevation would probably need to be like also 1625 instead of 1675, but it raises it back up. Anyway, you'll see the effects of this once we get this done. Now, the reason I erased that other line back here is because these these lines that I'm going to do, the flow line and then this top of curb, they're not going to be exactly half a foot apart vertically because of those areas, because of these little gaps in here. So what I want to do is I'm going to elevate the flow line, and then I'm going to elevate the top of curb using these other pieces of text. And then once I get that top of curb created, then I'm going to offset that 4/10 away horizontally and 0 feet away vertically to indicate my flat top of curb. But I want to do that instead of creating this line and putting it way over here and then trying to elevate that based on these labels. This line doesn't go close enough to it. So I want to elevate this one first and then offset that with a 3D offset. So that's going to be our process here. So let's do our next little bit. We're going to go to our elevate menu because we're going to set some elevations here. And we are going to turn this 2D line into a 3D polyline. And we're going to do it by one of these methods. And this method is going to be by text with a leader. And you see those leaders, those are those little lines that point to the spot on the curb that's going to give it our elevations. So if I choose that, I'll get some options down the command line, and it says select, let me see what my options are first. If I look at my options, there's where I can give it a tolerance. Well, I'm going to give it a tolerance of, let's say, maybe not quite so much of a foot. I'll give it as a 0.2, and that's the maximum distance between the leader and as a scalar of the average text height. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Let's see. Yeah, the tolerance will be the maximum distance between the leader and where it's pointing. I don't understand what that's to be, but okay, we'll leave it as 0.02. We'll say okay.
And did you mean 0.2 or just
That,
0.2?
yeah, 0.2. Did I miss the decimal? May have, yeah. Okay, good. Good catch. So I'll say, okay, that's the option. Now go back, it says select a sample of the elevation text. Well, these all happen to be on the same layer, but I'm just going to pick one here that says this FL for my flow line. So I'll pick that. That's a sample of it. And now I'm not going to hit enter or anything. It says select a sample of a leader. So I'll pick one of those leader lines. Now select a sample of the polyline that you want to convert. Well, I'm going to select that line there. Okay, and that's going to be everything on that layer.
Did you pick the front or the back line?
I picked the front, the one that it's pointing to, the part that's down in the pavement.
Kind of hard to see.
Is it by color that makes it hard, you think? So if I pick that inside line, that's a sample. Now, what it means when it's asking you to pick samples is it's going to consider things on that same layer. Now, if I do that, and we're going to come back to this spot, we're going to undo it back here in a minute. But I want to show you what happens when we choose that as a sample, and we just did the single offset and we left it all on the same layer, right? So when I did that, and now it says select the polylines you want to convert, the leaders, and the elevation labels you want to process. So I can just go out here and I could individually go through and pick everything. Or if I just do all of this, it's going to ignore things that are not on that layer. And it's going to grab everything I've selected, look at the layers that I've sampled, and then apply it. So I'm going to say enter to finish my selection set. I just drew a window around everything. I hit enter. And now it says enter an elevation to add to those values. Now remember, these are 17 point, and I need to make 800 as the additional amount. So I'm going to come down here and type 800 and hit enter. Now, this comes up and it says, all right, your selection set contains text that have a number of different prefixes and suffixes. Which ones do we want to use? Now, this is all the text, and see, it found things like pad, TC, FL, FS. Well, I know that I want my FL, that's my flow line. So I'm going to move it over here. I also want the FS because I don't know what that stands for, but that is that bottom layer. So I'm going to move this over to this side. So these are the ones I'm going to use. Okay. And you can also, at this point, you could go in here and type in 800 at this point in case they were different. But we already told it 800 out here at the front, so it's going to automatically do that for us anyway. If I typed 800 here again, it would make it 1,600 feet in elevation. So I'm not going to do anything there. So the suffixes of FL and FS, there are no prefixes. So those are going to be the ones. So it's going to ignore anything that has pad or TC after it, and it's just going to use these. Now I'm going to say okay, and watch what happens when I do that. If I say okay, it's going to come through a bunch of things, but then it's going to find a place here that says conflict detected. Pick the polyline corresponding to the current leader. And so it zooms you here, and there's my current leader. It doesn't know which one I'm really pointing to. It says pick the polyline to choose. And if I pick that, then it will elevate that one. It's the pick the polyline corresponding to, or enter to select current object only. I'm going to, first of all, I can either do next, all, or enter to accept the current ones. And the current one that it's picked has been this one in here, which is not the one I want. So I'm going to say N for next selection. So that's the one I want. And now I'm going to hit enter to accept it. Okay, so it's now going to give me another one. Here's another place where it found a conflict and it identified this backline, but I want to say N for the next selection and now hit enter to accept it. Okay, another conflict. Which one do I want? I want N for the next selection. Now that one is selected. I hit enter. Again, one more time, and it's basically just going around here and finding that one. And that one, I will say N, that's now the one it would use. I hit enter. So I'm doing this as I go around. And again, N for next, enter, and N for next, enter. Now it's not going to do this for every one, just where it can't tell which one I mean because of that offset value. There it goes, N for next, enter.
Hey, Ken,
Yes, sir.
is there any way that you can put some weight to these lines or change the color? Because these right now on my screen are pretty much invisible, these curve
Yeah,
lines.
yeah, okay, let me do
Thanks.
that. Um, let me, all right, let me undo. Make sure this is back at 0. Yeah, it's back to 0. Okay, so this is a layer called proposed FC curb. This is also proposed FC curb. So if I say proposed FC curb, let me give it a line weight. There we go. So now you can see those a little better. And then this one is also PR Elev. So I'll give that one also this elevation here. Okay, does that help clear that up a little bit? Now I should be able to see them a little better. Okay, now, so here's, go ahead. I'm sorry, say it again.
Can you go and redo what you just did? Because now I can see it and I see what you were doing.
Yeah, what I just did to make it visible.
No, the elevate by leader.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I canceled the command and I'm going to redo that. I undid everything back and I selected this and I made sure that it had the elevation of 0. So we're going to do this now. Here's something to keep in mind. Remember when I gave it a layer sample, when I picked a sample of the polyline? It identified that layer, which if I select that polyline and I look at my properties, I see that's on the layer called proposed FC curb. And because I offset that line just 1/10 of a foot, this one also is on that same layer, PRFC curb. So you know what might be better is to let's make a new layer and assign these to a different layer so it's not going to give us all those conflicts. Okay, so let's go to our layer control, which is our second button here on the toolbar, or it's on view.
I'm sorry, Ken. I I made it halfway through that exercise, and now that we're resetting, I think I have a line that's half elevated, and I'm
Okay,
not sure how. Like I'm trying to undo back, but it's not.
yeah.
How do I clear that?
Well, you have to keep undoing. Just clip your undo button,
I'm just
and it should come back, and the color should go back to red for no elevation.
all right. I'm back there. Yeah, with you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So now, instead of having all of those conflicts detected, because this is within the tolerance of this, I want to put this offset line that I did on a different layer. So I'm going to make a new layer. I'm going to go to view, layer control. And that was my proposed FC curve, my proposed face of curve. I'm going to make a new layer. I'll just right click and choose new layer. And I'm going to call this one proposed dash TC dash curb. So that's going to be my proposed top of curb. And I'll also keep it visible for us here. I'm going to say, okay, so I've now made a new layer. Now I'm going to change the layer for this one. Oops, sorry. Yeah, just all of these outside lines. I'm going to select that one. I'll select that one. And these are the high side lines, the ones that we offset. There's the interior of that. Now I need to come up here to this one. I need to change this outside line here. And then the high side line here. So those I'm going to put on this different layer that I just made. I now have them all selected. I'm going to go to my properties, and instead of PRFC curve, I'm going to put them on PRTC curve. Okay. Now, when I do that, they're on a different layer. Here's something else to keep in mind. You see this where it looks like the curbs already turned this into individual segments. You'll see that in AutoCAD or IntelliCAD, it looks like it's segmented. It's not actually. And if I select it, and if I don't see grips on those little points, that's an indicator. So that's a true arc figure. But my circle resolution is not set high enough to keep that looking like a circle. And there's two things you can do here. You can either do a regen, which regenerates the display list, or there's a variable called view res, VIEWRES, view resolution. If you hit that, it's going to ask you, do you want fast zooms? I'll say yes. And now it says enter the curve display quality, and it goes from a range of 1 up to 20,000. The higher the number, the more it will keep displaying these as true circles. So what happens is when you have it set to a particular value, it is set, in this case, it's 100. So it creates this display list, and it only shows you that circle, at some particular elevation that you're looking at. So it looks like a circle from here, but if I zoom in real tight, it doesn't. So I would either have to now stop and regenerate the drawing, or if I change this number to a higher number, and I'm going to just call it 20,000, I'll take the highest number. And when I do that, you see that reshapes it to look like a circle. And that's a variable that is stored with each drawing. So now it is, it no longer looks segmented there yet. Now, once we turn it into a 3D line, you'll see those little segments show up, but it's now separate. Now, here's one thing I wanted to also point out. Let's say we've done this, we've offset that, and then we decided we're going to put those onto a different layer, which we just did. Now, we still see it, but anything that's going to update the drawing, and I'm just going to come to my view and I'm going to toggle off the design drawing, and then I'm going to toggle it back on. And now it looks like the line that we offset is no longer there. Now, why is that? Because if we go back to our definitions, or take off define layer surface, we look on other and we see there's that top of curb that we just did. But we never told it that that's supposed to be design. So I'm going to take that layer from my other list, and now I'm going to come down here and I'm going to say, instead of existing, I want to choose design. And I'm going to move it to that design, to the design. So I pulled this down and chose design, and I had it select and I had move. And so now I'll get both of those lines to show up. Okay. I'll now save that definition and exit. And now that line's going to pop back into view for me here. Okay. So always double check that list of layers to make sure that you've got everything out here for design. All right. So now we've got everything, the stage is set. We're going to elevate the inside face of curb, and then we'll elevate the back of curb, this top of curb, and then we're going to offset that line and put it on a back of curb layer. Okay, so let's go back to elevating. We'll go to elevate, a 2D to 3D polyline and would choose by text with leader. And so now it says select a sample of the elevation text. Well, right in here is, any of these text. I'll choose that flow line that gives it that layer. Now an elevation of the leader, or a sample of the leader, I'll give it that. And now a sample of the polyline to convert, it'll be this one. Now they're on different layers, so it's going to ignore that one now. So now it says select the polylines you want to convert leaders and elevation labels to process. So I'm just going to come out here and go grab everything and say enter. And it says enter the elevation to add. These are all going to need to take an 800 as an add. I'll hit enter. And now I would choose the prefixes that I want to use, FL and FS, and I'll say OK. Now as it goes along, I did not get any of those conflicts, you see, because it ignored that other layer. So that really would have been a better approach to have done the first time. So now I've got this shown up here, and let's take a look at the elevations along these vertices. So I'm going to zoom into this part of my parking lot here, and I'm just going to check this against these elevations. So if I select my newly elevated line, and I'm going to start stepping through these vertices until I see that. Now it's starting way back where the start of it is. I'm going to keep hitting this little marker till I see at some point I should see that text marker. I should see a little red X show up on my screen as it walks itself around. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. It's up here at the top. So if I keep going next, I just have to keep doing it, blah, 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 until it comes around. Or I could simply hover over the, sorry, I stretched it. Now I could say, let's just hover over it and take a look at it. So if I select it, now I'm going to hover into these grips, and notice down here at the bottom of my status bar where it shows my coordinates, look at the third coordinate there. So if I hover over it and let it snap in, it reads the elevation as 815.16. Well, that's what my label says. That's correct. This one up here should say 815.42, and I hover the mouse until it snaps in. It's 815.42. Perfect. I'm going to come around, and this one should say 816.00. I hover there, and sure enough. Now this one should say 815.97. And sure enough, there it is, 815.97. So we've got a good sense that we have elevated this according to those elevations. Now, one thing that we did that we've been doing a lot of the last couple of days, we haven't done yet, but let's take a look at this in 3 dimensions just to see if it looks, we don't have any major problems. So with nothing on the command line, press escape if you need to clear out any selections. And let's go to the view menu, and let's choose 3D view. And let's choose the drawing viewer. Remember, this is going to ask us to pick things in the drawing and not a surface file. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to select everything in my drawing. So everything that has an elevation will show up. And there it is, because I've got up here, I've got ignore 0 elevations turned on. And I'm going to spin this up to make sure I don't have any gotchas. Well, everything looks pretty good, right? Looks like it's all been given at least some elevation, and it looks, And you can tell they're differing elevations. You see the building there has a slightly higher elevation than the edge of the parking lot here. So everything looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. I'm going to exit.
How do you get it to view that without? I'm displaying the existing elevations when I went to that. I must have had something toggled incorrectly.
You show it when you went to the viewer.
Yeah, it's showing the existing topography, topo lines.
Those
But
the contour lines.
yeah,
Okay. You have probably that in your drawing.
yeah. So I was. Did
Yeah.
you just display differently? Like
Yeah. Yeah. And that's these three buttons right here. And those are toggles. You can display or not the existing
and
display or
that's
not.
why it showed up in the 3D viewer.
Yeah, because you had it
Got it.
selected when you got this. So I'm going to turn my existing off so it's out of the way. And I'm just looking at my design. Okay. Again, they still exist. They're just not showing up because I turned this visibility off. Now,
How do I see if my leaders?
another question or just accidental
Aaron, you're a little tough to
Yeah,
hear.
sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
How do I see if my leaders and text was elevated
Well, the leaders in text
or
would have
whatever?
would have shown up, but they're all down at 0. See if I let me just do it here. You
Or
see
my
how,
line, whatever
but if I want that, I elevated that curb line by reading these text labels, but those text labels are actually all down at 0. See, they stay down there at 0. I didn't elevate them. They're just
I,
there. Now,
okay. So I don't think I don't think my line elevated then.
okay, so is it still red?
Yeah.
So your line did not change color to blue, right?
Right.
Okay, so it did not elevate. That's why those colors are so important. And I can tell at a glance, I know that my blue lines are elevated, my red lines are not. Okay, so if your curb line is not, let's say, and I'll step you back through it again so you can follow this process a little more closely. I'm going to turn my elevated line, I'm going to make it back to 0. Okay, so I'm going to take that line that's elevated, and I'm going to choose edit. I'll just make it a 3D to 2D, and it wants me to enter an elevation. I'll say 0, which is my default, and I'm going to select that line I had just elevated. Click, done. Now it turns back to red, you see, because it's not elevated. So
Well,
if
mine is
that's
3D. Mine says 3D polyline.
okay, but is it all set to 0? If you
Z
select it and then hover the mouse in one of those grips that you see and look down here on the status bar, does it say it is at 0 elevation as that third coordinate? You got an X comma Y comma Z.
No.
Does it give a number?
Oh, maybe it is. The Z value is 17.90. So it is elevated then.
Well, it's 17.90, but it should be 817.90, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, remember these are the 800s are stripped. See, my building pad is at 818, and these are all at 16. And so you read numbers like 17.44 and you didn't add the 800 to that. That was probably a step that you missed. So let's go back through that. I'm going to take, remember, it's the inside face of curb that I had converted.
Hey Ken, some of what you're about to touch on like ties in really well with like, hey, if you made a mistake while entering, can you edit or
Yeah,
you
you can't, no,
wipe it back out to 0?
yeah, you can wipe it back out to 0 and redo it as one way. The other way is if you know that that's what you didn't do and you need to just raise that 800 feet, then you can do that more easily instead of setting it to 0 and repeating the process. Everything elevated, but it's 800 feet too low, right? So all I need to do is to take that and raise it up 800 feet above where it is now. Okay, and if you need to do that, the easiest way to do that is, again, on the elevate menu, change elevations. And when you change elevations, you could set them all to just a one flat elevation, or you can say differential. And when you say differential and choose OK, it asks for an elevation difference. At that point, you would type 800, hit enter, answer the question, do you ignore 0 elevations, yes or no? And then you would select the item you want to raise up. And so what it does then is it takes all of those elevations, let's say 16.00, 16.45, 16.94, and it adds an 800 to the entire thing. It just picks it up and pulls it 800 feet higher. So that's the way to do that if you need to adjust that particular step. Okay. Now, if you do, however, does anybody need to actually elevate that line? Maybe you didn't get it to complete correctly. Anybody have that issue? Want to see that again?
Yeah, I do. Mine's still red.
Okay. So yours, if you were to select it, does it say on the top it's a polyline or a 3D polyline? If I select it and look at my properties, the very top one.
It says polyline.
Okay, and it in the elevation still says 0, correct?
Yes.
Okay, if that's the case, and here's what we'll do is we will, I'm gonna reset all of mine back to 0. So that was that one. I have these were selected. So I'm gonna go back to edit. I'm gonna turn it from a 3D to a 2D at 0, and I'm gonna select that one. And I'm gonna go over here and get this one too. And I've got one more island up here. And then when I do that, they all turn red. All right, so now they're back down to 0 elevation. All right, so let's step through that command one more time. So I'm going to go to elevate. I'm going to turn a 2D to a 3D. And even if yours is still a 3D, but it's reading 0, that's fine. And I'm going to choose my method as by text with leader. So I choose that. And I follow my prompts. It says select a sample of the elevation text. So I'm just going to pick one of these text labels. It doesn't matter which one you pick because it's going to read everything off the layer.
I just got lost.
That's all right. You did now, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can elevate to 3D. Where's that? In the view?
Elevate menu.
Oh, there it is. Got it.
Yeah, right there. By text with leader. Now that's perfect. Always do that. If you don't know where we're going here, always stop me and we'll find it. So now it says select a sample of the text. So I'm going to select that as a sample. And then it says, select a sample of the leader. Well, I'll select that one. And all it's doing is reading the layers that they're on. Okay, and now select a sample of the polyline. Well, I'll select that one. Remember, we had it on a different layer for the back of the curb. And now it says select the polylines to convert the leaders and the elevation labels that you want to process. Well, instead of trying to pick my way around the drawing, I'm just going to grab everything and it's going to ignore the things that are not on those sampled layers. So I grabbed everything. I'm through selecting. I'm going to hit enter. Now read the prompt. It says enter an elevation that you want to add to the label values. So I'm going to type 800 and hit enter. And then it says, now if your labels were just numbers, and they didn't have these prefixes, you wouldn't see this. It would just read it and go. But it identified these differing suffixes. And so the only ones I want to use is this FL and FS. So I'm going to click and shift click those two and hit the move to the right. So these are the ones selected. These are the ones available. So I now have these selected, and now I can hit OK. And when I do that, it's going to change the elevations and change the color now because it has been elevated. Okay, so yours should have done that same thing, and you can verify it by looking for those blue lines around both edges of the parking lot and around the islands. Okay, everybody see that now? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now you also have this top line that we chose for the top of the curb that we haven't elevated yet. So we're going to just do that exact same command, except this time we'll pick that back line as the sample instead of the front line. So we'll go to elevate 2D to 3D by text with leader. Select a sample of the elevation text, read my command line. So I can pick even the bottom one, even though I'm going to be using the top ones here. Select the leader sample, and now select a sample of the lines, which is going to be that red line there. So I'll select that one. And now it says, select the things that you want to convert and consider. So I'll zoom out, draw a window around everything. That's all selected. I'm through selecting, and it's still prompting me to select more. So I'll hit enter to finish. And now, reading the prompt again, it says enter an elevation to add. So I'm going to type 800 and hit enter. Again, we get that same identifying list of suffixes. Well, now it's only the top of the curb that I want. So if it has these other suffixes, they'll be ignored. So I'm only going to use the top of curb, and I'll say OK. And off it goes and creates that one now at the elevations that they need to be based on the TC label. Now I'm going to verify that with my view, 3D view, drawing viewer, and I'm just going to grab everything that I see. I'll finish that selection by hitting enter, and up comes my viewer, and I'm going to spin that around, make sure I don't have any kind of spikes or glitches or things like that. And now here's where you can see an area. If you look right in here, there's that depressed curb. See how it came down and met that? And it probably should have been depressed all the way around to there. We haven't fixed that part yet. We may not even care about it all that much. We come over here, we see another case where it comes down to here, and then it comes back up to here. So it set this elevation and set this elevation, but it really probably should have had another layer down here that was dropped, but it didn't get it. And that's through no fault of ours. That's just what the designers gave us. Here's another case where it depressed down here and then came right back up. Okay. So if we were going to do this, 100, here's the case, it comes around here and it drops down and it's depressed all the way around this length until you get to here and it starts climbing back up. Okay, so that one looks pretty good. It comes down flat. There's maybe something in here as well. Right in here's another place right there. All right, so everything looks pretty good. I'm not going to try to resolve these depressed curbs here in the interest of time, and also in the interest of saying, well, that's the drawing that I was given. So I would, I would either fix it if I knew the intent, but if this is what I was given, I'm just going to live with that. Now, one thing you might notice is right over here. And what happened here was when it took what was originally this arced segment and converted it and gave it some elevation. Let me spin this around a little bit here on the side. It came over here, and instead of keeping this as an arc and putting those little segments in, it took the whole thing as a segment. And that happened because of where this particular original polyline had a start and stop point. And so what we have to do is to fix that after the conversion. There's no real way to have prevented that, but we see that it happened. So we need to put this as an arc from this point, around to that point. So we're going to do this and see what would we do if we removed this segment. Then here's what I would do. I'm going to go to my edit menu, Polyline Utilities. I'm going to come over here to the pull rights where it says remove polyline. That doesn't mean erase the polyline. That means these are remove commands that work on polylines. So I'm going to remove a polyline segment. Notice it also has that icon. It's on the polyline toolbar. So I'm going to remove that polyline segment. I'm just going to pick that polyline. It's now gone. So now how do I put that line back and make it into an arc? That is 1/10 of a foot off of that original arc. Now, if you look at that original arc, it's been segmented. So each of those points lies on that original arc. So that's one thing to know. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw another polyline here, and then we're going to convert that to an arc, and we're going to then push it out to where it is 1/10 of a foot off of this one. Okay, so we're going to do that here. We need to make a line that's 1/10 of a foot off of that line. And then we would push that out to match it. I just thought of another easier way of doing this, perhaps. As long as all of these elevations, there's a 1/2 a foot, 1/2 a foot, 1/2 a foot, 1/2 a foot. All right, so it's 1/2 a foot all the way around. There's no depressions. Okay, so the easier way to do this is I'm going to just erase that entire polyline, that interior polyline. Now remember, we offset it originally from 0 and then elevated based on these TC elevations. But because I know it's 1/2 a foot higher than this one all the way around, this is a 3D polyline. If I tried to do a standard offset, edit, offset, standard offset, and gave it 1/10, and I pick this guy here, notice it says unable to use the selected entity. Please pick again. That's because it is a 3D polyline and you can't offset a 3D polyline with standard CAD tools. But Carlson gives us that command, and it's on our edit menu, 3D polyline utilities, and I can offset a 3D polyline. And I get a number of ways to do that. And the way we're going to do it, and the way we do this most of the time, is with this interval method. That's going to ask us for a horizontal offset and a vertical offset. So I'm going to choose interval and say OK. It's now asking me for my horizontal offset. Well, that was 1/10 of a foot, right? So I'll hit enter. And it wants to know the vertical offset amount. Well, that's going to be 1/2 a foot, or 0.5. I'll say enter. Now select a polyline to offset. I'll select that one. which side to offset. I'm going to go to the high side, the inside away from the pavement. And I'll hit enter, select a polyline to offset. I'm done, so I just hit enter. So now these two lines, if I view them in 3D, are now exactly half a foot vertically, and they follow the horizontal change in elevation all the way around. It's just mirrored around. Now, here's something else. If this is on a layer called PRFC curb, this one, because we offset the original, it was also on the FC curb. So to be technically correct, I should go here and change that to be PRTC curb. That's my top of curb. Okay. Now we're going to use that same technique to make our back of curb, which is half a foot horizontally, and it's 0. It's the same elevation as the top of curb. But I'm going to do this by, I want to make I would make a new layer perhaps. I don't really need to, because everything top of curb, I'll get that line and the back. But you would do that same type of thing. So let's repeat that command, which was edit 3D polyline utilities, offset the 3D polyline by interval. And down here is this, I'm going to change the layer. And I'm going to, at this point, type PR-BC-curb. Now, I haven't built that layer yet. It's going to build it for me. So that's going to be perfectly fine. And I will, when I do this offset, it's going to do the amounts and put it on this new layer here. And I'm going to say, okay. And so the vertical horizontal offset. So what it's asking first is the horizontal offset amount. That's going to be, instead of a half a foot, since I've already done the 10th, I'm going to make that 0.4. So I'll be half a foot offset from the face of curb. So there's my 0.4. Now my vertical offset amount, I'm going to make sure I say 0 for that. Select a polyline to offset. So I'll grab that first one there, go to the high side. So now there's that one.
I'm sorry, are you grabbing the internal line or the external line?
The internal, I'm offsetting the top of my curb back.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. I'm going to do the same thing all the way around. So now here's my top of curb here. I'm going to go to the back. Now that layer has not been thickened yet, so it might be a little hard to see. Do the same thing here. The top of curb, go to the back. There's my building, so I don't have anything there. Make sure that one's done. Over here, it's not done yet. So my top of curb, go to the back. Come here to this island, grab my top of curb, go to the back. And I'll just check all the way around. Looks like we're good. We've got everything good to go. Now, a couple of little so I'm going to hit enter to finish. Now there's a couple of little problem areas. I see one right here where you see these lines and it's such a sharp point in here. You sort of need to fix that. So this particular polyline comes around here and ends at that point, which is at 814.1914. And that should be the exact same. I guess it is continuous. So there's that one. Now I need to come around that and then come around for that to finish that part up. So a couple of ways I can do is, if I want to draw a 3D polyline from here, and I'm just going to draw this around and close it back up. And I want it to take the elevations that it finds. So if I look at this line, and that elevation is 814.41, and I look at that grip, and that's at 815.49. This was at 814.41. This is at 815.40. Oh, it's a foot higher. Why? Let me see something here. This one, it's 814.18. That is at 8.4.
The leaders are calling it out as such from the nearest points.
Well, we did that first one, and that walks all the way around to here, and then we offset this one. So 1441, 13 to 1441, all the way around to 1549. So that should be 1549 right there, and it is. So that's a half a foot. That's not quite half a foot.
There's over a foot
Or
difference between the
it's,
top of curb and those two spots.
yeah, over a foot from the top. Well, it's over a foot to the bottom as well. So it should sort of parallel. But what happened, let me take a look at just those items in my 3D. Yeah, so you see how the face of curb and then the top of curb follows around. But if I look at it on this side, there's my face of curb and it follows around. See, this top of curb, the top of curb here, why does it come up too high? See, that line there should meet this line here. This line here should meet with this line here. And this outside back of curb should meet with this line here as it comes around. But if I do that, let's see, are these meeting? See, the face of curb meets. Oh, I know what happened. It's because because it didn't have a connecting segment. So what happened was it got to this point and it just propagated that same slope. That's why if I look at this, you see that should be parallel, but it climbs up higher. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit these two lines to drop them down to match those other two lines here. And I'm going to do that this way. So I'm basically editing my three-dimensional geometry now. So I know that my face of curb here comes around the same point and goes up here. It's this segment from back here outward that doesn't work correctly. This one I think does. If I'm at 14.7, that should be 15.2. It's not, it's 14.4. So that's 14.7. Why does it go 14.4 and then 14.41, 14.41? So it goes 14.41. So it kept that 14.41 from there all the way around, whereas it should have paralleled this same structure from 1374 to 1490. So I should go from 1441 all the way around here to 1549. So I need to reconstruct this portion of these tops. So I'm going to get rid of these segments and it will recreate them. Let's see if I can figure out the best way of doing that. Or actually, here might be the better way. I want the slope. If I look here, that's 14. That should be 1370. Right there should be 1374. It is. And this one should be 1441. It is. So that part's good. It's once it gets out here where we start to deviate. So that goes from 1397, and this one is still sitting at 1441. So it didn't, because it ended out here, it just propagated that same slope around. So I need to edit this back line so that it follows the same slope as this line between those particular points. All right. So here's how I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to my takeoff menu, and I'm sorry, my elevate menu. Sorry about that. And I'm going to choose my polyline elevation editor. So I'm going to choose that, and I'm going to choose this inside line, and I'm going to look at what that slope happens to be. And if I'm sitting on that particular point, that's number 207, and it goes all the way to 226. So in my list of points, I'm going to scroll this down and find 207 right here. And as it climbs up to 226, I see it has a slope of 0.288%. So I'm going to set the slope of the other line now to match that. So 0.288%. I'll come down here to make sure I don't forget it. Oh, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong one. It's 1.785%. So if I select a segment in there, I'm going to just come down here, highlight my slope in, and I'm going to right click and choose copy. Now I'm doing that because I'm going to use that in the other line. So I'm now going to choose this icon to select a new polyline. So I'll select that polyline. And I'm going to see I've got from point 212 to its end. So I want to go down here to 212. And you see that's where it says flat. So I'm going to go between 212. I'm going to go to its end point, lock it with that little checkbox. So from 212 to 218. So coming in to 228, I'm going to highlight where it says flat, right click and say paste.
I'm sorry, Ken, where did you find this polyline elevation editor? Is under edit?
No, it's under elevate.
Oh, it's under elevate.
Yeah. You see it there? It says polyline.
I
All right, I'll cancel this and come back to it so you can follow again. All right, so here I am. I want to find out what this slope is. Now I can either do that with the editor, or what's another way I can find what the slope is along here. Remember my inquiry drawing inspector on and off? So if I go to inquiry, turn on my drawing inspector, and then I choose, make sure I say display polyline data. And if I hover the mouse over that inside one, I read that that slope is 1.78%, and it's 1.78% from this point all the way around to this point. So I come over here and that should still read 1.78%. It does. And then it changes to 0.29% negative slope. So it comes here and it goes back down to here. Okay. So it's a constant slope around here. So I want this outside line to also be that same constant slope until it picks up over here. Same thing for my back of curb. I'm going to keep that same constant slope from here to here with those elevations. Okay. So
Well, my points are all at 18, 17.2,
for this line,
both.
go out to another part of the drawing and compare those two and see if they're also at the same elevation. But I tell you what, do this instead. Press escape, clear everything, and then go to your view menu, your 3D viewer, choose drawing viewer, and just click and drag to the left to where you get all three of those lines and hit enter. Now, when you view that, see if when you spin this up and then look around, make sure that they are, you're seeing that something that looks like that. If not, if you're seeing them looking like they're all at the same elevation, then we didn't elevate one or the other of those lines correctly.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that at all.
All right. Would you share your screen for a second? Let me see it. All right. So now, is there a way for me to control your screen? I think there should be, right?
There's a little toggle thing at the very top of your screen that says take control. Hit that.
Right there, take control. Request control. I request it. You have to give me permission. All right, so
Tends to be a little laggy.
yeah, there, it's okay. All right, so if I'm looking at those lines, it looks like everything has been set to the same elevation. Let me exit this for a minute. And let's go back to, well, first I'm going to cancel out of your elevation editor for now. And let me make sure my drawing inspector is now on. I wanted to make sure that was off. All right, so what we should see, I'm going to now turn off my other so that's not in the way. Oh, let's go back and set. From other, I've got back of curb, proposed elevation, your gutter, our design. Okay, save and exit that. So now there's everything in my drawing. And let's take a look now at these in my 3D editor, or my 3D viewer rather. There, I see it. Okay, so now what had happened? Let me look at yours coming around the ends down here. Looks like Yours is actually correct. Yeah, yours worked without needing to change it. If all of you take a look at that and look at it in that corner, in fact, I'm going to just exit the viewer. If you look at this corner right in here, and not, I'm sorry, let me back out a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's that
Look,
one.
look, it's this corner that's a problem. If yours looks like this, where you have this line coming and it is continuous around here. So if I select that, I see that, all of that lights up. That's correct. If I look at this one, then that actually made the corner. That was correct. And then if I look at this one, that also made the corner. So yours actually worked. So if yours looks like hers, there's nothing more if you see these all come to a point individually, you're in good shape. I don't know why mine did not. Now, let me see what this guy is.
I'm with you. Mine's like yours.
Okay, so that's now my face of curve. That's a stray line I don't need, so I'm going to erase that. Well, I don't know exactly why yours did work around there, but it did. So I'd be happy with that one. So I think yours is okay. I'm now going, now do I need to quit stop control? Okay, and then I'll go back to, oops, all right, let me back on my other screen here. All right, so if yours did this, we have a little cleanup to do. I don't know why one did it and one did not. It's probably, I'll tell you what, that is
I
probably
think you need to put your screen share back on.
Oh, thank you. So if I share that, there we go. So if yours looks like this, we need to repair this little corner. And the reason hers worked and ours didn't is probably due to this, maybe a number right here under settings, Carlson configure, general settings. It's this remove arcs. Either the method or the distances are different. And I think that's what happened is it segmented the arcs differently. And therefore yours managed to work. What did I just turn off? There we go. So yours managed to work, mine did not. Let me double check, make sure that back of curb, that's not, I'm going to move that to design. So now there we go. When that disappeared, I saw that I needed to do that. All right, so, so on to fix it. So the way I'm going to fix that is I'm going to, I'm going to do this. I'm going to draw. Well, first of all, let me change that back of curb so you can see it. My PR back of curb. I'll make it not quite as thick as the other one so you can still see it there. There it is. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a cap that closes across here. And then I'm going to offset it and use caps, and I'm going to trim off these other lines here in a minute, and I'm going to then tie them in. So this is really not going to come down to such a sharp point. But if yours worked like hers did, that you saw, nothing that you need to do. So what I'm going to do here, just to speed this process up, is I'm going to first of all draw a I'm going to draw just a 2D polyline. I'm going to uncheck my current drawing properties. the layer I'm going to select, or I'm
Sorry,
going
can
to
you slow down for half a second?
sure,
Draw a 2D polyline.
draw 2D polyline. I'm going to uncheck use the current drawing properties, and I need to give it a layer name. So I'm going to pick, whoops, I'm sorry. I'm going to escape that again because I got the wrong command. Draw 2D polyline. There we go. Now uncheck. I'm going to, for my layer, I'm going to pick this back of curb line. So that's going to be the layer that my 2D polyline is going to be on. And I'm going to draw this now from the endpoint. So I'm going to go over here and turn on my snapping. So I'll turn endpoint, center, mid, extension, and sorry. So now I'm going to draw from that endpoint to that endpoint there. Now we haven't set an elevation there yet, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to now offset this 4/10 and then again 1/10, and then we're going to use those to trim off these other things in between. So I'm going to use a standard offset, edit, offset, standard. I'm going to make a distance of 4/10. So I'm going to take this and go here. That's going to be my new.
I'm sorry, Ken, can you just pause for a sec?
Yeah.
Edit. Okay.
All right. I'm going to do that again. Edit, offset, standard offset. And this time I'm going to offset it just 1/10. I'm going to select the line I just created and go pavement wise like that. So what I'm going to do is that's going to become my back of curb. This is going to become my face of curb, and this is or top of curb, and this is going to become my face of curb. Now I'm going to use those to trim these individual pieces. Okay, so this one I don't need to trim the back. I'm edge to edge already.
I'm sorry, Ken, can you pause for a second? I'm just trying to catch up.
Yeah, no worries. Let me know when you're ready. So what I wound up doing was I connected.
I'm sorry, Ken, the offset function, it's not working.
Okay. All right, so you got your original line drawn, your first line drawn, right? This one
That's correct.
right there. Okay. So we want to go to edit, offset,
Standard.
offset. Now, instead of picking something yet, we need to specify a distance. Read the prompt.
Yeah.
Specify distance. And so we're going to specify the distance as 0.4. So we just type that and then hit enter.
Yeah.
And then it's going to ask you to pick a polyline or pick a line, whatever. And then,
Got it.
okay, now you're going to repeat the command. And this time you're going to type your distance instead of 0.4, you're going to type 0.1. And you do the next one. So you should have 3 lines. Oops.
Yep. Caught up. Thanks. Sorry.
Okay. Yep. In fact, I'm going to change these colors right now to be, well, we'll leave those like they are. All right. So
why do my lines appear to be elevated?
well, I mean, you're looking at it in plan view, right?
Yeah, but they came in blue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, because I've just done CAD commands. If I were to say, take off, update for colors,
Ah, okay.
there we go. So now they are at 0, and that's fine. Now, what I found out that I need to do with mine is once I hit this point, it just pushed that slope out. So I'm going to need to change that slope to something different anyway. But I'm going to use these up here in a minute to trim this stuff out. And then I'm going to propagate this slope at the same slope that the existing pavement has all the way around it, which was at 1.78 or whatever it was. Okay, and we'll find out what that is and do that accordingly. So let's first of all trim off our line work. So I'm going to select this. Well, I don't need that one because I've already, it's edge to edge. I don't need to trim that one, but I'm going to use this to trim these two lines coming into it. So if I select it, I'm going to either go to edit and trim, and it says select the entity to trim. So I'm going to use that as my cutting tool. And I'm going to trim off these back edges. So I'm going to click once here and once here. Okay, so that's now trimmed that back. I'll hit enter to finish. I'm going to do the same thing with my next line up. I'm going to use that to trim. So I can either go back to that edit trim command or right click and choose trim. And now I'm going to click here and it takes out both of them because that was a continuous line. So now all I've done is basically cut those edges. Okay. Now, before we work on these pieces here, I'm going to heal this gap between here on my face or on my face of curve. This is my edge of the pavement. So I'm going to select this line and get rid of it. I don't need it anymore. Okay, now I can do a couple of things here. I can draw a 3D polyline and snap from end to end and then join it. Or I have a command that says join nearest. And if I choose that, I have these options. I can give it a maximum separation. Right now, it's whatever was set last. I'm going to pick, and I'm going to come out here on the screen and just draw a line that's bigger than that gap. So that's going to be the allowable gap. So 0.135 would be fine in my case. And down here, I have the connection method. If I average the endpoints together, they're going to go to the midpoint between them and set the average place. But I don't want to do that. I want to directly connect the endpoints so that it draws that little closing segment. Okay. And then I want to make sure that I say convert into polylines if you wish. Join only identical layers, and again, that's fine. But join only identical elevations, if that's checked on, I want to uncheck that because I'm going to allow it to keep those original elevations. Okay. And I'm going to say OK. And it says now select the entity. So I have this guy here, which I've picked. I want to join to this guy here, which I just picked. I have two things in my selection set. I hit enter to finish. And there it draws that as a closed, it closes that off. And if I select that, it did not join. It did not join to this one. Oh, let me see. Yeah, it did. Okay, I just didn't see the grip. So when I select it, yeah, all the grips show up and I see it all the way around. So that's now been healed and it now has that original slope of 1.78. Okay. So that's the slope we're going to use to fix these particular lines. So I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to, let me right click and turn off my drawing inspector to get it out of the way. I'm going to select this line now and delete it. And I'm going to go back to join nearest, which is edit, join nearest. And I'm going to re-pick the gap, make sure it's big enough. Keep the same information here. Select, pick that one, hit enter. Now it has been closed off. I'll do this one more time. I'll get rid of this one. Repeat that command, right click, recent commands, near join. Same options. Whoops, sorry, I need to give it a bigger gap. And now say okay, select this, hit enter, and now that's healed. These are all one single polylines all the way around. The problem is though, if we look at it in our 3D viewer, we still have this issue of the elevations being out of whack, okay? The only elevation that is good is the face of curb from that last point around to that point. So we need to heal the elevations. We need to set the slopes on the parts that walk around that figure. That, as you can see there how it came around there, and it was one side was much higher than the other. So we're going to resolve that with this edit that we're going to do. So let's go to the Elevate menu, and we're going to choose Polyline Elevation Editor. And when we do that, it asks us to select a polyline. I'm going to select this first one, the edge of pavement, the one that's down inside the pavement. And you see certain ones are lit up with these red markers with their elevation. So there's 1374, and it comes around here to 814.99. So it should change in elevation constantly around between those 2 points, which it does. And I can tell that I see this number 207, and it goes to 227. So I take this list, I'm going to grab this and slide it down till I see 207. So right there's 207. So coming into 207, it's a negative slope, but then from 207, notice these are unchecked, so they're going to freely float between 207 Now you see these two where I did the join, I've got them also set as control points. So 223 and 224. The only ones I really want to hold are 207 and 227. So I need to find these two, which are 223 and 224, and uncheck them. So I'm going to scroll down here and find those. Let's see, 207. Let me start where there it is. And I see these 223 and 224. I'm going to uncheck those because I'm going to allow those to float between the two that I have locked down. Right now it's 227 to 207. There's 207 all the way around to 227. And that was that 1.78% slope. So there's my 207 to 227. And you should see that as that constant slope now is 207. So coming out of that is this slope here. I'm between 207 and 227. So that's the incoming slope to the next locked point, which is 227. So that number right there is what I want to highlight, right click and copy. Okay. So all I've done is I unlocked those two little points there, and I've identified that as a constant slope between 813.74 and 814.99. So I've got the number I need to apply to these other lines. So I'm now going to go up here, my top row of icons, and I'm going to choose this one that looks like an arrow on a page. It says select a new polyline. So I'll choose that. I'll go in my drawing, and now instead of the face of curb, I'm going to get the top of curb, the next guy to it. So I choose that, and I see I've got a point down here that is point number 212 that was directly opposite that point there. So really, maybe this next point should really be the control point. So I'm going to come down here at my 212. Coming into 212 was that negative 0.694. So I'm actually going to click this corner to be my control point as negative 0.694. And I'll just type that value in, negative 0.694. So that's basically that 814.41. I'm going to uncheck number 12. So I'm now actually just starting at the 213 corner point. All right. So now I need to uncheck these two to let them float and come all the way around to 232. And I want to apply that same slope that I had on that first point that I copied. So these two here, 228 and 229, I'm going to find them and uncheck them because I'm going to let them float. 228, 229. And now I should see here, I should start from, there's 213 now to 232. So there's 232. There's my 213. So coming into 232, should be that same slope that I had around the face of the curb. So I'm going to sit on that and change my slope in. I'll highlight that and right click and choose paste. Okay. I'm going to now say apply, or I'm not going to apply it yet. It will apply, but I'm going to now change this back line to do the same thing with that. So I'm going to set it as the same slope around those points. So I'm going to choose my select new polyline icon at the top, the arrow on the piece of paper. I'll scroll down here and grab my back of curb. Same thing, I'm going to scoot this point up from 206 to 207. And I see that 206 is at 814.41. So I'm going to come down here and find 206. It's locked. 207 is not, but I will click on that and I see that goes up to the corner and it says flat, but I don't want that to be flat. I want to check that one. So that locks it at that elevation, and I'll uncheck 216 so it will float between the previous point and this point. So now I'm at that proper point that I want to use. And I'm going to come up here and uncheck 22 and 23. So 222 and 223, I will uncheck. I wish it didn't jump back up there all the time, but anyway, it does. So now they've been unchecked, and I'm going to come all the way around to here, and I'm going to find the point opposite there, which is 225. And I'm going to apply that same slope. So I'm going to find 225. So coming into 225 now is I'm going to highlight that and right click and choose paste. So now it has been updated. The slope's all parallel. I will say apply and close, which is my button up at the top on the third row down here. So apply and close. Now let's verify. It's view 3D view, drawing viewer, select it. And let's zoom up and spin around, make sure we're looking good. And it looks pretty good. So as I zoom around here, you can see how it took, remember how they were all twisted and out of relation to each other? Like, let me look at it here, say from the back end. See, so I've now got everything, got my face of curb that comes around in the point, and then these, the top of curb and the back of curb, and that's all setting where they're supposed to be located. See there? So we've now resolved that particular issue, and we're going to save our work, and we're going to actually stop for our lunch break so that we can finish up getting our numbers. We're going to take these values now, and we're going to go through and we're going to build our existing ground, we're going to build our design, and we're going to tell it, the thicknesses of our subgrades, what all we have in it, and then you get our reports, and that should wrap us up for the end of the day. Now we've got another couple of issues here that we're going to need to close these lines. And if we do that, we're going to do that same thing. We're just going to draw a 3D polyline from here to here, then, maybe, offset and trim those. In fact, let's do that right now. Let's draw a 2D polyline, 2D now. And I'm going to say, okay, and I'm going to snap to that endpoint, and I'm going to snap to that endpoint. So that's now going to be that back curve. Let me update my colors for elevation, so that's red. I'm going to offset that with a standard offset of 0.4. So edit offset, standard offset, type the value 0.4, hit enter, select it, go to the inside, hit enter to finish. I'll repeat the command. I'm just going to hit enter to repeat the command. And this time I'm going to offset it by 0.1. I'll grab that last one I did and offset to the inside. So that's all I need to do. Now I'm going to use these two here to trim off those edges. So if I'm going to select both of them by doing a little crossing to the left. I'm clicking and crossing till I cross both. I now have those two selected. I'm going to right click and choose trim. So the first one I'm going to trim, so both of these are going to be cutting edges. So I'm going to trim this guy, and I'll trim this guy, but I have to do it one more time right inside there. So now that's trimmed off there. I'll come up here and trim this one. I'll trim this one and then trim it again inside there. Now I'm ready to go, sort of. So I'm going to select these by crossing to the left and just get rid of them. And now what can I do is I'm going to draw a 3D polyline between each of those endpoints, and that will take a straight line between those elevations. So let's go to draw, this time 3D polyline, and I'm going to uncheck this prompt for elevation because I'm going to let it read the elevation when I snap to the endpoints and assign them. I'll uncheck the polyline use current properties, and the layer I want to choose, I'm going to pick as this outside layer. Okay, now that's my PRBC curb. I'll say okay. I'm going to hover till I see that endpoint show up. Click that has read the elevation. You see on the command line, the line above, it read it as 816.00, which you can see right there it is. And I'm going to come over here and click on this endpoint, and it reads that elevation, which was 817.7. I hit enter to finish. I've now closed that off. They're still disconnected. We'll do that in a second. Let's repeat the command. So right click, repeat 3DP. And I'm going to change the layers now by picking this layer. That's now my top of curb. I'll say OK. I'll snap to that endpoint. It reads it again as 816. Come over here and snap to this endpoint. Reads that again as 817.70. Hit enter. Now it didn't update the colors yet. We're not going to worry about that until we're finished here. We'll repeat the command one more time. Draw 3D polyline. Again, down at the bottom, I'm going to pick for a different layer. I'll pick this one now, my face of curb. I'll choose enter. I'll snap to that endpoint. It reads its elevation as 815.33, which it is. I'll come across here to this one and snap to that one, which was 817.20. Now, they are taking on the original layer.
Quick question here.
Yeah.
Are we drawing a curb in across the curb cut?
We are. I understand that this is where the road's going to continue, okay? And that's going to be the same thing down here. But the reason we're doing that is because we have to define, we're going to be building this area, and we have to define these as closed polylines. So we would actually technically not, we're not going to construct that curb, but we're just closing off these polylines so that when we tell it to build this pavement structure, it knows where to quit building the pavement.
So
Okay.
why wouldn't you just draw a line to close off the curb
Just
itself?
Well, we could, and we would,
And then, connect the inside, the TS, the top slab, whatever that is, to the top of the slab on the other side.
well, we would, this edge, this green one that you see here, that one actually will match
Yeah.
edge to edge, unless there's a crown or something in between, which we don't have anything showing there. But we don't have any of these others out here. We're not going to construct those parts of it, but to be able to tell it to use this as a single line, we would actually, you know what, we don't need these back two, but we do need this, and that needs to be joined to that as a continuous closed figure so that when we tell it the pavement depths, we'll get that structure. All right, so I see what you're getting at, and that's a very good observation and a good point. It should have done it that way to start. So in fact, what I'll do then is I'm going to select these two and delete them. So I still need this one. These others, I don't. Okay, so it's just going to go out there. In fact, I could even, I could trim these off just to match that edge if I wanted. Like this, if I drew from here to here, for instance, and then offset that a full 0.5, that will go right over top of that one. Now I can use that and I'm just going to extend it a little ways here. I'm going to use that to trim these here because I don't need those to be closed. Now I'll take this and get rid of them. I do need this one to be closed, that outside one I don't. And that would be the same treatment that we should do here, whereas that inside closes, the outside would not. So when we come back, well, here's how we would do this one. These are already there and continuous. So we're going to remove those segments. So let's go to Edit, Polyline Utilities, remove Polyline, and let's remove Polyline Segment. And so I'm going to keep this inside one, but I'm going to remove this one and this one. And now what I would do is just come out here and I'm going to just close off this curb when we finish it this way. So I'll remove this one and this one as well. And I will, whoops, let me undo that and remove segment. Get rid of this one and this one. Now I'm going to draw a 2D polyline from here to here. I'm going to offset that one half a foot and use that. And I'll extend this one. And I'll use that to trim this and this. And then up here, this and this. And then I can get rid of these two things. There we go. So now my curbs are going to come up there and just die off here at this edge. My pavement, now if I select that, I see that does go all the way around, but I haven't actually closed that. It goes all the way around, it comes back here and stop. And I can do two things to close that line. I could do a join nearest and pick that to join to it, or since that's the only gap in that line, I don't even need this. I can erase it and I can select this line, look in the properties and down at the bottom where it says closed, yes or no, I'll set that to yes. So it's now a complete closed figure. You can see the grips all the way around the inside of my pavement. That's what I'm after. Okay. And I would check the same thing, make sure this one is a closed figure as well. I see, yes, indeed, by properties, it says it's closed. Okay. So now that we've got the stage set, let's save our work. And let's grab our lunch here. What do you guys think? Come back at 5 till 2 o'clock, give us a half hour. Does that give enough time for everybody?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so I will turn off my share and I will stop my recording here. Stop the transcription. Okay, I think we're back here. So all right. So everybody can see the screen and hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So we should have now some things elevated. And the one thing that we did do on this interior line was we closed off this edge here and this edge here for the driveway entrances. This may also be intended to be a driveway entrance. I don't know for sure. I don't, it's a sample drawing, so I don't know if that was intended to connect to something else. It is actually a real project somewhere out in California, but I don't know the particulars out here. All right, so that's our design elements. We have now elevated everything according to the information that we have available. I'm going to go to my toolbar and turn off my design, and I'm going to turn on my existing, and I'm going to look at this and see about fixing up some of these broken up lines here. I don't, does anybody have, first of all, did anybody's line, like, did you keep this line that you see where mine is missing? Is everybody's like this?
Yeah, mine is. I think there was like text or something, wasn't there?
Yeah, well, there is that label there, but like this line, I think what I'm going to do for a minute, let me try something here. I'm going to open up. They're going to be there. Let me see. I'm a little concerned that drawing cleanup, I think it took those extruded entities and did something with it. Let me see if I can uh, find. Something here for a second. Yeah, apparently it did the same thing with that one. All right, let me try one more here.
Are you talking? If you are, we
No,
can't hear you.
no, I'm not. I'm looking to see something here.
10-4.
Yeah, see, that's what I was looking at, is that these originally were um, connected across. So what I'm going to have you do, let's see if that file is actually in. If you just about out in your drawing, let's go to the file menu and choose open. And let's hit the browse button. And let's browse to your drive C, Carlson projects. And let's find this file called demo1 and let's open that. So that's what I want to bring these contours back across, because I think the ones that we had, that drawing cleanup messed up some of those contours. So we're going to actually replace the ones in.
You're talking about the original source file, right?
Correct. If you have that somewhere else that you haven't saved over top of, you can
I
open that.
definitely saved over top of it.
That's okay. Go to open, go to your file open and browse out and look for drive C, Carlson projects. It should also be included there, and it's also called Demo 1. Everybody
Sorry,
see
can you
that?
direct to that file again? I thought
Yep.
we were already in demo 1.
Can you drop it in the chat?
Oh, how do I
saved
do
over it.
How do I do that? Let me see. So if I go here and go to chat, how do I include a file in my chat? Let me, my meeting chat, I can type a message. There is,
Maybe you can't. Never mind.
yeah, there's probably a way to do that, I'm sure. There's got to be a way. Let me look under more. No. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know how. All right, let me just direct you to being able to do that on your computer. Just leave your drawing here, and it's called Demo 1, and that's okay. Go to the File menu and choose Open. And now, up here at the top, hit the Browse button so you go out to the Windows picker. And go to your Drive C Carlson projects, where it normally installs all the sample files and such that you get with standard installation, and choose that file Demo 1 again. It's a different file, comes from a different location, and then open that, and it's going to come back to this dialog box, and just choose the open button at the bottom, and now it should look like that.
I don't have that there. Is this something that we downloaded from you to
No,
use for this?
no, it should
Hey,
be
Sean, it's probably labeled Takeoff Demo 1.
Okay. Yeah, I see
It's the
that
same,
one.
it's the same file. It's called Takeoff Demo 1.
Is it
Gotcha.
called Takeoff Demo 1? Okay, so
I have that.
all right, you got
Thank
that,
you.
and you see these whole contours now?
Thanks.
Okay, yep. All right, so we've got two drawing files open. I've got the one I'm working on, and I've got Demo 1. So what I want you to do is go back to your Demo 1 drawing and display your existing,
I'm sorry, Ken, how do you toggle between the two different drawing? Where,
all
oh,
right
there
up
it is.
here.
Got it. See it.
Got it? Yeah. So go back to the one we're working on and just display the existing drawing. Do not display design or other. And you can do that with these buttons on the toolbar here or under the display menu. Just choose existing drawing, but not design and not other. And those are just toggles. So if you're seeing them, just run the command again and turn them off. So you should have everything that's on existing showing up here. And then I just want you to select everything. I just drew a window around it, and I'm going to delete it all. So that's now gone. Okay. Now go back up here to the top where it has Demo 1 drawing, the one that you just opened that has the right contours. And let's set this one up. So we're going to take off, define layer surface material subgrades.
Sorry for interrupting, but Morgan, are your topo lines broken like they were in our in the demo takeoff demo 1? I'm seeing that the topo lines are broken just like in our destination file.
Right here through the middle.
Yeah. Are you seeing the same, Morgan?
No, mine are still going straight through. If you
Interesting.
take it from that C drive, it should go straight through.
I thought it was the same file. Be different.
Let me go try and find another version.
Yeah, mine just actually just says Demo 1. It doesn't say Takeoff Demo 1. Well, there is a Takeoff Demo 1. Let me look at that one. Yeah, that should be the same.
Yeah.
Take off.
Yeah, so
See
take,
Carlson projects.
yeah, take off demo.
Yeah.
I don't have anything like that.
You don't have a file called takeoff demo one. Do you have one called demo one?
Negative.
All right, let me see.
See
No,
Carlson projects.
yeah, let me see. So there's you. Well, I wish I could figure out how to drop this file to you from here. I just don't see how.
Got mining case studies. No.
Upload a file to a chat. Select chat or channel, choose existing and starting to select plus apps and actions, and then attach files. Okay, so let me try that. So if I'm in my chat and it says that's formatting options, I don't see the. Oh, here we go. So attach file. All right, here, I'll send it to everybody here. So if I upload from this device, I'm going to come down here and find a drive C, Carlson projects. Takeoff demo one right here.
My computer just crashed, so I'm gonna bug out.
All right, so now I've uploaded that file. Or it's on its way anyway. If it hadn't finished yet, I don't know. Everybody see that in the chat?
Yeah, kind of there.
All right, so you might have to click it and choose download or whatever. I don't know how you do it on your end. There's a little dot, 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 and it says I choose that and I can choose to download. So grab that file and then open that takeoff demo one. Because what we were going to have too much cleanup to have to do to all those broken segments, and that happened from that drawing cleanup. So we're not going to do it on this. We're just going to move the stuff over. All right, let me know when you guys all have this drawing open. And you should see two tabs up at the top. Okay, everybody good? All right, so in our new drawing now, our takeoff demo one, let's go to the takeoff menu and choose define layer surface materials subgrade, just like we did before. We see that existing and design, there's a TX07, that doesn't matter. But go to other and choose index contour and then shift click on enter DEP. And come down here to the bottom, make sure it says existing and choose move. So that now should be on existing. We'll save and exit that. And now you should see them all turn green. And if we turn off design and other, we've got some text here that's on a layer called text S. So I'm going to go back to takeoff, define the layer, go to other, and say text S, move that to existing. Now I'll turn off other, and I should see now my text labels and my contour lines.
I'm sorry,
Summary,
what was that second round? What did you move in that second round? Which layers?
TEXTS,
Not the singular one.
correct.
And you move that to design
No, to
to
existing,
existing. Okay.
okay? Then you should see something like this. If you turn off design and off other, you should just see this. Okay, everybody have that?
Oh, did you share that file? Mine didn't come through. My computer crashed. I was trying to get it reset.
Yeah, go back to the chat window and you should see it in the chat. It says takeoff demo 1. And you should be able to click the little 3 dots and choose download.
The hatch, what should that hatch be on? What, design, existing?
Which hatch are we talking about?
It was hatched around the driveway area, I guess. It's like white lines was a hatch.
Oh, yeah, that's this line here.
Yeah, mine's hatched for some reason. So I just didn't know where you want me to put it.
Yeah, that, I don't know why yours would be hatched, but it doesn't matter. You can leave that on other for now.
Okay.
Okay. So you should be you should be looking at only contours and labels. And you can see there's still some issues down in here. See, I've got a depression contour and it's crossing this contour. So there's some problems with it. But again, that's, we have what we have. That's about it. So everybody got that good? Okay, whose was it that whose computer crashed? Did you get that back now?
It's Don, and no, I did not.
Are you back in you're back in the meeting, right? So if you go to
Yep.
you go to your chat window, do you see this?
I gotta reload. Just keep going. I'll just catch up on the video.
All right,
But
well,
I gotta reload the program.
okay, well, all right, so what we're going to do is I'm in my new file. I'm looking at just this. This is what I want to take to my old file. So I'm going to select everything here by drawing a window around it. And now that that's selected, I'm going to right click the mouse and I'm going to come down to the bottom here where it says clipboard. And I'm going to say to the right, I'm going to choose copy with base point. So when I choose that, it asks me for a base point, and I'm just going to type 0, 0 and hit enter. So now that is now in my clipboard. Okay, so I can now actually even close this file off. I don't need it anymore and not save. I'll go back to our drawing.
Oh, so you say closing it before you even paste it over.
What's that?
Where's the clipboard at?
When I selected it, let me open that file back up again. Take off
Mentioned it was at the
demo.
bottom of the screen someplace.
Well, it's right click the mouse and it's toward the bottom. So if let me go back to define my layers.
Okay.
So everything's there. If I turn off other, turn off design. All right, so you should see these in this new file. So I'm going to select everything, just drag a window around it. It's now selected. So off into the empty part of the screen, I'm going to right click the mouse and I'll come down here to the bottom and I find clipboard.
All right.
Okay. Then I'm going to go to the right and I'm going to choose copy with base point. So when I do that, it now asks me on the command line to select a base point. That's where I type 0, 0 and hit enter. Now I have everything that I need. I'll close that. I don't need that file anymore. And I closed it by clicking up there on the little X on that window. I'll go back to my screen. And now you should have erased all of those things you had in there for existing. If you're still seeing them, display your existing layers. And if you still see all those, select all those and delete them. So if I turn on my design, I see my design. I'll turn it back off. I'll turn on my other. You should see that other. And I'll turn that back off. And now I toggle my design. It's now off. I'll toggle it back on. Make sure it's empty. If it's not empty, select everything with design showing only and delete everything so you've got a clean screen. Everybody got to that point? Now we're going to take what's in the clipboard that we just copied from the other drawing. We're going to right click your mouse. We'll come down toward the bottom again and find clipboard again. And we'll come over here and say paste to original coordinates. And you should see those come back in now. And then if I look, I'm going to just take a quick peek at this in my 3D viewer and see if I can see any problems. And here's where I was telling you where some of these edges don't line up exactly. And, here's another place over here where there's a little discontinuity in that edge because, who knows where this came from. And I've got some problems right in here with, I've got one set of one contour line that's sitting up here crossing this contour line. We got some other things down in here that are probably crossing. So we do have some issues right in here that we would normally try to fix. Okay, so, and these are just little tick marks, these little red tick marks, they're at 0, and they're just indicating that's supposed to be a depression contour. And if I look at one of those segments, that's at 813, whereas this one that it's crossing is also at 813. All right, so that, and here's one where this is at 814. It's at 814. So that endpoint, probably ought to go back to that corner point, So you could spend quite a few hours trying to fix all this. All right, so we're not going to do that. But what I will do, because these are all there's an 812 and here's an 813. This is 813. I'm going to just get rid of this one, and I'm in this corner on the screen. I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to find that long, skinny one. And I'm going to select the pieces of it by just picking on them. Maybe do a little crossing. Get everything here selected. And then I'm going to delete. So I just cleaned that little contour out of there. It was a bad contour, and we could have set that up. Now, we do see that we have these contours are blown up in individual segments. So I do want to run drawing cleanup again and connect endpoints, join the nearest. Let's see, up here's another little crossing. That's at 817. That's at 817. Uh, so I'm just going to get rid of those little places where it crosses. This is really a bad set of mapping. All right, but that's going to be, they're all set. They should be all set to the right elevations. I can verify here's 820, it matches the label, so everything looks okay. All right, so we'll just leave that as it is. We won't even bother stitching these together because this is just going to be used to build our existing surface. Let me take one more quick look at that structure, make sure it's looks like it's okay. All right, so there's still quite a lot of problems with this existing ground. We don't have enough time to really go through the forensics of trying to get it resolved. We'll let this be what it is. So that's now my existing. I can turn that back off and then turn on my design if I want. I'll actually turn on both existing and design. We can see them showing up here. My other right now just has a boundary around it that was drawn. And so that's really going to be where we set our perimeter. But since one of you said it was hatched, so we're going to not use the hatch. I don't know why that would have shown up that way unless you've got a different view set. Let me see something here. If you've got no, should be 2D wireframe, so that should be okay. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to turn off our existing, turn off our other, so we're just looking at our design. And we're going to shrink wrap this so that we get an enclosed figure. So I'm going to go to my draw menu and I'm going to shrink wrap my entities. Now, actually, we have one we could already use. All right, let's cancel that. We don't need to shrink wrap it. I've got this one enclosed polyline that goes all the way around my site. That is that inside edge of pavement line. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a standard offset of that line, and I'm going to offset it, say 10 feet. I'm going to edit, offset, standard offset. I'm going to type a distance of 10 feet. Now I'm going to pick that inside pavement line. Oh, wait, I can't because that's a 3D. Okay. Well, let's go back to our shrink wrap idea. So if we choose draw, shrink wrap entities, this time I'm going to say bounded line work only, and you'll see the difference. So it's not going to go around that outermost. It's still going to grab that inside, but turn it into a 2D polyline here. And I'm going to say, okay. Now select the entities I want to shrink wrap. I'm going to grab just that inside and then let it, and I finish that selection, and it's now created this secondary option, which is on surface boundary. And I'm going to offset that now that that's a 2D polyline that followed that inside line. So I'm going to now go to edit, offset, standard offset, 10 feet. I'm going to grab that line. There's my little pop-up. So I choose the surf boundary and I'll choose the outside edge. So that's now, I'm going to use that as my bounding perimeter of my site. I'm going to now zoom back down here. I'm going to click once on that inside line where that was the original surface boundary, and I can get rid of that one. Okay.
I'm sorry. I gonna need to ask you to run through that one again.
All right. Get rid of this. I'm going to go to draw, shrink wrap boundaries or entities. It's right here. And the option I'm going to choose is to choose bounded line work only, not across gaps like we did the other day,
So
the first day.
you have it to the surface layer. Is that important?
This layer right here?
Yeah.
No, not really. I'm just telling it to put that on a layer called surface boundary. It's whatever it happened to be. You could call it anything you want, or choose something else, that's already existing. But I'll do that, and it's going to make that layer for me. Okay.
Okay.
I will say okay, and it says now select the entities you want to shrink wrap. So I'm just going to zoom into that corner and grab that closing segment of that inside pavement line and hit enter. And you'll see a line appear right over top of that line. So that's the line that I want to set off 10 feet. It's now a 2D polyline that's been shrink wrapped around everything. So I'm going to go to edit, offset, standard offset. Specify an offset distance or go through a point. I'm just going to type 10 and hit enter. Now it says select an entity. I'm going to pick that inside line and I'm going to get this pop up and I'm going to choose the polyline that's on surface boundary, not the 3D polyline because it can't offset that. So I'm going to choose that one. And now it asks for which side to copy parallel. I'm going to click on the outside. And you should see that. All right, now one last step. I'm going to go back and click again on that inside pavement line and choose that original 2D polyline that we used to offset. It's now selected. I'm going to delete it. So now this will be the extent of our surface building. Now, in actual practice, we would not necessarily do that. We would normally take this back of curb and tie it out into our existing ground.
Hey, Ken, it
Yeah.
seems that somehow in doing that, I lost my, what is it, top of slab or whatever. I guess maybe I deleted the wrong line. Okay, let me undo that.
All right. You lost one of these curb lines?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you have them doubled up, let me put that guy back. So when this is doubled up and I click on it, you see that little icon pops up and I click on it, I get this list. Make sure you only select the one that says polyline, surface boundary.
Thought I did, but I want to redo the offset.
Okay.
Offset was under draw, right?
No, under edit. That's a modification. Remember, we're editing something. Draw is for things that don't exist yet, and edit would be for things we want to modify.
Okay, I got it.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep. And now make sure you clear out that original that's over here that you offset. We're going to erase that one that's there by its,
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, you got that. All right. So now we're going to use that as our boundary. And, we could clean up some of these corners and do all that. We'll just leave it as it is for now. And go to the edge. And so in actual practice, what we would do is once we built all this stuff, we have an elevation of this outside back of curb. We would normally tie that into our existing ground. Now, we're going to do that here. Let me see if I turn on my design. Okay, so here's actually my existing. All right, so let's leave that. You see that line's now on other. I'll turn that back off. Now, one thing I can do if I want to target that existing ground with my back line, I need to make that line big enough. I need to include enough of this stuff in my existing surface build. So I'm going to do another shrink wrap. Let me go to draw. I'm going to shrink wrap entities. And this time I'm going to choose across gaps. Make it a 2D polyline. My perimeter reduction, I'm going to set to none because it's going to go all the way around this outside edges and it's not going to cut inside. That's what I want. I don't have any concavities in my data, so I'm going to leave it as none. I'll say OK. And then it says select my entities. I'll just grab everything, hit enter to finish. And now you should see this new one that has shrink wrapped around all of the existing. And I'm going to use that one at first to make our boundary. And then we'll see if this other one that we're going to use for the boundary will suffice for our quantity work. So we're going to first use this one. All right, so now we're at the next step is we need to, it's on our toolbar here, we need to now choose the boundary polyline. It's also under takeoff, boundary polyline, set the boundary polyline. Now, when you do that, it already has recognized that one that, she said was hatched on hers, and we have it over on our other. And so it tells it that it already has one set. Do you want to clear it? We're going to say yes. We'll clear that one. And now we're going to make a new one. So we're going to pick this new outline that we just created and hit enter. That now has been done to set the boundary. What's our next step? On our takeoff menu, you see we set our polyline here. Now we're going to be into these make existing and make design. And this is going to be the same functionality as we did before on the last couple of days. We've been, triangulating contour and we select things, we build it. So it's going to do it for us by selecting the things that are on the surfaces or on the layers that we've chosen. So it's just a different approach of selecting your entities. So that's our next step, is to make the existing ground surface. So I'm going to choose that button either from the toolbar or from the takeoff menu. It says make the existing ground. When I do that, it's going to run through here and it says it finished and it says missing design surface, run make design surface. Well, I haven't done the design yet. I'm going to say, okay, that's all right. I'm going to turn my other back on so I can see my boundaries. And so now I do have an existing surface. And if I go to my view menu and choose 3D view surface file viewer, look at what I have in my folder here. I've got, our file is called demo1. I've got a demo1 EX, a demo1 OG, and a demo1 ZE. Now those correspond to, when we did our Carlson configure our takeoff sitenet settings, these down here were those suffixes that we put on the file name. So the file name's always the same as the drawing, and it says OG, ZE, or EX. So the OG is just the raw surface, no adjustments. And then we've got subgrade adjustment zones and any topsoil stripping zones. So the one that right now, if we looked at any one of these, they'd all be equivalent. Okay, so we're going to take a look at that surface. So view, 3D view, surface file viewer. And I'm going to scroll down here. I'm going to find that demo 1 OG. That's the original ground. And choose open. And that is what it thinks that surface should look like. And you notice these little areas of discontinuity over here where I showed you those contours didn't match. You see how it treated it? Normally I would fix all that, okay? But we're not going to be building down in there, so I don't care. I'm going to leave it as it is. And this looks, pretty decent for my existing ground. I might have some little issues in here with some triangles. Again, I'm just going to leave what they gave me and work with that. Okay, now, that is now a surface that exists outside our drawing. So the next step we're going to do, we're going to come up here and find our last back of curb line, this one, and we're going to offset that down into our existing ground. And we can do that one of two ways. We can either do a 3D offset, or instead, we could do that as a design pad, just like we did for the borrow pit the other day. And we'll see those sidelines, which will be helpful for us to visualize how this ties. Okay. So to do that, let's go to our surface menu and choose Design Pad Template. So we'll choose that. And now the source of the slope target, the target surface model, is going to be our existing ground. That's what we're going to try to hit. The slope direction from a closed pad, it's not closed, so it won't matter. It'll ask us for the direction. And we're going to just tie these out with little 3-to-1 tie slopes. So we want to use a ratio as our format. And then we're going to come down here and we'll uncheck anything up here in the top. We'll check these on. We'll set our sideline spacing to 10, our corner delta angle to 10, and make sure the trim existing contours inside pad is set to no. And for the pad layer, we're going to select that. We're just going to call that tie slope. That's going to be my tie slope. I'm going to say OK. And I'm going to pick that outermost line. And remember, that goes all the way around the site, or that goes up to here and stops. So it wants to know the outslope ratio. I'm going to say 3, so my 3-to-1. And if it's in cut, go 3-to-1. And now pick the side. So I'm going to pick out here. And there now is how it would build that. These are blue, so they're fill. Over here, they're red, so they're cut. And it goes, from one edge all the way around out here to this other edge. You can see how it's still building those around. Okay. Now that's the first edge that goes until the break. We need to now take this edge and do the same thing. So we're going to say, no, we're not going to adjust the parameters and redesign. And now we'll repeat the command. We'll just hit enter and repeat pad, but make sure when we do this the second time, let's uncheck this box right here that says erase previous pad entities. We want to keep the ones we just made, so we'll uncheck that one.
I'm sorry, Ken. You're running this the second time. Why?
You see where it, let me isolate that layer for just a minute.
I think mine goes all the way around.
See, that went edge to edge. If yours went all the way around, then you had a continuously closed back edge. Remember, we took those segments out where we said the curb was just going to die?
Oh, I thought you said to click it and make it like force it closed on the
Yeah,
left.
but only the one, the inside pavement line, only that one, not this one and not this one. If you did it, it won't matter. If you have it all the way around, then you won't need to redo it. But I'm going to take it as such, like we've done here, and we'll do this one as well. For right now, it's not going to matter. You're going to get a little different set of numbers when we calculate some volumes. It won't be much, okay? So I'm going to repeat my pad command, and I'm going to uncheck this erase previous entities, say okay. And I'm going to now go to the part that I didn't get the first time, grab that one, keep my 3-to-1 slopes, and go to this outside edge. So now, and I'll say, no, I'm not going to redesign. So now what I have, if I isolate that layer, view, isolate layers, I'm going to pick one of those lines. That's the tie off the edge of the parking lot, the back edge of that curb, how it will tie down to my existing ground all the way around my site. Okay, so you see what I've done with it here now? And if I look at that in 3D, you'll get a sense of, see, these areas are in cut. And that one had a bit of a jag where it's trying to resolve those. You see the one curb is up higher than the other. So it's now gone out there and found the existing ground, and it ties into it all the way around my site. Okay, so that's actually part of my design, right? So I can go back now to take off and define my layers, surface, and materials. I can go to other, and I see my tie slope, and I'm going to come down here to the bottom and say, move that to design. So I'll move that, save, and exit. And so now, if I am looking at just my existing is here. This was the outside perimeter, so we got everything. And now these others that we created, I don't really need anymore. I can select those and delete them because I'm going to calculate all the way out to this edge, but my design will stop right where it stopped at the backs of that fill slope and cut slope, which is, this is in cut. It's all blue now because it's been elevated and we're looking at the colors. So now my design is going to stop where it is I want that design to stop. I'm going to go to the back of the curb and I'm going to go 3-to-1. Now you would have, in normal practice, you might have a different slope off the back. You would not necessarily do just straight 3-to-1 slopes, but you get the idea of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to tie that down into my existing ground. Okay. Might be a good time to hit save. So now we've made our existing, but notice every time I turn these things on and off, if I turn off my existing, it's going to nag at me to make my design surface. And if I look at my takeoff project checklist, I see that I've done my definitions, I've done my boundary, make existing. It says it needs to be updated. So I can choose that later, but it's not going to nag me for it. But now it says make design surface. So that's what I need to do next. And I'll go to takeoff and choose make design surface. And it's going to take everything there under design and make a surface. Now it did find some potential conflicts. So here's a crossing break line. Let me zoom in. All right, so I've got a couple of crisscrosses in places here, and you can see the amount that they differ in elevation by 0.08. Here's another one at 0.014.
I'm
Here-
sorry, Ken, how did you identify, like, um,
Yeah, go ahead. Where I found those conflicts?
it doesn't zoom to unless you zoom
Oh,
in on it. Got it. You
yeah.
got to zoom in for it to zoom to. That's what it is.
Well, when you do zoom to, and then I did a zoom in. Okay, so now if I go back, now see these contours, it's trying to draw my design contours because I built that surface. Now, I don't want to see those right now. So that's over here under my display or under my display menu, I have these display options. So now instead of just turning on and off my elements, I see I've got contours, cut and fill labels, cut and fill maps. So I'm going to make sure that this is just my drawing entities for surface display, for design surface, and I'm going to uncheck those contours. Okay, now, and I could also, set my design contour settings, give it a layer, give it an interval, that kind of stuff. And I think my interval, I would probably want to see as 1 foot contours instead of half-foot contours, but we'll call it okay. So we'll say okay, and then we'll say okay to that. So now they'll disappear. Now, if I build that design again, make design surface, and we'll take it from my toolbar this time, it's going to run through it, and this is going to pop up, and that's where we had those problems. So I can open this up and look at these individually, and zoom to just puts it in the center, and then zoom in, and that's what you discovered. So I look down here and I see, well, I've got a problem with something right here that I need to fix. And that's where it didn't quite match. This didn't quite meet up with this line coming into it. So what I need to do is sort of resolve those points. And I'm going to do that by looking. So here's one that the point goes all the way up to here, but this one comes all the way around the edges. So probably the quick fix on this one would be to take this line and see that grip. I'm going to just hover in that grip and click it. And then I'm going to come down here and let it snap to the endpoint. And it keeps turning my snaps off. All right, so I'll select that again, this rising line, and I'll pick this up and move it down to snaps to that endpoint down here. So that should have fixed that one. Let's go to our next one. We'll zoom to that. And I've got a similar thing here where these two lines cross. I've got this one and I've got this one. So what I'm going to do to fix that is I'm going to select each of those, hover in that grip, click it, and let it snap to that corner, hover in that grip, click it, and let it snap to that corner. So that should have fixed that one. I've got one more here to go to. Let's zoom to it. This one crosses, these two things crisscross each other. So what I'm going to do is, all right, I think if I just take this one, grab the grip, and then let it snap to the end point of that one, they no longer cross. I'll find one more, zoom to that, and I see in there, okay, I see what's going on. Probably the easier fix here is I'm going to take this outside little sharp corner, grab that grip and move it up to this corner. And then I'll take this grip, grab that one and stretch it to either one of these. Let's go back up to that same corner, up to there. Okay, so now I should have fixed, here's another one that's crossing, I see. And I may just grab that grip, and instead of trying to go to one of these other corners, I'm going to let it snap to the midpoint of that line. All right, so that should have fixed those areas. I'm going to exit this and back out in my drawing. I'm going to build the design one more time, build my design surface. It's still found one more. And I'll zoom in down there and I see, okay, I've got a similar issue here where I've got this one is crossing the other. I've got this. I'm going to actually get rid of that particular vertex. So hover, remove vertex. And I'm just going to select this line that crossed. And it's so slight here, I'm just going to get rid of it entirely. So it's going to define it separately. I'll exit that. And let's build design once again. And it should come up. Well, it still has, I've got one. It doesn't even identify it because in my settings, I said, if it's less than 0.001 feet, I don't care about it. So it says it found one, but it doesn't even find us where it is because it's within our tolerance. So I'm just going to hit exit and live with it. Now, what have we made out of that design surface? If you go back to view, 3D view, surface file viewer, we now have demo one, where originally we had OG, ZE, ZN. We now also have BS, EX, and FN. BS is their base grade. EX is with those subgrade zones applied, and FN is with all the adjustments, topsoil replacement, and all of those different adjustments. So these are all going to be exactly the same thing right now. So we'll go ahead and open it up and take a look at it. And now this is our design surface. That includes this stuff out here is how that back of the curb came up here and tied to the existing. Now, what we would normally do in real practice is knock this hilltop down. There's no real need to keep that up there necessarily, but that's what, that's how this would grade out if we left it as minimum grading. But take a look at what we have. You zoom in here and you can see those curbs are nicely defined. The contours comes up and walks the face of the curb and comes out the other side. Right in here are those little depressed curb areas, and you can see where the one went down on this side, but they didn't give us the elevation information over here, so we got a little bit of a jump in there. If we come around to this edge, to our building, we should see this curb come around here, and then it starts to depress right in here, and it gets basically flat, and then it comes back up and starts to elevate again until you get around to that corner. So that looks nice. And there's the back edge of our parking lot tied down to the existing ground at a 3-to-1 slope. And, you would have different, whatever your slope conditions are. All right, so that looks like a pretty decent view. There's a spot right in here where the back of this curb actually hit the existing ground down in here. So it found it. So again, in actual practice, we'd probably take this point out of our model and, keep that from depressing. But right now, for what we have, we've managed these there. You can see those depressed curves again without the other elevation side being given to us. So we would normally resolve those areas and make those depressed curves. All right. So that's the surface. Now, we need to tell it some of these differing zones that we're going to work with. So we're going to go back to our takeoff menu and choose Define Layer, Surface, Material, and Subgrade. And we're going to select our design surface for right now. And we're going to identify things on these layers and tell it what materials make up those conditions. Now, here's one thing I didn't point out yet, but remember yesterday we spent all that time really fine-tuning those existing ground conditions and all of that. So if you do that, and if you make a named surface other than this quote existing and quote design, even though I said these are the things that make up that existing surface, if I had done this another way, chosen and gone to the surface menu and chose triangulate and contour and gave it a name, right now I'm telling it to pick the existing or design from layers. And that's reading these layers and taking that material. But if you have made it from a file, you can switch that to file, and then you would select the file, and what it would do when it builds the existing, it goes out and it reads that file instead of these layers. Okay, so that's just a little switch to be aware of, that if you do build a much nicer, more defined surface, you can do that by using a file. Remember we did the borrow pit into the stockpile, and then we did the road, and we merged all that stuff together. So what I would do in that particular case is I would go out, instead of using layers, I would say, all right, I've already built that surface. I would now switch that to surface, or switch it to file, and then choose that merged surface as my final design surface. And then when you say make design, it reads that file and makes a design. It then also applies anything that we've got listed in our layer list and applies the materials to it. Now, here's what we see in our list. We've got pad, which is this building pad. We've got the back of curb. I've got these elevation texts. I don't really need to see that anymore. If I want to, I can put that back over to other. But I'll leave them on for now. I've got the face of curb, the top of curb. I've got that little stick over there that was part of the gutter. And then I've got this PRLCST. I'm not even sure what that is. And I've got tie slope, what we built out here when we tied that in with our design pad. But what we need to do is tell it, all right, so if pad is something, what comprises the things underneath that pad? So I can select that and choose the, do I have an edit? Yeah, this button down here that says edit layer, or you can just double click it. So let's double click the pad. This is our building, okay? And here's where we define all the subgrades, the costs and the materials and things like that. So I've got a material name. What goes under my pad? I'll just leave it at the same thing called pad. I can set the target. It's on design. I'm going to include it in my materials quantities report. My 3D view, I can assign a color. So let's choose that color and we'll set it to be, oh, maybe this bluish looking color. You could even give it a texture and turn it into stone or whatever you would like. Material type. Now, this is, again, we're going to build this slab, okay? So what is that building slab going to be sitting on? Yeah, so it's going to be, and how do we define it? It's either going to be by area or it's going to be linear. So it just counts up, you know, like if it's a straight line, not a closed polyline, but it's a straight line. Or it can be a count. We can have a layer that has a bunch of like, you know, parking bollards or fire hydrants or whatever, and tell it to report it as a count. So it counts up how many things it finds on that layer and puts that in a report. But right now, this pad's going to be defined by its area, the area that sits underneath that building pad. There's also a special one here that says back of curb or pavement. And if you choose that, then you would choose this curb dimensions and you would define your curb, you know, like we have done so far. We'll do that for one of them. But for now, for the pad, it's going to be by area. And we can choose these area subgrades and we're going to go from the top to the bottom. Okay. So let's put our first subgrade. So what we're going to have, we may have a concrete slab that's sitting on. So we're going to call that concrete, you know, for our slab. How thick do we make our building pad concrete? Any of you special people that know how to build stuff? I don't. What's it typically, an 8-inch or a 12-inch or what? Anybody?
Make it 12.
All right, so a 12-inch pad. Now, if I say 12 right now, if I look up here, my depth units, that would be 12 feet. I don't want 12 feet, I want 12 inches. So that's going to be 12 inches deep. And again, you can put shrink factors on there if you want. And it's going to be, how do you buy your concrete? Is it by the yard? Or how do you pay for concrete? A cubic yard?
Yeah, by the yard.
Okay, and what's a typical cost?
$150.
$150 a yard. Okay. And then you could also, if you wanted to report figures as tonnages, if you knew the density like of stone, you could put that in there as well. But right now I've got 12 inches of concrete at $150 per cubic yard. All right, what's under the concrete? Stone, sand, aggregate. What do we typically put under there? Say a stone layer. How thick?
6 inches.
So 6 inches. Now, unlike the road template, this is not from the top of the ground back down. This is what's underneath the concrete. So 6 inches. And how do we pay for that? By the ton?
I'm sorry. So
Yes.
unlike what we were doing before, this
Remember
it's just an additional 6 inches beneath the 12. You don't have to set that to be 18.
That is correct. That is correct. And that's only when because I'm defining what goes here from the top down. So stone is 6 inches below. When we're doing that roadway subgrades, they're going to be from the top surface all the way down. We had to say 18. And the reason we do this here differently is because it understands it's all contained within the outline of this feature. Okay. Whereas the road, the subgrades could be interrupted. They could go 18 inches in one spot, but then it could be covered by 12 inches in another spot, and it's only 6 inches thick at that point. That's technically why you do it. But so anyway, we've got 6 inches of stone. Let's say we pay for it by the ton. And to be able to compute this tonnage, we'll call that 120 pounds per cubic feet is my limestone density. So how much does stone cost per ton? And again, these are placement costs. This is what you're going to charge the owner of the project, not what you pay for it. So that you know you're going to get the reports and that's going to be your estimate. That's going to be your bid numbers. So how much does our stone cost per ton?
40
And
bucks a ton delivered.
Okay, 40 bucks. All right. Do we put anything under the stone? Now, I'm not talking about vapor barriers and things like that, but do we then put a bedding layer under that, or is this typically what you would do? 6-inch stone, 12-inch slab, you're done.
Yeah, that's good there.
Okay, so we'll say okay. Now, here's another little nuance as you get into things like if these have basements, like a 12-foot basement, you would type this, you would use this layback and give it a slope so that when you excavate down to the basement, you might lay in a 1-to-1 slope getting down to the basement to grade. So it accounts for that laid back area to get down to that area. But we're just putting slab on grade at this point. So we're going to say okay to that. So now we've defined our pad. Well, we have this parking area, and if you remember, that was this inside face of curb, and it goes all the way around our site. And if I go edge to edge, it would come here and go all the way through our building and everything else. But this other inside area, so that's going to put that is where we're getting into that island detection. So it detects these interruptions to that enclosing boundary, and it puts those, and it takes that out of the picture, basically. So we're going to choose our face of curb line work, and we're going to double click that. And this is going to be our paving surface. So this material name here, I'm going to call at the top, I'm going to call this, I'll just call it PKJ LOT parking lot. I could call it asphalt, but it's going to have more than just asphalt in it. So I'm just going to call it parking lot. I'll give it a color. Let's set that to be one of these sort of gray looking colors as asphalt areas. I'm going to go by area, and I'm going to now build a subgrade. Again, I'll switch to inches, and I'm going to start here. Let's say I'm going to call this my ASPH-TC. That's my asphalt top course. I'll make a 2-inch top course. How do you pay for asphalt? How do you charge for asphalt? By the yard or by the area? By the
ton as well.
by the ton? Okay. Do you have any idea what the density of asphalt is?
100, it'd do 145,
145. And how much do we pay for that?
about $200 a ton.
$200 a ton. Perfect. Okay. We'll go to the next area down. We're going to make this one also asphalt, but this will be a base course instead of the top course or the wearing course. In fact, let's put that as WC wearing course. So now my base course, I may have, say, 4 inches, or maybe let's call the top course 1.5 inches, and their base course 4 inches. Same material, maybe same cost.
Close
And,
enough, yeah.
so it'd be basically the same type of thing. Underneath let's make that 4.5 to keep it 6. So underneath there, 6 inches of asphalt, we're going to have another, say, stone. And we buy that by the ton. And let's say what we have, 8 inches of stone, maybe. It's going to be a super heavy duty parking lot. And that would be 120. And you said what, 25? No, what did we say before?
40.
40, thank you. All right, and then that should do it, or do we put anything under the stone? That probably should do it.
Yeah, you're good there.
Okay, so say, okay, now we've done everything within the enclosed areas of that parking lot set of layers. Now we have a couple of others that we might come back here and adjust. We'll take a look at this pad. I don't know if that's also on layer pad. It might be different, but let's save this and exit. And let's look at the layer for this figure. And that's on a layer, that's that PRLCST. Okay. So now we need to define what this little landscape area might be. So let's go back to takeoff, define layer, go to my design tab, and there's that layer PRLCST. And this will be, we'll call it landscape, LDSCP. And again, by the area, switch to inches, and let's call this pavers 1 inch. And let's just say we buy that by the square foot. What's a paver cost per square foot? I don't know, 1750? No idea. And then under the pavers, we'll say we put some sand. And we just put a 6-inch sand base. Again, we typically buy that by the ton. Any ideas? 100 pounds per cubic foot. How much for sand? Like 25 bucks? I don't know. And again, it won't matter here. You're going to know these real numbers. Okay, so we're going to say okay. And now we've defined at least some of these things. We've got this outside back of curb, which was our PRBC curb. Now, if I double click that one, I'm going to just call this one curb. And this time I'll give this a color so you can see it in our model view. And instead of that, I can either do it linear and give it a cost per foot, or I can say it is a true back of curb or pavement. And I can specify my dimensions. It's a type 2, just a little deck curb. And I'm using inches. And I've got a top of 5.5 inches, or no, 5 inches. I went back 1/10 of a foot. Let me change that to feet. 0.4 feet. The taper was 0.1 foot. The drop was 0.5 feet. And then the height would be 1 foot. So it's 6 inches buried, 6 inches above. Or I'm sorry, that'd be my height 2 is 1 foot. My height 1 is my 1/2 a foot. And now my base across would be that 1/2 a foot. It's already calculated that. I can again give my material as concrete. How do you pay for curbing? Let's see here, density. Call it 120 pounds. I don't have any idea. And I'd say what, $75 just for yucks on this one. Cost per cubic, no, cost per ton. Now I've got this button here where I can choose this material with the set button. These are all the ones that I've done before. Let me open this up. It doesn't really, I can't really see beyond it. So I could choose things that I have previously defined from here. In fact, let me set that to concrete. And there now would be $150 per yard. Okay, there we go. I'm paying for it by the yard instead of by the ton. So I don't need the density. All right, so I've got these dimensions in, everything's good to go. I'll say okay. So now I've defined that as my backup curb. So I don't put anything down here. I've already defined this as a unit here. And again, you could put numbers here and change, like if you paid for it by the length, if it's a curb, maybe you pay for it that way separately. I don't know. But we defined it in our dimensions with those costs. So that will take care of that. We'll say okay. We'll save and then exit. Now, everything's been accounted for, and I'm going to make my design again. And now notice what's going to be discarded perimeter polyline because it's not closed. What do you mean?
I'm sorry, you just did what again?
I said make design. I just made the design again so that it would recompute with these new things that I've put in there. And let's look at those differences. I'm going to go to 3D view, surface file viewer, and I'm going to look at those three different ones that I've just created. One's my demo. This is my base. And look at it. And now you see my colors are going to show up. And there you can see the building pad. That's the interior parts of that. The exterior, there's my parking area, and there's my curb slit. But I'm looking at the top of the surface. That's why this comes down pretty flat here. But notice there's no depth showing in my building pad because I'm on that BS surface. If I go back to view my surface again, and this time, instead of looking at demo 1 BS, let's look at demo 1 final. And now is where you should see the depth. So that's the actual final excavation that accounts for the depths of those materials. So you see up here at the top how the curb comes down, but then we have to also excavate down here to get the materials underneath it. Okay. So you get a sense of those three different types of surfaces that we've accounted for. Now, there's another way of looking at this. Let's take a look at our takeoff menu, and let's do a quick profile. And what this is going to do is just going to allow us to pick a point. And, so I'm going to just draw right straight across the center of my site here. And hit enter. And that's going to give me this up here is going to show me a little marker as I track in my profile view down below. And you can see as I'm moving along, and I'll come in and click down here. Maybe zoom this up a little bit by pressing and holding the mouse. And you can see the white line is my existing grade. The yellow line is let me zoom in a little bigger here so you can see where I'm tracking. So this yellow line, you follow the tracking down below. So I'm coming up here and I get to right there is where I now drop down into, see that red line that's tracking is the actual subgrade elevation. So I'm going to come back up to the curb and now go across there. There's nothing under there. Now I hit the building and I see that red line. That's my subgrade. I'll come across here now and you can see I get to that pad and I'm into the subgrade there. And then same thing back over to here. I'm into those subgrade areas and then off to the edges. Over here, I can tell it these different things that I want to see. If I want to see any subgrade adjustment layers, now that happens to be exactly the same as the pad definitions in those subgrades. And my final target, you see, is that's my excavation target. That's what I actually have to build. And that's going to go into those numbers. So you can turn these on and off. You can take the original ground off. And if you have these topsoil removal and topsoil replacement areas, then you could put those in and you would see those as well. Now, while you're looking at this, if you wanted to get another view of this, you can also come up down here, this button that says adjust alignment. And when you do that, it wants you to pick up here near, if you pick near the endpoint, you're going to be able to swing it holding one other endpoint, or if you pick near the middle, you can move this around. And you see how it's updating in real time as I look at this? I click it down to a new spot. I can hit adjust alignment again, and maybe I'll just pick this line up and I'm just going to look across my building. So I hit adjust alignment again, get near that endpoint and drag it up shorter. And now if I hit adjust alignment again, I'm going to go from here in the middle. I'll just come across and you see now I'm picking up that little landscape area. Then I'm back into my building, come across into my parking, and you see the little bump in the curb. See how it's picking up that curb? And there's the other side of that. You see the curb come in. If I look at it here across my curb features, you see how it climbs up and it does. You see the 3-to-1 tie slope on the left edge, and you see the bump up for the curbs. And then you got the subgrades underneath. So if I look at that and click it down, now I can track down here. And it also reads me some other information out over here. It reads me how far along that little section line I am with my station, reads the elevation, and it reads the slope. So that ground slope across there is at 1.2%. The subgrade slope here in the parking lot is at a 3.7% cross slope there. Okay. So we'll choose exit and it'll come back to where we left it. But that's another way to view some of these surfaces.
Where did you find that tool again?
Under takeoff, quick profile. Now you have that same tool in civil, but it works slightly differently. In takeoff, it only looks at those 3 existings and 3 design surfaces. In civil, you have to choose the surfaces you want to look at. So it's a slightly different approach, but it works exactly the same thing. Now, there's 2 other views in here. There's a 3D drive simulation and there's a flyover view. If you have a 3D polyline that defines a flight path, it can follow that as a flyover. But if we do well, there's our surface inspector. I didn't see that the other day. I told you to switch back to civil, but that's the surface inspector. In here, no need to update. As I move this around, you see I've got the existing grade, unadjusted design grade. This is not quite big enough. I can't, oh yeah, I can. There we go. So I can get that big enough. And then that tells me as I move this around, my fill, my cuts, my unadjusted design, my target design. See, that's the depth down to the target is to the bottom of that subgrade. Up in here, you see my unadjusted for my building pad is 818. My target is that's 16, so that's 2 feet or a foot and a half or whatever it is. Whatever we did, we said 12 inches of concrete and so much stone. So whatever that difference is, should be that difference in the target design and the unadjusted design. Okay, and so you could plop a label down if you want. So I'll take this and actually get rid of these. So it's another way of evaluating what you're looking at. So what else might we needed to have done within this site? Let's say we're going to strip the whole site. And we could say the whole site has we could select, an outside polyline that says, go from those outside lines, and we're going to strip our topsoil within that. But then we could have it differentially stripped separately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this line and this line, and then I'm going to use that to build a boundary of our site here. Let me see, I've erased those other ones. All right. So I've got, this is my overall boundary. But I'm not going to strip topsoil out in here. I'm only going to strip it within where I'm grading. Okay, follow that? So I'm going to now go up to my view menu, and I'm going to isolate layers. And I'm going to come down here and just pick this outside edge and hit enter. So that's what I want to be an enclosed polyline that says within those areas, I'm going to strip my topsoil. Okay. But it's not an enclosed polyline. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to copy part of that one, travel it all the way around, and then jump over and pick up part of that one. Okay. And I'm going to do this with our draw 2D polyline command. So I'm going to come up to my draw menu, 2D polyline. And I'm going to come down here where it says use the current drawing properties. It's unchecked. And I'm going to give it a layer name here. And I'm going to say total TS strip, total topsoil strip. It's going to build that layer for me and let me create it. So I'm going to say OK. So now it wants me to pick a point. So I'm going to come down here right on this corner and I'm going to click to that endpoint. That's where I'm going to start. And then I'm going to come across and grab that corner. Okay, so I'm going to then follow that all the way around the site. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to type, instead of click, 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 and try to find all the bin points, I'm going to choose from my options down here, the option to follow. So I'm going to say follow. It says pick the polyline to follow. I'm going to follow that polyline. And it says pick the first follow point. So I'm going to start right there. And it says, do I want to interpolate the elevations? I'm going to say no. I'm just going to keep this as a 0 elevation polyline. And so now it wants to know the last point. So I'm going to let it trace all the way around the outside till it gets over to this corner here. I'm going to say right there, click. Okay, is that correct? Yes, it is. And it says if it's correct because that is a closed polyline. So it could have followed it along the inside. This one is correct. If I said no, it would suggest that one. Is that correct? I'm going to say no again. That's the one I want. So I'm going to say yes. All right. So now I'm continuing on. And I'm going to type follow again. And the polyline I'm going to follow is this outside edge. And the first place I'm going to follow it is right here. And the last place I want to follow it, well, I'm going to let it go all the way around my site till it comes back up to here.
How does this differ from a shrink wrap?
A shrink wrap would work if I say, all right, so I'm going to say yes to that. So that's a good question. Now I'm finished with that. I'm going to type C to close and I'm done. So now I've done this. And the question was, and a very good observation, how does this differ from a shrink wrap? And the answer is it doesn't really, because I could have done it that way as long as it didn't, do any kind of adjustment as it crossed these corners. All right, but I wanted to show you that as an option for when you're following. Let's say maybe you wanted to follow just half of the building, so you could give it a start point and a follow distance, or part of the way around. So it's just another alternative way of doing that. Shrink wrap would have done that just as easily. Okay, very good observation. That tells me you've paid attention at least during the shrink wrap part of the lecture. So good on you. All right, so now I've got a polyline I can use for that. And I'm going to actually break that into some differing zones. So I'm now going to go back to view and restore my layers so that it's now out there and I still see my design. Well, let's suppose that, let's say just maybe, in here and halfway around, I've got some, some area that I need to take, say, 12 inches off of topsoil, and other areas maybe I'm only going to take 6 inches off, and maybe another area I've got some thicker, I'm going to make, say, 18 inches off. So I'm going to go back now to view and isolate the layers so I can get some of this stuff out of my way. I'm going to pick my total topsoil boundary, and I'm going to pick this building outline just as a point of reference so I can see what my site might be looking like. So I'm just going to look at those two things. Now I'm going to draw another polyline. I'm going to go to draw 2D polyline. And I'm going to say this time, instead of total topsoil strip, I might put 12-inch topsoil strip. You say okay. And I'm just going to start right here, sort of in the middle. And then I'm going to come across to maybe this area and then come down here, and I'm going to say F to follow. I'm going to follow this polyline. I'm going to start right in here and answer the question, interpolate the elevations, no need. And the last point, or the follow distance, so I'm going to let it come all the way back around and come back to itself. And it says, well, was that the area I wanted? Or if I said no, it would go around this direction. So I'm going to say yes, that's the area I want. And I hit enter to finish. Now that's on a different layer. I'm going to right now, just so we can keep track of some things with these colors, I'm going to go to my settings, Carlson configure, my takeoff site net settings, and I'm going to uncheck these boxes here. Say okay, say exit. And I'm now going to also go back to view, restore layers, and I'm going to turn on my existing and my other. So I've got everything displayed. I've got other, design, and existing, and I'm going to select everything. I'm going to change its color back up here to by layer. So when I do that, I'm going to get my original colors back, and I'm not going to erase that. So when I turn off my existing, for instance, and turn off my design, turn design back on, you see it keeps those original colors. So I'm going to keep those in there, and I'm going to take these topsoil areas now and I'm going to modify them so you can see them. So my total topsoil strip, I'll make that say green, and we'll give it some weight. My 12-inch topsoil strip, I'm going to make it sort of this orangey looking color. And I'll give that some weight. And then let's make another layer. So I'm going to right click and choose new layer. And I'm going to call this one 6-inch topsoil strip. So if I can type it right. And let's make it, say, this magenta color and give it some weight. Okay. Now you can see those areas a little better defined. The brown shows over top of the green because of that draw order. So if I wanted to see the green, I would select it, right click, and choose draw order, bring to the front. All right, so now let's go back to view, isolate layers. And again, I'll pick that total strip, my 12-inch strip, and my building pad. So now I've got everything's going to be my total topsoil stripped area, but within here is going to be 12 inches. And then this other inches over this other area over here, let's say I'm going to strip out 6 inches of topsoil. So maybe I've got bad soil over here or whatever. All right, so I've got a zone here that I've defined with this outside line. So I need to do another one to follow this line and follow around here until it comes back, and call that one the 6-inch strip area. Okay, so 2 ways I can do that. We've just been drawing 2D polylines and we've chosen follow, and that works very nicely. But we can do one, another area just like doing a hatch. We could have it sort of a shrink wrap in reverse. It's going to do the inside out. And what I need to do with this is actually, I need to take that building out of the picture for now. So I'm going to go back to restore my layers, and then I'm going to isolate my layers again. And I'm going to isolate that total strip and my 12-inch strip. All right, so now with only these two showing, if I want another thing to be here, I'm going to go up here to my properties with nothing selected, and I'm going to pull down and choose 6-inch topsoil strip as my current layer. And now I'm going to go to my draw menu, and very similar to shrink wrap entities, there's a layer called boundary polyline. But instead of the outside in, it's going to go from the inside out. So when I choose that, I can give it a layer name. I'm going to select and choose my 6-inch topsoil strip. And I can pick inside. So when I choose OK here and I pick inside of that, it's done. I hit enter. I've now created that layer. I'm going to put the total draw order. I'll send it to the back so you can see I've got 12 inches and 6 inches of topsoil stripping. Now, let's suppose we had another one on this same layer, just a little patch. So let's define that. I'm just going to draw. I'm going to select my 6-inch. So within my 12-inch, I just had a little patch area in here that I might notice that I needed to I only need to strip 6 inches here, 6 inches here, 12 inches here, up to that area. Okay. So now I've drawn my boundaries that I want to consider, and I go to take off, and under these boundaries here, you see where I've got subgrade areas, I've got topsoil removal, special fills, all these areas of interest. So you can have areas of interest like you could have phase boundaries. You can say phase 1, phase 2, and it will report all of your materials and costs broken down by those sub entities. So for right now, let's go down to our topsoil removal and replacement. So let's define our topsoil depths. So we're going to enter a depth, and we're going to use subgrade areas for the topsoil replacement exclusion. So my removal depth in feet will be 1 foot. My replacement depth, now I'm not putting any replacement in here yet. Swell factor, shrink factor, and give it a density for soil. The topsoil vertical or perpendicular to the surface. Typically would do perpendicular to the surface. So if I'm on the side of a hill, it's going to be 12 inches perpendicular to that surface and not just vertical down. So there's now my 12 inches, and I'll say okay. So I've got a 12-inch depth defined, but next then I'm going to go back to take off topsoil replacement, and I'm going to set the topsoil removal polylines. So when I set this, it says use the depth from define or give it a custom amount. So I'm going to just take that defined depth, which was my 12 inches, select any of the polylines that are 12-inch depth, and that's this orange area here. So I'm going to select that and choose that line. I'm finished that. I'm going to hit enter. I'm going to go back to takeoff, topsoil removal and replacement, and I'm going to set removal polylines again. It says use the depth from the defined topsoil that we just did before, or use a custom amount. This time I'm going to use a custom amount. And the topsoil removal depth is going to be 6 inches. Oh, good question. Is that in feet or in inches? I think it's in feet. Let's try it. As feet. So now I'll select this purple line and this purple line and hit enter. Okay, so now I've defined my areas. I'm going to go back to restore my layers now. And within those, let me turn my other off. No, that's my others back on. Okay. So within those zones, I should be able to identify, and I need to remake my existing grade because it's going to adjust the topsoil removal. So when I remove the topsoil, I'm going to go back to takeoff and choose make existing ground. And off it did. And you may have noticed at here, you see it said applying topsoil removal by depth 0.5, applying topsoil removal 1 by topsoil depth. Okay, so it is now removed the topsoil from my existing grade. So if I do another quick profile, let's go to takeoff and choose quick profile. And the topsoil replacement definition has changed. Well, I want to update the design surface. No need. I didn't add any replacements there. So I'm just, well, let's just let it rebuild it. And it'll come up and say, whatever. So I'm going to go across from here and I'm going to just cut across my site like that. Now you're going to start to see those topsoil removal depths. And if I'm over here in this area, let's zoom in a little bit. And if I look up here, I've got topsoil removal. checked on. Right there is my topsoil removal. So in this area here is my 12-inch depth, and I get over to here, and it looks like it's doing an additional 6 inches. Comes back up, and right there it should go to 12 inches, which it does. I think I've got these backwards. All right, so that's going to verify that differential. Let me exit this. Let me view my existing ground, which is demo 1. There's the original ground, my zone adjustments, and then my all right, so there's that one. I'm going to add these other 2 and see which ones I need. We are now in ZE. And let's add one more. All right, so now we've got these. I'm going to turn some of these off. Oh, I got not the one I wanted. MOEX OG is base EX. Yeah, that's the one I wanted to see. So if I look at that demo 1 EX or demo 1 ZN, that is the stripping of my topsoil. So you see I come over here, my original ground, I drop down to hit my 12-inch depth, and then I said strip 6 inches deep here. Now, this 6-inch, you see how it only went down 6 inches over here. It went down 12 inches here, but what happened here? It's 6 inches deep, but it's 6 inches deep below the existing ground. So that's why it looks like it's cut into this area that's already been stripped. But that's because the existing ground is actually lower down there. So it still has to go 6 inches deep from the existing ground. So that's why that, and so you can see right in there, you've got a little bit of it's not really a raised surface, but anyway, you can see like right in here, you can definitely see the difference between the 12 inches of stripping and the 6 inches of stripping. And again, you should be able to see that right up here as well. The 12-inch depth and the 6-inch depth. And you can see right there's the edge of that 6-inch depth, the edge of the 12-inch depth is right there. You can see those back edges. Okay. So that's what it's doing, is it's calculating where I'm going to put those back. Now I can do the same thing by looking at my design. Let me turn this other off, for instance, and I could take all of this area within this grass area and within here, and I can apply those as topsoil replacement. So if I do that, it's going to make sure I've got enough room to put 8 inches of topsoil within this to come up to the original design top. Okay, so I would do that by, let's do this. Let's go to View, the View menu, Show Hide by Selection. I'm going to isolate by selection. And the only thing I'm going to isolate now, I'm going to get this back of curb line. I'll get this back of curb line. I'll get my building. I'll get my landscape area here, my hardscape area. And I'm going to come over here and grab this back of curb line. And now, when I do that, these are the areas. I'm going to replace my topsoil within these areas here. Okay. So if I were to do that now, I think I can use these, even though they're already drawn, I can set the topsoil replacement polylines. I think if I do it this way, by a custom amount, let's say 8 inches, which is 2/3 of a foot. Now select the polylines. Let's see if it lets me do these. Then here, okay. So it took the polylines, and let's see if it worked. So I'm going to go to take off topsoil removal replacement, and I'm going to come down to the replacement section. Notice these are the removals. This is the replacement, and I'm going to hatch the replacement areas. And I'm just going to do this to see. Okay, so it says I'm going to replace topsoil in all of these areas. So I would need to clear these areas out. I think. So let's go back to takeoff, topsoil removal, and let's erase the hatch. So let's define these as 0 areas. So if I go to take topsoil replacement, set the polylines, we'll use a custom amount of 0. We'll select this one and this one. And now that's done. And so let's see what that looks like. Topsoil removal. Let's hatch the replacement areas. So for my zeros, I'll do those. So that's going to be zeros. If I do it again, repeat the command and choose the 8-inch replacement areas. Let's do a different pattern this time. Just scroll down here and find solid. So that would be where it strips. It's still, I'm not sure. Let's erase the hatches. If this is zeros, I think this is going to interrupt that. Now we can find that out by looking at that surface. So let's do our surface, or takeoff rather. Do another quick profile. And let's update the design surface so it gets those zones built into it. And now I'm going to just come across here and see. And if I look at my topsoil removal, is my subgrade adjust. That is my, see right in here, this white line subgrade adjustment. See how it's turning that on and off? Those are those areas. Let me zoom in up here. So if I'm within where my cursor's tracking, that's where it's putting in that topsoil replacement. And here it's not. I'm not following. Let me turn off the original ground. Topsoil removal. So if I'm in here, yeah, okay. No, I think it's defined backwards. So if I'm in here, it's adjusting, but there it's not. So right in there. My subgrade, if I turn off my design surface, that's my top. Topsoil removal was what we defined earlier. My final target, my subgrade adjust. I'm not quite sure. Let me go back to this and say, if I hatch the replacement area of 0.67, that's my 8 inches. It says everything there. If I repeat that and choose the 0 inch, it's that. So I'm saying put 0 inches of topsoil here, but 8 inches of there. I'm not sure. Let me clear those two things. Let's erase the hatch. And now let's clear the topsoil replacement polylines. Remove the tags from all or selected, just selected. Let me select the building and the other area here. And so now if I look at my quick profile, yep, update the design surface. Look at my subgrade adjust. Yeah, there we go. So my subgrade adjustment line, you can see this white line. Let me turn off my removal, my original ground. So my overall surface is that yellow line. My subgrade adjust is this white line, but my final target is that red line right there. So I need to cut within here. Why is it cutting deeper? Yeah. It's finding those boundaries okay on the inside of this area. Let me look at something real quick. Topsoil removal replacement. If I set the topsoil replacement polylines, custom. All right, let me see. Did I do them as I did them as replacements? I love this new tool. Find topsoil, identify topsoil, report. Set topsoil removal. I want topsoil replacement. Set topsoil replacement. So this command. All right, let's see what it tells us to do here. Define topsoil removal and replacement depths. Set the topsoil removal and replacement areas by selecting closed polylines, clear if needed, hatch, and erase hatch. So define the depths. It may require the user to input the depth or strata of topsoil removal and replacement. Maybe that's it. Fill in the options available, blah, blah, blah. Shown here, Carlson will perform the value set for the removal depth will be the defined removable amount. The calculated volume removed will be included in reporting options. Value for the replacement depth will be added below the finished ground surface model. Okay, that's right, should be. The amount of topsoil replaced will be included. Okay, when topsoil depths are defined, topsoil quantities in addition to the cut and fill, the removal swell. Okay, topsoil method between the vertically, that's fine. Right. Set replacement to close. Okay, so what I want to do, it's doing it the way I understand it. I've defined, see if I define my depths. 1 foot of removal, replacement depth, we said 0.67, 0.67. Okay. So now if I topsoil remove, set my replacement polylines, I'll use by definition append new depth or replace the existing assignment. Let's replace it. Replace. Now let's make the design surface. We'll exit that, and now we will do a quick profile. Now, my final target is that red line. My existing ground and removal is showing. My design surface is the yellow line. My subgrade adjust. So within this area right here, let's zoom this up a little bit. And I'm down in here, I'm going to zoom up. So if I'm crossing where my tracking is going, right in there, I have to dig down a little deeper because I'm putting 8 inches of soil back. Up here, I'm not. In here, I'm not. I get in here. It's not. Here it's not. It almost looks like it's doing it backwards. Not real clear on that yet.
Hey, Ken, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is there a way to set an order of precedence? And what I mean by that is I have more experience with Insight earthwork software,
Uh-huh.
and you could take a surface like you have here, and you could dictate, in order from 1 to 100, whatever you wanted to do, and say, this surface is a priority number 1. So your building pad in the middle there would be your top priority, and say, okay, that topsoil replacement is going to be 6 inches. And then you would take the blue line that's around your entire site. So it keeps saying I'm clapping. Sorry, I'm talking with my hands. But but then you could take the blue area there and make it a precedence number 2 and call it 12 inches of topsoil replacement. And then it would deduct the 6th area from the 12. Does that
Right.
make sense?
It does make sense, and that is what I think this is doing because of the fact that it is within the outer boundary. So I think the outer boundary would be 12 inches until it hits another boundary inside it. And when it hits that boundary inside it, that boundary takes over. But I'm trying to view it in my profile view, and it doesn't look like, I'm not sure if the replacement is correctly. It looks almost like it's telling you to excavate an additional amount instead of less. But yeah, you're exactly right. But I think that priority is set because this is contained within this. So if I did not have these defined, in fact, let's do that. Let's say take off topsoil removal replacement. Let's just clear the replacement polylines. We'll say all. All right, and so now let's set the replacement polylines by definition, which is that 1 or 8 inches rather. So here, here, and here. All right, so now they've been done. And if I do my quick profile, yep, update the design, I'll cut across my site. Now, when I look at that, I've got my subgrade adjustments. I think there's a, all right, so if I'm right in there, I'm within the island. Here I'm within my parking. But now yeah, see that subgrade adjustment, I know what the problem is. This subgrade adjustment is not the topsoil replacement. That's not what I'm showing. That's the actual adjustment of the subgrade. See, I don't have a choice to look at topsoil replacement. Let me take a quick peek at this. I've got here's my surface file suffixes, my original ground, after subgrade zones, which I didn't have any, after the topsoil, that's my EX. My design surface, no adjustment, subgrades, and then topsoil replacement that should pull that back up. So if I look at those surfaces, I wonder if this will let me, if my surface inspector might give it to me. Let me take a look. Yeah, right here is my topsoil depth. Let me open this up a little. So my topsoil is a depth of 1. Topsoil depth, that's the stripping. Yeah, see, I don't think it reports that. And I don't think that quick profile actually shows that. See, that to me should be an adjustment. I should have to adjust the subgrade to be that 8 inches deeper. Let's see, if I view demo 1, there's base, it's existing, final original ground ZE and ZN. So the ZN ZE, that's the existing. Base final and ZE versus ZN. So that ZE, it's again, go back and find these names again. Design surface, so an FN, maybe that's what I'm not looking at. So the FN is my final target, which includes the topsoil replacement. So my FN see, that should be the additional depth to get that 8-inch target. So if that is my final, if I also look at the ZE, ZN, there we go. So now this accommodates the depth of the asphalt pavement. That's to the paving surface or the bottom of the paving structure. But that one, there's the bottom of the paving structure, but I have to go down that amount to get to allow for the extra topsoil. So if I'm looking at that, see, I don't see that happening in here. It's looking like it's doing it there as well. Yeah, see, it is. So now, all right, so I've got that as my defined depth. But then if I put a 0 depth down, take off topsoil replacement, we use a custom depth, let's say 0. And now, yes, update design. Now come here to here. Grid adjustment. All right. Now, if we look at the final, which that should include that adjustment. And then if we look also at the zone, so this is my zone adjustment. Yeah, so that's after the topsoil has been added. That final, that's my final target. See, my final target should be different. It should be the other way around. Because I want to excavate down deep enough to put topsoil back on top of it to reach that level. Of course, I'm also looking at the paving structure goes inside of that little lip there. No, that's in here, the paving structure. So that's the extra dig down for the topsoil within that boundary. Okay. So it should not be digging down. Oh, it's not. Okay, I see. You see, what's raising is that's my topsoil zone, but my final is here. But notice my building is not moving. It's just that replacement area there. Now that should also be visible within that. See, there's that, there's the replacement. So why is it? Oh, okay. So see the bottom of this, and when I do that, that's the extra dig down. So the bottom part here stays at the level it's at. But I have to dig this down. It's hard to tell because you're going from a cut in to a stick out. See, there it is here. Because I'm not putting any topsoil on top of it, I don't have to dig down around it. So, okay, it's working all right. And it works by what I was telling you that, and we have to define these as 0 areas. So it finds this one as 0 and it supersedes the 8 inches that is within this outside area here. Okay. So once it goes 8 inches, it tries to go all the way across for 8 inches, but it sees something in the way that's only with 0 inches. So it leaves that area unaffected. Goes back to the 8 inches, it comes in here and it leaves it unaffected, comes back out, and it's now back to that overall edge. Okay. All right, I think we've got that done. I'm going to now go back to view, show hide by selection. I'm going to show all. Going to bring everything on as long as I've got these things defined over here to my existing design and other. So there's my topsoil stripping, my topsoil replacement has been defined, my overall boundary. So I'm going to turn my other back off. And I'm now going to, just for display purposes, I'm going to put these things back over on other. So I'm going to choose this tool to define layer for other. I'm going to pick those. And let's do the same thing with this one. So all that's done is move the layers that had those labels over to other. Okay, so now this is my design. That's what I'm looking at. And let's now start to run some of these reports. So now I've got my material quantity standard report. So I can take them off of these, or I can choose from takeoff and use my material quantities, these reports as well, cost summary reports. So let's just go through these. Let's look at our total volumes. Existing surface source or definition change has no need to update. It stayed the same. That stayed the same. And then we just use the standard report viewer and we'll say, okay. So what it did there is it highlighted in everything that we're looking at. So here we've got, there's my topsoil removal in cubic yards and square feet and areas, and replacement in cubic yards and replacement area. Now here's something we can check for this topsoil replacement. See that 25,629.5 square feet. If I look at the area of this rather, so if I do a draw boundary polyline, I'm going to put this on a layer, just call it check. I'm going to pick right in here and here and here. And now let's isolate by selection. I'll pick check, check, check. Do I have one? Let me. And let me add up the areas of these. I've got I have 607. Is that 49,784? So 49,784, enter 607 plus that's 50,000. That's another 274. So 50,500. So 50,500. And if I subtract 22,327, that's going to give us that 25 or 26,000 we saw in the report. That was right here. Total topsoil replacement, 25,629. So there we go. When I told it this outside area was my total replacement, but then when I put those zero areas in there, it took them out of the equation. So it does find those areas and it accounts for it. All right, so I'll now turn back on my items. All right, so let's do my total volumes again. We'll just take that and say, okay. So here's my standard volume report. Topsoil removal replacement. I have to haul out 27 yards of topsoil. There's my total cut, my total fill. Maximums there. And then this little area right here, I'm sorry, not that one, but this little area right here tells us that if you want to balance the site, you need to raise the site basically a foot. So 0.92, if I raised everything a foot, that should get me to balance, because every 1/10 of a foot, I get 476.1 yards. So it's these averages that give you some insight into what you might need to do to adjust. Now, you not being the designer of this would not necessarily do that, because they may have those elevations set because of some other constraint. That would be more what I would be expecting. So this is just my standard volume of cut and fill, including topsoil stripping and replacing. If I look at my next report, if I looked at material quantities, standard report, do the entire drawing and look for, not by layer, but by material, and tonnage and cost, shrink and slope areas, and report objects individually. Say, okay. So it's going to go through, and everything that we defined, remember with those subgrades, I've got, 14 or 1,500 feet of curb. I've got my base course of asphalt, my wearing course of asphalt. I've got concrete. Wow, $12 million worth of concrete. That's an expensive site. What did I do? I've got pavers, 50 grand. I've got sand. I've got stone. Skip 2 unenclosed polylines for material curb. There are unclosed polylines. So if I were to, remember we defined that area there as my curbing, but it wasn't closed. We didn't accumulate that. If I do take that and that, and join them and close it. Let's see. I don't necessarily want to do it that way, but let's try that a minute. If I say join nearest, I'm going to give it a gap. Not elevation. Okay, so is there an option to keep? Nope. I'll say okay. I'll choose this and this. So that went all the way around. That got that. So that should now be a closed polyline. It is. Now, if I rebuild my design, it's going to give me some errors. They were filtered out. I've got some T intersections. Yeah, these are going to be right in there. That's fine. I'm going to exit that for a minute. And now let's take a look at my materials standard reports. And so now I no longer have that message that it stripped out the curbs. So now I see my curbs are counted here. I still don't see my cost. I've got concrete. 4,000 linear feet. So it's doing something here. Let me erase these segments. Rebuild. Surface report. That's just the surfaces. For my total volumes, that should be the same as we saw before. It is so now if we go back to our material quantities, standard report. See, it still gives me that. It gives me the length of the curb, 1,460.7 feet. I don't understand why I've got so much concrete here. I've got 81 million yards of concrete. That's a little excessive, I think. Let me try. What do we call it? We've got a pad. We've got concrete 12 inches. What is this shrink factor here? There's a bogus number in there. So what did we say concrete was? About 100 pounds per cubic foot? Anybody got a number for that? Or how do you pay for your concrete? By the yard, right?
2,000, it's 2,000 pounds a cubic yard.
It's 2,000 pounds for a cubic yard.
It's about 70,
So
75, 75 pounds per cubic foot. How do you have it in there? You got it per cubic yard.
yeah, so that would be what, 74 pounds per cubic foot, and it's $150. And
Yep,
how do you pay for it? By the yard or by the ton?
by the yard.
Okay, so now the density shouldn't matter. All right, so now that, I believe, my curb was my back of curb. My curb dimensions, concrete, $150 per cubic yard. That should be okay then. All right, so that should have fixed it. We'll save and exit, rebuild our surface, ignore those unclosed errors, and now look at our material quantities, standard report. Oh, it's still,
It could be the size of your building. And you've got a foot of concrete. If you change that to 6 inches, that probably cut that way down.
well, yeah, but should it be like, here's my error. I've got 23,000 square feet of concrete by a,
What's the
by a,
size of your building?
well,
That's your building slab. That's the
yeah,
biggest part.
yeah, so this 23,000 square feet, and it's a foot thick, then that should be my volume
Yeah.
should be,
Yeah, if you got 81 million yards of concrete, I mean, you're looking at
Well,
$100 million. It's gotta be,
here's what I think. I just realized what might be. Let's go back to my pad. Let's look at this concrete. No, it does say inches. I thought maybe I was defining 12 feet. It's not, it's inches. But look at this. See that shrink value? There's a number. It keeps coming from somewhere. If I set that to $150 per cubic yard. Say OK. Save and exit. Let me also go to these define material library. Maybe something's here in my concrete. 150, shrink factor 91. That's causing the problem. My curb, my pad, my stone. Okay. Now let's go back and redefine it one more time. Concrete definition shrink up to yes, update the materials from the library. Look at my pad. Now we should be good. Save exit. I'll rebuild. Ignore my unclosed. Ignore that crossing. And look finally at my materials report. Now I feel better about that. 1,500 feet of curb. Now it doesn't give me the cost here because it was unclosed. So it didn't calculate that as an area, but we can come back and fix that here with a quick fix. Now my concrete, I can believe. Okay. We'll call passing the stink test, the sniff test. So let's go back one more time to define this curb. And instead of setting these curb dimensions as a back of curb, let's give it a cost. How do you pay for your curb? Per linear foot? Or how do you charge for curb?
yes, lineal foot.
Okay, so give me $1.
25.
Okay, 25. Okay, say save, exit. We rebuild. Ignore the two errors. And now see if it picked that up in our materials. Yeah, so it gave me a cost now. So $25 times 1,500 is there 36. Got 1460.7, 25, 36,517. There we go. Yep. Okay, so it did apply the cost there for my curb. And these were, it's just a warning. See, it's not an error. It said it skipped these unclosed polylines. That was the line around the back that we said was our back of curb. So that should be good. Everything's basically modeled and you're ready to run those reports. Cost summary report. Don't know exactly what we're looking at here. Cut volume as a rate per cubic yard. This is just how. All right, so if I'm cutting, how much does it cost to cut? per yard? What would I charge for?
It depends on the area. Probably $5 or $6 though. If it's
All right, so let's just give it a number same thing for fill or a different number?
let's bump that up a little bit because we got to purchase and they get you on the trucking. $8 or $9.
All right, so let's call it 875. And topsoil stripping,
Pretty cheap. $3.
3 or 30?
3.
3. And replacement, again, we'll buy that back. Let's call it $5.
Yeah.
And if I'm hauling any of that away,
Do $10.
all right. Don't have any idea what that means. Materials, unit cost 1. Okay, so you could add like miscellaneous material. And so if we say, okay, all right, so that's now my cost summary. Here I'm going to name, cost, amount, and rate. Does that give us anything there? So yeah, so it takes those and applies those numbers to your excavation amount. I don't know what that number.
Corporate reserve.
Yeah. Yeah, 800,000. So let's exit that, maybe repeat that. This one, I want to get rid of that. Combined cost from the quantities. For material, the report just has the total material cost. Okay, so that's just summarizing the materials that you get out of this detailed report. That we looked at earlier. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, that was basically the total, 801, 576, 71. So if we wanted that cost summary, we would choose this cost summary report. We would set this to 0, or not 0, but just a summary. Let's change that. Title, this is total materials. So now we look at that. We've got, this is the materials. That's all of those stone, concrete, asphalt, paving and stuff. So 800,000 for that. But the rest of this stuff is our excavation costs that we set up for cuts and fills and topsoil removal and replacement and exporting. All right, so that gives us a total then of close to $1 million for that site. Whether that's true to life or not, who knows? It is in California, so maybe it is. All right. So the last little thing to take a quick peek at, if you bear with me another 10 or 15 minutes, is we haven't displayed all of our settings here. If we look at our design surface contours, I'm choosing this option, which is my display options. It's on the display menu, display options. And I want to show the design contours, and they're going to show up drawn in here. So that's basically my grading plan with my elevations indicated here on my final surface grading. I don't know that. Let's see. Yeah, so that's a line that comes here, walks the curb, comes down and comes over at some point, comes back around and comes back into it and closes on itself. So That's why that looks like that. It's not going straight across. It's coming here and walking the back of the curb until it comes out of the curb, comes down across it, and then starts going down the face of the curb till it hits the ground, follows that around, and has a little bit of a little jump out there because of something else that caused that surface. So this is basically our grading plan in terms of contours. Same thing here with that one. It walks the curb. It's not just shooting across it. So that part, we wanted to see those. If you want to see the surface itself, it's going to actually draw the surface triangles into our drawing, in which case we could then, select all that and take a look at it in our 3D drawing viewer. And there's a lot of crap going on in there between these edges. So you can see in here, from those excavated areas, and then down in here, you've got that little raised landscape area. There's their building. So that's sort of a very basically crude looking part. That's with all of those excavations. And so now I want to erase by layer, or I could simply tell it not to show it. I don't know that that will erase it. But it should take it away from our display. There we go. So now what else do we look at in our options? Is we've got cut and fill. And you look at its contours, labels, or a heat map. So if we do cut and fill labels and a heat map, for instance, let's say, okay. Existing surface, definition upgrade, no. So there now is our cut and fill. We've got the existing, the design, and the amount. That's like point, trying to get this hatch to not show up there. So 0.23 feet of fill right in there. Okay, and you see there's our heat map. So there's gonna be a lot more cut up in here and fill down in there. Okay, and we can also turn on some options with our cut and fill map. We can give it, right now we've got 100 rows. You can set a range, go every 5 foot if you wanted. You can set your coloring to different amounts there. Label colors, again, we're setting no color is not changing on our labels based on depth range. We're using the heat map to show that, but you could choose that. Same thing, cut and fill labels. There's a prefix for cut, has a minus, prefix for the fill has a plus. Set the number of decimal places. Label existing surface elevation if you want, design surface elevation if you want. Okay. Hide the drawing under the labels. That's why you can see the numbers sticking through those colors, because it's got a wipeout behind it. Okay. So just some of the defaults on that cut and fill. So the deeper the color, the more cut. So I got -5.5 feet of cut, or 5.5 feet of cut right in there. It's darker red. Right in here, of course, it's much less cut. So what it's doing is basically building a surface out of all those different surfaces, and it's making it into this little, however many, whatever the grid size is to get 100 rows of numbers in there. And so that would be our cut and fill analysis of it. So if I come back to it and turn these labels and color map off, You can show cut and fill contours. So there now would be the contour lines, and I haven't labeled them, but there's one that's at an elevation of 0. So that's your daylight. All the blue ones are fill. So there's 1 foot of fill. There's 2 feet of fill. And then all the red ones above this green line are cut contours. Now, if you might be having a difficult time seeing those, I'm going to do these contours so you can see them. So there's the actual amounts of cut and fill based on those. Now there's a contour line there of 3 feet of cut. Here's one of 4 feet of cut. So you can see they're not exactly, they don't cross, but this 3 feet of cut goes to here, and there's 4 feet of cut in here. So there's a little discontinuity right in there where it drops. Okay. So I'll go back to my options. I'll turn those contours back off. I'll just draw the entities. So I'm now back to just looking at my display entities. And one last little bit was the visibility that we didn't look at quite yet. And you can do these surface tools, these cut and fill. You could put a cut and fill map legend. You just saw the map show up there, and you could create a legend and put it over there. And let's see, if we do a 3D drive simulation, it wants us to pick a starting position or enter for the center. Let's just take the center of the site. And it's going to go to this. And we're going to now be able to drive across our site with a particular vehicle. So we can change, we look at our settings, and we can give it, let's not show the trail. You can show the amounts of cut and fill if you want. You can display the axis. If I shade both sides, ignore zeros, display contours, I'm going to turn those off. You can set different targets and such. So I see my vehicle number, my vehicle drive, input and output, where I can add models. I can add, lampposts and buildings and all kinds of these things to it if I wanted to really make it pretty and make a little movie of it. Okay, this is what I'm going to see in my model. Let's see if I've got my surfaces. Right now I'm looking at my final surface. Okay, so if I look at my view control is out the front, let's look at it as a, say, detached, or, well, no, let's look at it from the front as a bird would see it. Maybe even a pedestrian might be good. We'll set our shading to maybe smooth or elevation, or by the amount of cut and fill. Just make flat shading. Vertical exaggeration, none there. Surface transparency, you can turn that down if you want to be able to see through it. I've got an elevation, a distance, and a speed. So it's like 6.7 feet. And I can use these controls to spin it around and such. And I can just choose run. And now as this walks the site or drives the site, you can use the arrows on the keypad to change, and you can see as it's driving, you see the numbers out here are changing. to show me what those things are. If I look at my drive now and watch as I go up this curb line, you're going to see these angle, these roll indicators. See how they pop up. Back down my slope. So, excuse me, it's just, excuse me, it's just another way of visualizing the site. Again, you can change that. Where was my, from a pedestrian, you can look at it from a bird's eye view, or even look at it as the driver would see it. Okay. So again, just an alternate means of looking at the site. I find it more video game than actual benefit, but some people like to see that. And you can change vehicles, you know, switch to a bulldozer or whatever you want. With that, let's see. Right now, the vehicle is a Blazer, so you can set these different vehicles, you know, choose a Land Rover. And you can set a building, let's say an office 1, office 2. Let's do an office 2. And then when you do that office 2, you see it's going to place a building on the site, and you would use that, you reposition that. So it just lets you sort of help set those things down. If I look at my oh, that's for my vehicle. I don't want my vehicle to be that. I wanted my vehicle to be my Land Rover. So, but that office 2 is where you could add that in as those bring these models in. So if I open up this office 2, for instance, I choose that at some point. Where is that? Chose my Land Rover. Now settings, my model. My model library. I want to place it. Edit the model is okay. I've got trees. Different utilities, lampposts and such. But if I double click that, I want to place it. So if I add, that's just going to let me add to my choices. At some point, I'd have to look up how to, you can add those different things into this model, and then you just choose your run, and you can travel around. Let's do a pedestrian here, or do the driver, and we're looking out the front, look out the back, look to left and right. All right, so again, just a means of helping you evaluate what your, you know, what the site grading has come up with. Okay, So just a little different means. Again, I like to look at those viewing the surfaces, and you would select that or go to takeoff menu and choose, I think, do I want to look at, there's not really just a view surface. You do still have to pick that surface. So all of those surfaces that you've defined based on these, oops, these adjustments, these suffixes are going to allow you to look at those 6 different surfaces that it's actually created. And then you can make sure that those depths are good, your topsoil strip areas, etc. You can also put in areas of interest. I'll show you where that is. We won't go through it, but these areas of interest are just basically you draw boundaries, little closed polylines, and say, I want this to be an area of interest. I want this other to be an area of interest. In fact, I said I wasn't going to do it, but I'm going to just show you the example. Real quick, my areas of interest, can tag the area of interest. If I select this one, I'm going to call that phase 1. I'll do another one and call that one phase 2. And now when you calculate your reports, total volumes, for instance, you should see that further broken down by those areas of interest. So down here's your area of interest parts of the report. So within phase 1, you have these volumes. Within phase 2, you have these volumes. Same thing then should apply for your materials report, your materials quantities, standard report, for instance. And we did not subtotal that by. Let me try that again. Materials report. Use area of interest to report materials. So within those areas of interest, my phase 1, phase 2, total breakdown. Why didn't it give me those? Use area of interest to report materials. It should have. There, area 1, phase 2. So here's my subtotals. Here's my materials costs. I'd have to I had to figure that out a little bit differently on that area of interest. Again, you could just have those as particular bounded parts of the site, and you can do those volume reports to where they subtotal by that. Custom report. Quick profile. I think we've already seen this part of it. Real quick. Yeah, there's their typical quick profile views. So that's where you are going to find most of those tools from in this takeoff part. And the takeoff portion, this approach is done to help you come up with those costs and quantities. And it does it based on membership on certain layers. Whereas if we're really defining surfaces to maybe go out and build a machine control surface to do these grading, is where we would do what we've done these previous days, where we've defined things by edges and design pads. And you can see how we use all of those tools to kind of refine our model here in this step as well. Okay. Now, what we've looked at so far, and I'm just going to pop back to our little book, is where they basically step you through that same section here and setting those costs up. But they've done it a lot more simplistically than we really got into fixing some little problem areas and such. There's your drive simulator, your cut and fill maps. And then it's going to get into, and we didn't do this as part of today's exercise, but it talks about this road design. And so we're using that from the roads menu. We did that part yesterday, and they give you a little example with another set of files. So if you step through this training guide that they give you now, we're way up into the high 700s pages count. Here, it's after all of the definitions. You've got basically the whole help system is printed out for you. So there's your creating the center line. You're going to create a profile. You set a curb in, your design template. So, and there's your subgrades. And so that steps you through all of that. There's building your cut and fill into your road on your surface. Drill holes. If you've got drill hole geotechnical data, you can define strata of different depths of different to rock. So you maybe can find some over excavation zones. So there's just make these strata surfaces. No, that's all included. And now again, with this trenching, if you're putting in pipes, you can define your pipe runs, and then it will calculate based on your cross section of your trench how much material you cut out of there. And of course, it accommodates for the pipe diameters and all of that. And you can come up with maps that indicate, and also reports that indicate things like, here's the green areas. That means it's 20 to 25 feet deep. Yellows are 15 to 20. The reds are 0 to 15. And here's your summaries for those particular runs on your trenching. Okay, so there's some additional tutorial information there with those other tools. Here's one on digitizing. If you don't have a digitizer and you don't use one, there's not much point in going through that, but it shows you how to do it, just in case you'd like to take a look at it. You're looking at areas. And again, that's still back on the digitizing part of the training. Okay. There's your defined materials, existing models, design surfaces, cut and fill. That's all of what we've done today, but it steps you through that, one after the other. There's your material quantities. Those are the reports we just looked at. Okay. So that basically is, that whole process is sort of stepped out. So use that in conjunction with the recorded videos and the samples that you've got here, and you'll have those files available. Excuse me, you should see those files in the downloaded folder that I gave you. And if you ever need to go back and get those files over again, just go back to that original email and you can download them fresh. They're always going to be there and they don't change locations. So, but they're also probably available if you've done a standard installation, if you go to open a file, you could just browse out here to Drive C, Carlson projects, and that's where they put all of these surface files. Okay, and so you're going to, or sample files. So down here is the takeoff demo 1, there's demo 1A and demo 2. So 1A would be, this thing shown in it after you've defined a couple of areas, for instance, the parking lot area. Now you see you see those existing contours, they're all chopped up. Well, they didn't bother to resolve them. They just ran through the drawing cleanup. If we look at that other one, let's take up demo 2. All right, there's the one for the trenching. So there's our pipe with our rim elevations, our invert elevations, the materials, and that's basically corresponding to that stuff we looked at here in the trenching portion of the tutorials, which would be starting right in here. Drill and strata, and then well, at some point we got to the trenching. Where was it? There it is. The trench network quantities. So all of those files, if you want to really dive deep into this and start going, those files are included with a standard installation in that folder called Carlson projects. They're just dumped right in that folder. So again, you should be able to find them from either of those locations. All right. Questions, or is everybody ready to call it a day?
Really appreciate it.
Okay. Hopefully, like I said, I know it's a lot, but hopefully some of this stuff will stick. And as you explore some of these options, you'll find some, ways to, oh yeah, gee, now I get it. And or maybe I should do it this way. Help each other out. I know you all will. You'll take care of each other to, share your knowledge gained, but that's roughly that process. Is you're going to define an existing, define the design, build the surfaces, and then refine that step after step where you can build the materials, get the reports, look at them, check for sniff tests like that $12 million worth of concrete was a little bit rough. We found it. We found these errors up here in the corners of our paving. So we've done a little bit of extra stuff like tying into our existing grade out here, which that tutorial doesn't bother. They just stop it at the edges and just leave it hanging either down in the ground or up in the air. But that's that. Okay. So any specific questions? Everybody good? Everybody want to call it a day? All right.
Yeah, I think we're all
Can you hear
set.
me all
Thank
right,
you.
Ken?
Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm in my car, but yeah, thanks again. I like that there was, you illustrated a lot of different ways to kind of get to the same result. I think that's important to remember as the group, right? We got some people in Florida, some people in the Northeast. We work on projects that are slightly different, but there's similarities. Morgan may do something differently than say like Bruce or Rodney may do, or Richard and Sean, but it doesn't mean that it's one's more correct than the other. As long as you're yielding the good results, there's a lot of different ways to do it. So thanks for illustrating all that. I'd reiterate to everybody that, Ken and his team will be available with phone calls now that we're, kind of clients, so to speak. So
yes,
I'll
absolutely.
encourage all of us to lean on that. And we got the videos that I'll get from Ken. I'll get, those are on YouTube, but I'll try to get them onto our system as well. So
yeah, and
I thought it was really, really good. Thank you.
Well, good. And the biggest single thing that I would recommend for you to, as you go through all this stuff and as your work evolves, always check and always check with your eyes, check things visibly, look in those 3D views, try to look at something from a different perspective, and maybe select it and look at the properties of something to see if you can identify something that might be causing a problem. But looking at something in 3D, that gives you the very best approach because you can look at something there, and if you've got a zinger that say goes down to 0 or goes out to 20,000 feet, you'll find it, and then you'll know that you need to go back and fix it. So that would be, that would be what I would recommend as your single takeaway is always check and use your eyes. They're going to be your best bet, your best tool. Okay. All
Got
right.
it.
So everybody,
you.
everybody take good care. Go home, rest, relax. Do this as, try it on for size as you get into your next bits of projects. Try these just little pieces at a time. It will come. I'll want to encourage you with that. Do not get discouraged with it and throw your hands up because it's too much, because there's a lot to learn. I've been doing this for 4 decades, and I still every day learn something new. Thank you, Bruce, for command search. you know, and thank you, Deshauna, for the cursor highlighter. It made me go and look for something that now that's right there constantly in my bailiwick. So thank you, folks. Thank you, folks, very much. We'll talk soon.
All right.
Thanks,
Bye.
everybody.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Take care.
All right.